Chapter 1 of Sir Charles Danvers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. Chapter 1. Dear heart, Miss Ruth, my dear, now don't ye be a-going yet, and me that hasn't set eyes on ye this month and more, and as hardly hears a body speak from morning till night. Come, Mrs. Eccles, I am always finding people sitting here. I expect to see the latch go every minute. Well, and if they do, and some folks are always a-dropping in, and a-setting themselves down, and a-clack-clacking till a body can't get a bit of peace. And the things they say, Miss Ruth, the things I've heard folks say, a-setting as it might be there, in poor Eccles' old chair by the chimney, as the Lord took him in. To the uninitiated, Mrs. Eccles' allusion might have seemed to refer to photography, but Ruth knew better. A visitation from the Lord being synonymous in Slumberley parish with a fall from a ladder, a stroke of paralysis, or the midnight cartwheel that disabled Brown when returning late from the Blue Dragon, not quite himself. "Law," resumed Mrs. Eccles with an extensive sigh, "there's a deal of talk in the village now," glancing inquisitively at the visitor, "about him as succeeds to old Mr. Dare. But I never listened to their tales." They made a pleasant contrast to each other, the neat old woman with her shrewd spectacled eyes and active hard-working fingers, and the young girl, tranquil, graceful, sitting in the shadow with her slender, ungloved hands in her lap. They were not sitting in the front parlour, because Ruth was an old acquaintance, but Mrs. Eccles had a front parlour with a bottled-up smell in it peculiar to front parlours, a parlour with a real mahogany table, on which photograph albums and a few select volumes were symmetrically arranged round an inkstand, nestling in a very choice woodwork mat, a parlour with wax flowers under glass shades on the mantelpiece, and an avalanche of paper roses and mixed paper herbs in the fireplace. Ruth knew that sacred apartment well. She knew the name of each of the books. She had expressed a proper admiration for the wax flowers. She had heard, though she might have forgotten, for she was but young, the price of the real Brussels carpet, and so she might safely be permitted to sit in the kitchen and watch Mrs. Eccles darning her son's socks. I am almost afraid Ruth liked the kitchen best, with its tiled floor and patch of afternoon sun, with its tall clock in the corner, its line of straining geraniums in the low window-shelf, and its high mantelpiece crowned by 2 china dogs with red lozenges on them, holding baskets in their mouths. "Yes, a deal of talk there is, but nobody right seems to know anything for certain," continued Mrs. Eccles, spreading out her hands in the heel of a fresh sock and pouncing on a modest hole. "You see, we never gave a thought to him, with that great hearty Mr. George, his eldest brother, to succeed when the old gentleman went. And such a fine figure of a man in his clothes as poor Mr. George used to be, and such a favourite with his old uncle. And then to be took like that, horseback riding at Pola, only 6 weeks after the old gentleman. But I can't hear as anybody's set eyes on his half-brother as comes in for the property now. He never came to Vandon in his uncle's lifetime. They say old Mr. Dare couldn't bide the French madam as his brother took when his first wife died, a foreigner with black curls. It wasn't likely. He was always partial to Mr. George, and he took him up when his father died, but he never would have anything to say to this younger one, being nothing in the world, so folks say, but half a French and black like his mother. I wonder now," began Mrs. Eccles, tentatively, with her usual love of information. "I wonder now," interposed Ruth quietly, "how the rheumatism is getting on. I saw you were in church on Sunday evening." "Yes, my dear," began Mrs. Eccles, readily diverted to a subject of such interest as herself. "Yes, I always come to the evening service now, though I won't deny as the rheumatics are very pinching at times. But, dear Lord, I never come up to the stalls near the chancel, so you ain't likely to see me. To see them heiresses always a-going up to the very top, it does go again me. I don't say as is everybody as ought to take the lowest place. The Lord knows I'm not proud, but I won't go into them chairs down by the font myself. But to see them heiresses that to my certain knowledge hasn't a bite of butcher's meat in their heads but once a week, setting themselves up. Now, Mrs. Eccles, you know perfectly well all the seats are free in the evening. And so they may be, Miss Ruth, my dear, and don't ye be a-getting up yet. And good Christians, I'm sure, the quality are to abide it. and it did my heart good to hear the Honourable John preaching as he did in his new surplice, as Widow Pick always puts too much blue in the surplices to my thinking, all about rich and poor and one with another. A beautiful sermon it was, but I wouldn't come up like them heiresses. There's things as is suitable, and there's things as is not. No, I keep to my own place, and I have to turn out old Bessie Pugh this very last Sunday night, as I found her cocked up there, though I was not a matter of 5 minutes late. Bessie Pugh always was one to take upon herself, and as I often says to her when I hear her going on about free grace and the like, Bessie, I says, if I was a widow on the parish, and not so much as a pig to fat up for Christmas, and coming to church regular on Loaf Sunday, which is not that I ain't sorry for ye, but I wouldn't take upon myself, if I was you, to talk of things as I better leave to them as is beholden to nobody and pays their rent regular. I've no patience. But here, dear Mrs. Ruth, look at that gentleman going down the road, and the dog too. Why, he haven't so much as got up. He's gone. He was a foreigner, and no mistake. Why, good Lord, there he is coming back again. He sees me through the window. Mercy on us, he's opening the gate. He's coming to the door. As she spoke, a shadow passed before the window, and someone knocked. Mrs. Eccles hastily thrust her darning needle into the front of her bodice, the general rendezvous of the pins and needles of the establishment, and proceeded to open the door and plant herself in front of it. Ruth caught a glimpse of an erect light grey figure in the sunshine, surmounted by a brown face and the lightest of light grey hats. Close behind stood a black poodle of a dignified and self-engrossed deportment, wearing its body half-shaved, but breaking out in ruffles round its paws, and a tuft at the end of a stiffly undemonstrative tail. "The key of the church is kept at James's by the pump," said Mrs. Eccles, in the brusque manner peculiar to the free-born Briton when brought in contact with a foreigner. "Thank you, madam," was the reply, in the most courteous of tones, and the grey hat was off in a moment, showing a very dark cropped head. "But I do not look for the church. I only ask for the way to the house of the pastor, Mr. Everlwyn." Mrs. Eccles gave full and comprehensive directions in a very high key, accompanied by much gesticulation, and then the grey hat was replaced, and the grey figure, followed by the black poodle, marched down the little garden path again, and disappeared from view. Mrs. Eccles drew a long breath, and turned to her visitor again. "Well, my dear, did ye ever see the like of that? And his head, Miss Ruth, did ye take note of his head? Not so much as a shadow of a parting. All the same all the way over, and asking the way to the rectory. Why, you ain't never going yet. Well, good-bye, my dear, God bless ye. And now," soliloquized Mrs. Eccles, as Ruth finally escaped, "I may as well run across to Jones's and see if they know anything about the gentleman, and if he's put up at the inn." It was a glorious July afternoon, but it was hot. The roads were white, and the tall hedgerows grey with dust. A waggon-load of late hay, with a swarm of children just out from school careering round it, was coming up the road in a dim cloud of dust. Ruth, who had been undecided which way to take, beat a hasty retreat towards the churchyard, deciding that if she must hesitate, to do so among cool tombstones in the shade. She glanced up at the church clock, and she selected her tombstone under one of the many yew trees in the old churchyard. 4:30, and already an inner voice was suggesting tea. To miss 5 o'clock tea on a Thursday afternoon like this was not to be thought of for a moment. She had no intention of going back to tea at Atherstone, where she was staying with her cousins, Mr. and Mrs. Danvers. Two alternatives remained. Should she go to Slumberley Hall, close by, and see the Thursbys, who she knew had all returned from London yesterday, or should she go across the fields to Slumberley Rectory, and have tea with Uncle John and Aunt Fanny? She knew that Sir Charles Danvers, Ralph Danvers's elder brother, was expected at Atherstone this afternoon. His aunt, Lady Mary Cunningham, was also staying there, partly with a view of meeting him. Ralph Danvers had not seen his brother, nor Lady Mary her nephew, for some time, and, judging by the interest they seemed to feel in his visit, Ruth had determined not to interrupt a family meeting, in which she imagined she might be de trop. My fine tact, she thought, will enable them to have a quiet talk among themselves till nearly dinner-time. But I must not neglect myself any longer. The hall is nearer, and the drive is shady. But to put against that, Mabel will insist on showing me her new gowns, and Mrs. Thursby will make her usual remarks about Aunt Fanny. No, in spite of that burning expanse of glebe, I will go to tea at the rectory. I have not seen Uncle John for a week, and, who knows, perhaps Aunt Fanny may be out. So, The gloves were put on, the crisp white dress shaken out, the parasol put up, and Ruth took the narrow church path across the fields up to Slumberley Rectory. For many years since the death of her parents, Ruth Deyncourt had lived with her grandmother, a wealthy, witty, and wise old lady, whose house had been considered one of the pleasantest in London by those to whom pleasant houses are open. Lady Deyncourt, a beauty in her youth, a beauty in middle life, a beauty in her old age, had seen and known all the marked men of the last 2 generations, and had reminiscences to tell which increased in point and flavour like old wine the longer they were kept. She frequented as a girl the Mrs. Berrys' drawing-room, and people were wont to say that hers was the nearest approach to a salon which remained after the Mrs. Berry disappeared. She had married a grave politician, a rising man whom she had pushed into a knighthood, and at one time into the ministry. If he had died before he could make her the wife of a premier, the disappointment had not been without its alleviations. She had never possessed much talent for domestic life, and, the yoke once removed, she had not felt the least inclination to take it upon herself again. As a widow, her way through life was one long, triumphal procession. She had daughters, dull, tall, serious girls, with whom she had nothing in common, whom she educated well, brought out, laced in, and then married, one after another, relinquishing the last with the utmost cheerfulness, and refusing the condolences of friends on her lonely position with her usual frankness. But her son, her only son, she had loved. He was like her, and understood her, and was at ease with her, as her daughters had never been. The trouble of her life was the death of her son. She got over it, and she got over everything. But when, several years afterwards, his widow, with whom it is hardly necessary to say she was not on speaking terms, suddenly died, being a faint-hearted, feeble creature, Lady Deyncourt immediately took possession of her grandchildren, a boy and 2 girls, and proceeded as far as in her lay to ruin the boy for life. "A woman," she was apt to remark in after years, "is not intended by nature to manage any man except her husband. I am a warning to the mothers, aunts, and grandmothers, particularly the grandmothers, of the future. A husband is a sufficient field for the employment of a woman's whole energies. I went beyond my sphere, and I am punished." And when Raymond Deyncourt finally disappeared in America for the last time, having been fished up therefrom on several occasions, each time in worse case than the last, she excommunicated him, and cheerfully altered her will, dividing the £60,000 she had it in her power to leave between her 2 granddaughters, and letting the fact become known, with the result that Anna was married by the end of her 2nd season, and if at the end of 5 seasons Ruth was still unmarried, she had, as Lady Deyncourt took care to inform people, no one to thank for it but herself. But in reality, now that Anna was provided for, Lady Deyncourt was in no hurry to part with Ruth. She liked her as much as it was possible for her to like anyone. Indeed, I think she even loved her in a way. She had taken but small notice of her while she was in the schoolroom, for she cared little about girls as a rule. But as she grew up, tall, erect, with the pale, stately beauty of a lily, Lady Deyncourt's heart went out to her. None of her own daughters had been so distinguished-looking, so ornamental. Ruth's clothes always looked well on her, and she had a knack of entertaining people, and much taste in the arrangement of flowers. Though she had inherited the Deyncourt earnestness of character, together with their dark, serious eyes, and a certain annoying rigidity as to right and wrong, these defects were counterbalanced by flashes of brightness and humour, which reminded Lady Deyncourt of herself in her own brilliant youth, and inclined her to be lenient when in her daughters' cases she would have been sarcastic. The old woman and the young one had been great friends, and not the less so, perhaps, because of a tacit understanding which existed between them that certain subjects should be avoided, upon which each instinctively felt they were not likely to agree. And if the shrewd old woman of the world ever suspected the existence of a strength of will and depth of character in Ruth, such as had, in her own early life, been a source of annoyance and perplexity to herself in her dealings with her husband, she was skilful enough to ignore any traces of it that showed themselves in her granddaughter, and thus avoided those collisions of will, results of which she felt might have been doubtful. And so Ruth had lived a life full of varied interests and among interesting people, and had been waked up suddenly in a grey and frosted dawn to find that chapter of her life closed. Lady Deyncourt, who never thought of travelling without her maid and footman, suddenly went on a long journey along one wild January morning, starting, without any previous preparation, for a land in which she had never professed much interest heretofore. It seemed a pity that she should have to die when she had so thoroughly acquired the art of living, with little trouble to herself and much pleasure to others, but so it was. And then, in Ruth's confused remembrance of what followed, all the world seemed to have turned to black and grey. There was no colour anywhere where all had been colour before. Miles of black cloth and crape seemed to extend before her. Black horses came and stamped black hoof marks in the snow before the door. Endless arrangements had to be made, endless letters to be written. Something was carried heavily downstairs, all in black, scoring the wall at the turn on the stairs in a way which would have annoyed Lady Deyncourt exceedingly if she had been there to see it, but she had left several days before it happened. The last pale shadow of the kind, gay little grandmother was gone from the great front bedroom upstairs. Mr. Alwyn, one of Ruth's uncles, came up from the country and went to the funeral, and took Ruth away afterwards. Her own sister Anna was abroad with her husband. Her brother Raymond had not been heard of for years. As she drove away from the house and looked up at the windows with wide, tearless eyes, she suddenly realized that this departure was final, that there would be no coming back, no home left for her in the familiar rooms where she and another had lived so long together. Mr. Alwyn was by her side in the carriage, patting her cold hands and telling her not to cry, which she felt no inclination to do, and then, seeing the blank pallor in her face, he suddenly found himself fumbling for his own pocket-handkerchief. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 2. On this particular July afternoon, Mr. Alwyn, or, as his parishioners called him, the Honourable John, was sitting in his arm-chair in the little drawing-room of Slumberley Rectory. Mrs. Honourable John was pouring out tea, and here, once and for all, let it be known that meals, particularly 5 o'clock tea, will occupy a large place in this chronicle, not because of any importance especially attaching to them, but because in the country, at least in Slumberley, the day is not divided by hours, but by the meals that take place therein, and to write of Slumberley and its inhabitants with disregard to the divisions of time is impossible and cannot be done. So I repeat boldly, Mr. and Mrs. Alwyn were at tea. They were alone together, for they had no children, and Ruth Deyncourt, who had been living with them since her grandmother's death in the winter, was now staying with her cousin, Mrs. Ralph Danvers, at Atherstone, a couple of miles away. If it had occasionally crossed Mr. Alwyn's mind during the last few months that he would have liked to have a daughter like Ruth, he kept the sentiment to himself, as he did most sentiments in the company of his wife, who, while she complained of his habit of silence, made up for it nobly herself at all times and in all places. It had often been the subject of vague wonder among his friends, and even at times to Mr. Alwyn himself, how he had come to marry Fanny, my love. Mr. Alwyn dearly loved peace and quiet, but these dwelt not under the same roof with Mrs. Alwyn. Nay, I even believe, if the truth were known, he liked order and tidiness, judging by the exact arrangement of his own study, and the rueful glances he sometimes cast at the litter of wools and letters on the newspaper table, and the gay garden hats and goloshes hidden but not concealed under the drawing-room sofa. Conversation about the dearness of butcher's meat and the enormities of servants palled upon him, I think, after a time, but he had taken his wife's style of conversation for better for worse when he took her gaily dressed self under those ominous conditions, and he never showed impatience. He loved his wife, but I think it grieved him when smart-coloured glass vases were strewn among the cherished bits of old china and enamel which his soul loved. He did not like chromolithographs, or the framed photographs which Mrs. Alwyn called her mementums of travel, among his rare old prints either. He bore them, but after their arrival in company with large and inappropriate nails, and especially after the cut-glass candlesticks appeared on the drawing-room chimney-piece, he ceased to make his little occasional purchases of old china and old silver. The curiosity shops knew him no more, or if he still at times brought home some treasure in his hat-box on his return from convocation, it was unpacked and examined in private, and a little place was made for it among the old Chelsea figures on the bookcase in his study, which had stood, ever since he had inherited them from his father, on the drawing-room mantelpiece, but had been silently removed when a pair of comic china elephants playing on violins had appeared in their midst. Mr. Alwyn sighed a little when he looked at them this afternoon, and shook his head, for had he not brought back in his empty soup tin an old earthenware cow of Dutch extraction, which he had long coveted on the shelf of a parishioner? He had bought it very dear, for when in all his life had he ever bought anything cheap? And now, as he was tenderly wiping a suspicion of beef tea off it, he wondered, as he looked round his study, where he could put it. Not among the old oriental china, where bits of Wedgwood had already elbowed in for want of room elsewhere. Among his low-stuffed cups and saucers? Never. He would rather not have it than see it there. He had a vision of a certain bracket, discarded from the hall, and put aside by his careful hands in the lowest drawer of the cupboard by the window, in which he kept little stores of nails and string and brown paper, among which Fanny, my love, performed fearful ravages when minded to tie up a parcel. Mr. Alwyn nailed up the bracket under an old etching, and placed the cow thereon, and after contemplating it over his spectacles, went into the drawing-room to tea with his wife. Mrs. Alwyn was a stout, florid, good-humoured-looking woman, with a battered fringe, considerably younger than her husband in appearance, and with a tendency to bright colours in dress. "Barnes is very poorly, my dear," said Mr. Alwyn, patiently fishing out one of the lumps of sugar which his wife had put in his tea. He took one lump, but she took two herself, and consequently always gave him two. "I should say a little strong soup would." At this juncture the front door-bell rang, and a moment afterwards Mr. Dare was announced. The erect, light grey figure which had awakened the curiosity of Mrs. Eccles came in close behind the servant. Mrs. Alwyn received a deep bow in return for her look of astonishment, and then, with an eager exclamation, the visitor had seized both Mr. Alwyn's hands, regardless of the neatly folded slice of bread and butter in one of them, and was shaking them cordially. Mr. Alwyn looked for a moment as astonished as his wife, and the blank, deprecating glance he cast at his visitor showed that he was at a loss. The latter let go his hands and spread his own out with a sudden gesture. "Ah, you do not know me," he said, speaking rapidly. "It is 20 years ago, and you have forgotten. You do not remember Alfred Dare, the little boy whom you last saw in sailing costume, the little boy for whom you cut the whistles, the son of your old friend, Henry Dare?" "Good gracious!" ejaculated Mr. Alwyn, with a sudden flash of memory. "Henry's other son. I remember now. It is Alfred, and I remember the whistles, too. You have your mother's eyes, and of course you've come to Vandon now that your poor brother. We have all been wondering when you would turn up. My dear boy, I remember you perfectly now, but it is a long time ago, and you have changed very much." "Between 8 years and 28 there is a great step," replied Dare, with a brilliant smile. "How could I expect that you should remember all at once? But you are not changed. I knew you the first moment. It is the same kind, good face which I remember well." Mr. Alwyn blushed a faint blush, which any word of praise could always call up, and then, reminded of the presence of Mrs. Alwyn by a short cough, which that lady always had in readiness wherewith to recall him to a sense of duty, he turned to her and introduced Dare. Dare made another beautiful bow, and while he accepted a cup of tea from Mrs. Alwyn, Mr. Alwyn had time to look attentively at him with his mild grey eyes. He was a slight, active-looking young man of middle height, decidedly un-English in appearance and manner, with dark roving eyes, moustaches very much twirled up, and a lean brown face that was exceedingly handsome in a style to which Mr. Alwyn was not accustomed. And this was Henry Dare's second son, the son by his French wife, who had been brought up abroad, of whom no one had ever heard or cared to hear, who had now succeeded, by his half-brother's sudden death, to Vandon, a property adjoining Slumberley. The eager, foreign face was becoming familiar to Mr. Alwyn. Dare was like his mother, but he sat exactly as Mr. Alwyn had seen his father sit many a time in that very chair. The attitude was the same. Ah, but the flourish of the brown hands! How unlike anything Henry would have done! And those sudden movements! He was roused by Dare turning quickly to him again. "I am telling Mrs. Alwyn of my journey here," he began, "of how I missed my train, of how I missed my carriage sent to meet me from the inn, of how I walk on foot up the long hills, and when I get there they think I'm no longer coming. I arrived only last night at Vanden. Today I walk over to see my old friend at Slumberley." Dare leaned forward, laying the tips of his fingers lightly against his breast. "You seem to have had a good deal of walking," said Mr. Alwyn, rather taken aback, but anxious to be cordial. "But at any rate you will not walk back. You must stay the night, now you're here. Mustn't he, Fanny?" Dare was delighted, beaming. Then his face became overcast, his eyebrows went up. He shook his head. Mr. and Mrs. Alwyn were most kind, but he became more and more dejected. A bag, a simple valise. It could be sent for. Mr. Alwyn was too good. He revived again. He showed his even white teeth. He was about to resume his tea, when suddenly a tall white figure came lightly in through the open French windows, and a clear voice began, "Oh, Uncle John, there is such a heathen of a black poodle making excavations in the flower beds. Do—" Ruth stopped suddenly as her eyes fell upon the stranger. Dare rose instinctively. "This is Mr. Dare, Ruth," said Mr. Alwyn. "He has just arrived at Vanden." Ruth bowed. Dare surpassed himself and was silent. All his smiles and flow of small talk had suddenly deserted him. He began patting his dog, which had followed Ruth indoors, and a moment of constraint fell upon the little party. "She is shy," said Dare to himself. "She is adorably shy." Ruth's quiet, self-possessed voice dispelled that pleasing illusion. "I've had a very exhausting afternoon with Mrs. Eccles, Aunt Fanny, and I've come to you for a cup of tea before I go back to Atherstone." "Why did you walk so far this hot afternoon, my dear? And how are Mrs. Danvers and Lady Mary? And is anyone else staying there? And, my dear, are the dolls finished?" "They are," said Ruth. "They are all outrageously fashionable. Even Molly is satisfied. There is to be a school feast here tomorrow," she added, turning to Dare, who appeared bewildered at the turn the conversation was taking. "All our energies for the last fortnight have been brought to bear on dolls. We've been dressing dolls morning, noon, and night." "When is it to be, this school feast?" said Dare eagerly. "I will buy 3 dolls." After a lengthy explanation from Mrs. Alwyn as to the nature of a school feast as distinct from a bazaar, Ruth rose to go, and Mr. Alwyn offered to accompany her part of the way. "And so that is the new Mr. Dare, about whom we have all been speculating," she said, as they strolled across the fields together. "He's not like his half-brother." "No, he seems to be entirely a Frenchman. You see, he was educated abroad, and that makes a great difference. He was a very nice little boy 20 years ago. I hope he will turn out well and do his duty by the place." The neighbouring property of Vanden, with its tumble-down cottages, its neglected people, and hard agent, were often in Mr. Alwyn's thoughts. "Oh, Uncle John, he will. He must. You must help him and advise," said Ruth eagerly. "He ought to stay and live on the place and look into things for himself." "I am afraid he will be poor," said Mr. Alwyn meditatively. "Anyhow, he will be richer than he was before," urged Ruth, "and it is his duty to do something for his own people." When Ruth had said it was a duty, she imagined, like many another young soul before her, that nothing remained to be said, having yet to learn how much beside often remained to be done. "We shall see," said Mr. Alwyn, who had seen something of his fellow creatures, and they walked on together in silence. The person whose duty Ruth had been discussing so freely looked after the 2 retreating figures till they disappeared, and then turned to Mrs. Alwyn. "You and Mr. Alwyn always go to the school feast tomorrow?" Mrs. Alwyn, a little nettled, explained that of course she went, that it was her own school feast, that Mrs. Thursby at the Hall had nothing to do with it. Dare did not know who Mrs. Thursby was, but he listened with great attention. She, Mrs. Alwyn, gave it herself. Her own cook had been with her 5 years, made the cakes, and her own donkey cart conveyed the same to the field where the repast was held. "Miss Deyncourt, will she be there?" asked Dare. Mrs. Alwyn explained that all the neighbourhood, including the Thursbys, would be there, that she made a point of asking the Thursbys. "I also will come," said Dare gravely. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 3. Atherstone was a rambling, old-fashioned black and white house, half covered with ivy, standing in a rambling, old-fashioned garden. A charming garden, with clipped yews and grass paths, and straggling flowers and herbs growing up in unexpected places. In front of the house, facing the drawing-room windows, was a bowling green, across which, at this time of afternoon, the house had laid a cool green shadow. 2 ladies were sitting under its shelter, each with her work. It was hot still, but the shadows were deepening and lengthening. Away in the sun, hay was being made and carried, with cracking of whips and distant voices. Beyond the hayfields lay the silver band of the river, and beyond again the spire of Slumberley Church, and a glimpse among the trees of Slumberley Hall. "Ralph has started in the dog-cart to meet Charles. They ought to be here in half an hour, if the train is punctual," said Mrs. Ralph. She was a graceful woman, with a placid, gentle face. She might be 30, but she looked younger. With her pleasant home and her pleasant husband, and her child to be mildly anxious about, she might well look young. She looked particularly so now as she sat in her fresh cotton draperies, winding wool with cool white hands. The handwork of some women has a hard, masculine look. If they sew, it is with thick cotton in some coarse material. If they knit, it is with cricket balls of wool, which they manipulate with into wiry stockings and comforters. Evelyn's wools, on the contrary, were always soft, fleecy, liable to weak-minded tangles, and so turning, after long periods of time, into little feminine futilities, for which it was difficult to divine any possible use. Lady Mary Cunningham, her husband's aunt, made no immediate reply to her small remark. Evelyn Danvers was not a little afraid of that lady, and in truth Lady Mary, with her thin face and commanding manner, was a very imposing person. Though past 70, she sat erect in her chair, her stick by her side, some elaborate embroidery in her delicate old ringed hands. Her pale, colourless eyes were as keen as ever. Her white hair was covered by a wonderful lace cap, which no one had ever succeeded in imitating, and fell in soft lappets and graceful folds round the severe, dignified face. Molly, Evelyn's little daughter, stood in great awe of Lady Mary, who had such a splendid stick with a silver crook of her very own, and who made remarks in French in Molly's presence, which that young lady could not understand, and felt that it was not intended she should. She even regarded with a certain veneration the cap itself, which she once met in equivocal circumstances, journeying with a plait of white hair towards Lady Mary's rooms. It was the first time since their marriage, of which she had not approved, that Lady Mary had paid a visit to Ralph and Evelyn at Atherstone. Lady Mary had tried to marry Ralph in days gone by to a woman who— but it was an old story, and better forgotten. Ralph had married his first cousin when he married Evelyn, and Lady Mary had strenuously objected to the match, and had even gone so far as to threaten to alter certain clauses in her will, which she had made in favour of Ralph, her younger nephew, at a time when she was at daggers drawn with her eldest nephew, Charles, now Sir Charles Danvers. But that was an old story too, and better forgotten. When Charles succeeded his father some 3 years ago, and when, after 8 years, Molly had still remained an only child, and one of the wrong kind, of no intrinsic value to the family, Lady Mary decided that bygones should be bygones, and became formally reconciled to Charles, with whom she had already found it exceedingly inconvenient, and consequently unchristian, not to be on speaking terms. As long as he was the scapegoat son of Sir George Danvers, her Christian principles remained in abeyance. When he suddenly succeeded to the baronetcy at Stoke Moreton, the air of which suited her so well, and moreover to that convenient pied-à-terre, the house in Belgrave Square, she allowed feelings which she said she had hitherto repressed with difficulty their full scope, expressed a Christian hope that now that he had come to this estate, Charles would put away bohemian things, and instantly set to work to find a suitable wife for him. At first Lady Mary felt that the task which she had imposed upon herself would, D.V., be light indeed. Charles received her overtures with the same courteous demeanour which had been the chief sting of their former warfare. He paid his creditors, no one knew how, for his father had left nothing to him unentailed, and once out of money difficulties, he seemed in no hurry to plunge into them again. If he had not as yet thoroughly taken up the life of an English country gentleman, for want of that necessary adjunct which Lady Mary was so anxious to supply, at least he lived in England and in good society. In short, Lady Mary was fond of telling her friends Charles had entirely reformed, hinting at the same time that she had been the humble instrument, in the hands of an all-wise Providence, which had turned him back into the way in which the English aristocracy should walk, and from which he had deviated so long. But one thing remained: to marry him. Everyone said Charles must marry. Lady Mary did not say it, but with her whole soul she meant it. What she intended to do, she, as a rule, performed, occasionally at the expense of those who were little able to afford it, but still the thing was, always of course by the co-operation of Providence, done. Ralph certainly had proved an exception to the rule. He had married Evelyn against Lady Mary's will, and consequently without the blessing of Providence. After that, of course, she had never expected there would be a son, and with each year her anxiety to see Charles safely married had increased. He seemed so amenable that at first she could hardly believe that the steed which she had led to waters of such diverse merit would refuse to drink from any of them. If rank had no charm for him, which apparently it had not, she would try beauty. When beauty failed, even beauty with money in its hand, Lady Mary hesitated, and then fell back on goodness. But either the goodness was not good enough, or, as Lady Mary feared, it was not sufficiently high church to be really genuine. Even goodness failed. For 3 years she had strained every nerve, and at the end of them she was no nearer the object in view than when she had begun. An inconvenient death of a sister, with whom she had long since quarrelled about church matters, and who had now gone where her folly in differing from Lady Mary would be fully, if painfully, brought home to her, had prevented Lady Mary continuing her designs this year in London. But if thwarted in one direction, she knew how to throw her energies into another. The first words she uttered indicated what that direction was. Evelyn's little remark about the dog-cart, which had gone to meet Charles, had so long remained without any response that she was about to coin another of the same stamp, when Lady Mary suddenly said, with a decision that was intended to carry conviction to the heart of her companion, "It is an exceedingly suitable thing." Evelyn evidently understood what it was that was so suitable, but she made no reply. "A few years ago," continued Lady Mary, "I should have looked higher. I should have thought Charles might have done better, but he never could do better than, said Evelyn with a little mild flutter. "There is no one in the world more—" "Yes, yes, my dear, of course we all know that," returned the elder lady. "She is much too good for him, and all the rest of it. A few years ago I was saying I might not have regarded it quite in the light I do now. Charles, with his distinguished appearance and his position, might have married anybody. But time passes, and I am becoming seriously anxious about him. I am indeed. He is 38. In 2 years he will be 40, and at 40 you never know what a man may not do. It is a critical age, even when they are married. Until he is 40 a man may be led under Providence into forming a connection with a woman of suitable age and family. After that age he will never look at any girl out of her teens, and either perpetrates a folly or does not marry at all. If the Danvers family is not to become extinct, or to be dragged down by a mésalliance, measures must be taken at once." Evelyn winced at the allusion to the extinction of the Danvers family, of which Charles and Ralph were the only representatives. She felt keenly, having failed to give Ralph a son, and the sudden smart of the old hurt added a touch of sharpness to her usually gentle voice, as she said, "I cannot see what has been left undone." "No, my dear," said Lady Mary, more suavely. "You have fallen in with my views most sensibly. I only hope Ralph knows nothing about it." "Quite right. It is very much better he should not. Men never can be made to look at things in their proper light. They have no power of seeing an inch in front of them. Even Charles, who is less dense than most men, has never been allowed to form an idea of the plans which from time to time I have made for him. Nothing sets a man more against marriage than the idea that it has been put in his way. They like to think it is all their own doing, and that the whole universe will be taken by surprise when the engagement is given out. Charles is no exception to the rule. Our duty is to provide a wife for him, and then allow him to think his own extraordinary cleverness found her for himself. How old is this cousin of yours, Miss Deyncourt?" "About 23. "Exceedingly suitable. Young, and yet not too young. She is not beautiful, but she is decidedly handsome, and very high-bred looking, which is better than beauty. I know all about her family. Good blood on both sides, no worsted thread. I forget if there is any money." This was a pious fraud on Lady Mary's part, and she was of course aware of the exact sum. "Lady Deyncourt left her £30,000, said Evelyn, unwillingly. She hated herself for the part she was taking in her aunt's plans, although she had been so unable to support her feeble opposition by any show of reason that it had long since melted away before the consuming fire of Lady Mary's determined authority. 1,200 a year, said that lady. I fear Lady Deyncourt was far, very far from the truth, but she seems to have made an equitable will. I'm glad Miss Deyncourt is not entirely without means, and she has probably something of her own as well. The more I see of that girl, the more convinced I am that she is the very wife for Charles. There's no objection to the match in any way, unless it lies in that disreputable brother, who seems to have entirely disappeared. Now, Evelyn, mark my words. You invited her here at my wish, after I saw her with that dreadful Albin woman at the flower show. You will never regret it. I am 75 years of age, and I've seen something of men and women. Those two will suit. Here comes the dog-cart, said Evelyn, with evident relief. Where is Miss Deyncourt? She went off to Slumberley some time ago. She said she was going to the rectory, I believe. It is just as well. Ah, here is Charles. A tall, distinguished-looking man in a light overcoat came slowly round the corner of the house as she spoke, and joined them on the lawn. Evelyn went to meet him with evident affection, which met with as evident a return, and he then exchanged a more formal greeting with his aunt. Come and sit down here, said Evelyn, pulling forward a garden chair. How hot and tired you look. I'm tired to death, Evelyn. I went to London in May a comparatively young man. Aunt Mary said I ought to go, and so, of course, I went. I've come back not only sadder and wiser, that I would try to bear, but visibly aged. He took off his hat as he spoke, and wearily pushed back the hair from his forehead. Lady Mary looked at him over her spectacles with grave scrutiny. She had not seen her nephew for many months, and she was not pleased with what she saw. His face looked thin and worn, and she even feared she could detect a grey hair or two in the light hair and moustache. His tired, sarcastic eyes met hers. I was afraid you would think I had gone off, he said, half shutting his eyes in the manner habitual to him. I fear I took your exhortations too much to heart, and overworked myself in the good cause. The season is always an exhausting thing, said Lady Mary, and I dare say London is very hot now. Hot? It's more than hot. It's a solemn warning to evildoers, a foretaste of a future state. I suppose everybody has left town by this time, continued Lady Mary, who often found it necessary even now to ignore parts of her nephew's conversation. By everybody, I know you mean one family. Yes, they are gone, left London today. Consequently, I also conveyed my remains out of town, feeling that I had done my duty. Where is Ralph? asked Evelyn, rising, dimly conscious that Charles and his aunt were conversing in an unknown tongue, and feeling herself de trop. I left him in the shrubbery. A stoat crossed the road before the horse's nose as we drove up, and Ralph, who seemed to have been specially invented by Providence for the destruction of small vermin, was in attendance on it in a moment. I've seen something of the kind before, so I came on. Evelyn laid down her work, and went across the lawn and round the corner of the house in the direction of the shrubbery, from which the voice of her lord and master rose in snatches as he plunged in and out among the laurels. And how is Lord Hope Acton? Continued Lady Mary, with an air of elaborate unconcern. I used to know him in old days as one of the best waltzers in London. I remember him very slim and elegant-looking, but I suppose he's quite elderly now, and has lost his figure? Or so someone was saying. Not lost, but gone before, I should say, to judge by appearance, said Charles, meditatively, gazing up into the blue of the summer sky. The mixed impiety and indelicacy of her nephew's remark caused a sudden twitch to the high church embroidery in Lady Mary's hand, but she went on a moment later in her usual tone. And Lady Hope Acton, is she in stronger health? I believe she was fairly well. Not robust, you know, but like other fond mothers with daughters out, faint yet pursuing. Lady Mary bit her lip, but long experience had taught her that it was wiser to refrain from reproof, even when it was so urgently needed. And their daughter, Lady Grace? How beautiful she is! Was she looking as lovely as usual? More so, replied Charles with conviction. Her nose is even straighter, her eyelashes even longer than they were last summer. I do not hesitate to say that her complexion is all that her fancy paints it. You are so fond of joking, Charles, that I don't know when you are serious. And you saw a good deal of her? Of course I did. I leaned on the railings in the Row and watched her riding with Lord Hope Acton, whose personal appearance you feel such an interest in. At the meeting of the Four in Hands, was not she on the box seat beside me? At Henley, were we not in the same boat? At Hurlingham, did we not watch polo together, and together drink our tea? At Lord's, did I not tear her new muslin garment in helping her up one of those poultry ladders on the Torrington's drag? Have I not taken her in to dinner 5 several times? Have I not danced with her at balls innumerable? Have I not, in fact, seen as much of her as of several others? Oh, Charles, said Lady Mary, I wish you would talk seriously for one moment, and not in that light way. Have you spoken? In a light way, I should say I have spoken a good deal, but seriously, no. I have never ventured to be serious. But you will be. After all this, you will ask her? Aunt Mary, replied Charles with gentle reproach, a certain delicacy should be observed in probing the exact state of a man's young affections. At 35, I know I am 35 because you've told people so for the last 3 years, there exists a certain reticence in the youthful heart which declines to lay bare its inmost feelings, even for an aunt to, we won't say peck at, but speculate upon. I have told you all I know. I have done what I was bidden to do, up to a certain point. I am now here to recruit and restore my wasted energies, and possibly to heal, observe, I say possibly, my wounded affections in the intimacy of my family circle. That reminds me that little ungrateful imp Molly has not yet made the slightest demonstration of joy at my arrival. Where is she? Without waiting for an answer, which he was well aware would not be forthcoming, Charles rose and strolled towards the house with his hands behind his back. Molly, he called. Molly! Standing bareheaded in the sunshine under a certain latticed window, the iron bars of which suggested a nursery within. There was a sudden answering cackle of delight, and a little brown head was thrust out amid the ivy. Come down this very moment, you little hard-hearted person, and embrace your old uncle. I'm coming, Uncle Charles, I'm coming. And the brown head disappeared, and a few seconds later a white frock and 2 slim black legs rushed round the corner, and Molly precipitated herself against the waistcoat of Uncle Charles. What do you mean by not coming down and paying your respects sooner? He said, when the first enthusiasm of his reception was over, looking down at Molly with a great kindness in the keen light eyes which had looked so apathetic and sarcastic a moment before. As he spoke, Ralph Danvers, a square, ruddy man in grey knickerbockers, came triumphantly round from the shrubbery, holding by its tail a minute corpse with outstretched arms and legs. Got him, he said, smiling, and wiping his brow with honest pride. See, Charles? See, Molly? Got him! Don't bring it here, Ralph, please. We're going to have tea, came Evelyn's gentle voice from the lawn, and Ralph and the terrier Vic retired to hang the body of the slain upon a fir tree on the back premises, the recognised long home of Stoats and Weasels at Atherstone. Molly, in the presence of Lady Mary and the stick with the silver crook, was always more or less depressed and shy. She felt the pale, cold eye of that lady was upon her, as indeed it generally was, if she moved or spoke. She did not therefore join in the conversation as freely as was her wont in the family circle, but sat on the grass by her uncle, watching him with adoring eyes, trying to work the signet ring off his big little finger, which in the memory of man, of Molly I mean, had never been known to work off, while she gave him the benefit of small pieces of local and personal news in a half-whisper from time to time as they occurred to her. Cousin Ruth is staying here, Uncle Charles. Indeed, said Charles absently. His eyes had wandered to Evelyn taking Ralph his cup of tea, and giving him a look with it, which he returned, the quiet, grave look of mutual confidence which sometimes passes between married people, and which for the moment makes the single state seem very single indeed. Molly saw that he had not heard, and that she must try some more exciting topic in order to rivet his attention. There was a mass of prayers yesterday, Uncle Charles. There wasn't. Uncle Charles was attending again now. Molly gave an exact account of the great event, and of how Nanny had gathered her skirts round her and how James had laughed, only father did not see him, and how there was a great deal more, and the story ended tragically for the mouse, whose final demise under a shovel, when prayers were over, Molly described in graphic detail. "And how are the guinea pigs?" asked Charles, putting down his cup. "Come and see them," whispered Molly, insinuating her small hand delightedly into his big one, and they went off together, each happy in the society of the other. Charles was introduced to the guinea pigs, which had multiplied exceedingly since he had presented them, the one named after him being even then engaged in rearing a large family. Then, after Molly had copiously watered her garden, and Charles's unsuspecting boots at the same time, objects of interest still remained to be seen and admired, confidences had to be exchanged, inner pockets in Charles's waistcoat to be explored, and it was not till the dressing bell and the shrill voice of Nanny from an upper window recalled them that the friends returned towards the house. As they turned to go indoors, Charles saw a tall white figure skimming across the stretches of low sunshine and long shadow in the field beyond the garden, and making swiftly for the garden gate. "Oh, Molly, Molly!" he said in a tone of sudden consternation, squeezing the little brown hand in his. "Who is that?" Molly looked at him astonished. A moment ago Uncle Charles had been talking merrily, and now he looked quite sad. "It's only Ruth," she said reassuringly. "Who is Ruth?" "Cousin Ruth," replied Molly. "I told you she was here." "She's not staying here." "Yes, she is. She's rather nice, and she says the guinea pigs smell nasty, which isn't true. She will be late," with evident concern, "if she's going to be laced up, and I know she is, because I saw it on her bed. She doesn't see us yet. Let us go and meet her." "Run along, then," said Charles, in a tone of deep dejection, loosing Molly's hand. "I think I'll go indoors." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 4. "I've done Uncle Charles a buttonhole and put it in his water bottle," said Molly in an important affair whisper, as she came into Ruth's room a few minutes before dinner, where Ruth and her maid were struggling with a black lace dress. "Mrs. Jones, you must be very quick. Why do you have pins in your mouth, Mrs. Jones? James has got his coat on, and he's going to ring the bell in 1 minute. I told him you had only just got your hair done, but he said he could not help that. Uncle Charles," peeping through the door, "is going down now, and he's got on a beautiful white waistcoat. He's brought that nice Mr. Brown with him that unpacks his things and plays on the concertina. Ah, there's the bell." And Molly hurried down to give a description of the exact stage at which Ruth's toilet had arrived, which Ruth cut short by appearing hard upon her heels. "It's a shame to come indoors now, isn't it?" said Charles, as he was introduced and took her in to dinner in the wake of Lady Mary and Ralph. "Just the first cool time of the day." "Is it?" said Ruth, still rather pink with her late exertions. "When I heard the dressing bell ring across the fields, and the last gate would not open, and I found the railings through which I had precipitated myself had been newly painted, I own I thought it had never been so hot all day." "How trying it is to be forgotten," said Charles, after a pause. "We've met before, Miss Deyncourt, but I see you don't remember me. I gave you time to recollect me by throwing out that little remark about the weather, but it was no good." Ruth glanced at him and looked puzzled. "I'm afraid I don't," she said at last. "I've seen you playing polo once or twice and driving your four in hand, but I thought I only knew you by sight. When did we meet before?" "You have no recollection of a certain ball after some theatricals at Stoke Moreton, which you and your sister came to as little girls in pigtails?" "Of course I remember that. And were you there?" "Was I there? Oh, the ingratitude of woman! Did not I dance 3 times with each of you, and suggest chicken at supper instead of lobster salad? Does not the lobster salad awaken memories? Surely you have not forgotten that?" Ruth began to smile. "I remember now. So you were the kind man, name unknown, who took such care of Anna and me. How good-natured you were." "Thanks. You evidently do remember now, if you say that. I recognized you at once, when I saw you again, by your likeness to your brother Raymond. You were very like him then, but much more so now. How is he?" Ruth's dark grey eyes shot a sudden surprised glance at him. People had seldom of late inquired after Raymond. "I believe he's quite well," she replied in a constrained tone. "I've not heard from him for some time." "It's some years since I met him," said Charles, noting but ignoring her change of tone. "I used to see a good deal of him before he went to—was it America? I heard from him about 3 years ago. He was prospecting, I think, at that time." Ruth remembered that Charles had succeeded his father about 3 years ago. She remembered also Raymond's capacities for borrowing. A sudden instinct told her what the drift of that letter had been. The blood rushed into her face. "Oh, he didn't, did he?" The other 3 people were talking together. Lady Mary, opposite, was joining with a bland smile of inward satisfaction in the discussion between Ralph and Evelyn as to the rival merits of Cochin Chinas and Plymouth Rocks. "If he did," said Charles quietly, "it was only what we had often done for each other before. There was a time, Miss Deyncourt, when your brother and I both rowed in the same boat. Both, I fancy, split on the same rock. It was not so long since—" There was a sudden silence. The chicken question was exhausted. It dropped dead. Charles left his sentence unfinished, and, turning to his brother, the conversation became general. In the evening, when the others had said good night, Charles and Ralph went out into the cool half-darkness to smoke, and paced up and down on the lawn in the soft summer night. The 2 brothers had not met for some time, and in an undemonstrative way they had a genuine affection for each other, which showed itself on this occasion in walking about together without exchanging a word. At last Charles broke the silence. "I thought when I settled to come down here you said you would be alone." There was a shade of annoyance in his tone. "Well, now, that is just what I said at the time," said Ralph sleepily, with a yawn that would have accompanied a Jonah. "Only I was told I did not understand. They always say I don't understand if they're set on anything. I thought you wanted a little peace and quietness. I said so, but Aunt Mary settled we must have someone. I say, Charles," with a chuckle of deep masculine cunning, "you just look out. There's some mystery up about Ruth. I believe Aunt Mary got Evelyn to ask her here with an eye to business." "I would not do Aunt Mary the injustice to doubt that for a moment," replied Charles rather bitterly, and they relapsed into silence and smoke. Presently Ralph, who had been out all day, yawned himself into the house, and left Charles to pace up and down by himself. If Lady Mary, who was at that moment composing herself to slumber in the best spare bedroom, had heard the gist of Ralph's remarks to his brother, I think she would have risen up and confronted him then and there on the stairs. As it was, she meditated on her couch with much satisfaction, until the sleep of the just came upon her, little recking that the clumsy hand of brutal man had even then torn the veil from her carefully concealed and deeply laid feminine plans. Charles, meanwhile, remained on the lawn till late into the night. After 2 months of London smuts and London smoke and London nights, the calm, scented darkness had a peculiar charm for him. The few lights in the windows were going out one by one, and thousands were coming out in the quiet sky. Through the still air came the sound of a corncrake perpetually winding up its watch at regular intervals in a field hard by. A little desultory breeze hovered near, and just roused the sleepy trees to whisper a good night. And Charles paced, and thought of many things. Only last night. His mind went back to the picture gallery where he and Lady Grace had sat amid a grove of palms and flowers. Through the open archway at a little distance came a flood of light and a surging echo of plaintive, appealing music. It was late, or rather early, for morning was looking in with cold, dispassionate eyes through the long windows. The gallery was comparatively empty for a London gathering, for the balconies and hall were crowded, and the rooms were thinning. To all intents and purposes they were alone. How nearly he had asked for what he knew would not have been refused. How nearly he had decided to do at once what might still be put off till tomorrow. And he must marry. He often told himself so. She was there beside him on the yellow brocade ottoman. She was much too good for him, but she liked him. Should he do it now? He asked himself, as he watched the slender gloved hand swaying the feather fan with monotonous languor. But when he took her back to the ballroom, back to an expectant, tired mother, he had not done it. He should be at their house in Scotland later. He thought he would wait till then. He breathed a long sigh of relief in the quiet darkness now at the thought that he had not done it. He had a haunting presentiment that neither in the Purple Heather, any more than in a London ballroom, would he be able to pass beyond that certain point to which, in divers companionship, with or without assistance, he had so often attained. For Charles was genuinely anxious to marry. He regarded with the greatest interest every eligible and ineligible young woman whom he came across. If Lady Mary had been aware of the very serious light in which he considered Miss Louisa Smith, youngest daughter of a certain curate Smith, who in his youth had been originally extracted from a refreshment room at Liverpool to become an ornament of the church, that lady would have swooned with horror. But neither Miss Louisa Smith, with her bun and sandwich ancestry, nor the 8th Lord Breakwater's young and lovely sister, though both willing to undertake the situation, were either of them finally offered it. Charles remained free as air, and a dreadful stigma gradually attached to him as a heartless flirt and a perverter of young girls' minds from men of more solid worth. A man who pleases easily and is hard to please soon gets a bad name among mothers. I don't think Lady Hope Acton would have thought very kindly of him had she sped up to Scotland in the night mail. Perhaps he was not so much to blame as she thought. Long ago, 10 long years ago, in the reckless days of which Lady Mary had then made so much, and now made so little, poor Charles had been deeply in love with a good woman, a gentle, quiet girl, who after a time had married his brother Ralph. No one had suspected his attachment, Ralph and Evelyn least of all, but several years elapsed before he found time to visit them at Etherston, and I think his fondness for Molly had its origin in his feeling for her mother. Even now it sometimes gave him a momentary pang to meet the adoration in Molly's eyes, which with her dark lashes she had copied so exactly from Evelyn's. And now that he could come with ease on what had been forbidden ground, he had seen of late clearly, with the insight that comes of dispassionate consideration, that Evelyn, the only woman whom he had ever earnestly loved, whom he would have turned heaven and earth to have been able to marry, had not been in the least suited to him, and that to have married her would have entailed a far more bitter disappointment than the loss of her had been. Evelyn made Ralph an admirable wife. She was so placid, so gentle, and, with the exception of muddy boots in the drawing-room, so unexacting. It was sweet to see her read to Molly, but did she never take up a book or a paper? What she said was always gracefully put forth, but, oh, in old days, used she in that same gentle voice to utter such platitudes, such little stereotyped remarks? Used she, in the palmy days that were no more, when she was not Ralph's wife, so mildly but so firmly to adhere to a preconceived opinion? Had she formerly such fixed opinions on every subject in general, and on new-laid eggs and the propriety of chicken hutches on the lawn in particular? Disillusion may be for our good, like other disagreeable things, but it is seldom pleasant at the time, and is apt to leave in all except the most conceited natures, whose lifelong mistakes are committed for our learning, a strange self-distrustful caution behind, which is mortally afraid of making a second mistake of the same kind. Charles suddenly checked his pacing. And yet surely, he said to himself, there were in the world somewhere good women of another stamp who might be found for diligent seeking. He turned impatiently to go indoors. "Oh, Molly, Molly," he said half aloud, gazing at the darkened windows behind which the body of Molly was sleeping, while her little soul was frisking away in fairyland, with which reflection he brought his meditations to a close for the night. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 5. Molly awoke early on the following morning, and early informed the rest of the household that the weather was satisfactory. She flew into Ruth's room with the hot water to wake her and set her mind at rest on a subject of such engrossing interest. She imparted it repeatedly to Charles through his keyhole, until a low, incoherent muttering convinced her that he also was rejoicing in the good news. She took all the dolls out of the baskets in which Ruth's careful hands had packed them the evening before, in the recognised manner in which dolls travel without detriment to their toilets, namely, head downward with their orange top boots turned upwards to the sky. In short, Molly busied herself in the usual ways in which an only child finds employment. It really was a glorious day. Except in Molly's eyes, it was almost too good a day for a school feast. Too good a day, Ruth thought, as she looked out, to be spent entirely in playing at endless games of Sally Water and Oranges and Lemons, and in pouring out sweet tea in a tent. She remembered a certain sketch at Arley, an old deserted house in the neighbourhood, which she long wished to make. What a day for a sketch! But she shut her eyes to the temptation of the evil one, and went out into the garden, where Molly's little brown hands were devastating the beds for the approaching festival, and Molly's shrill voice was piping through the fresh morning air. There had been rain in the night, and today the earth had all her diamonds on, just sent down reset from heaven. The trees came out resplendent, unable to keep their leaves still for very vanity, and dropping gems out of their settings at every rustle. No one had been forgotten. Every tiniest shrub and plant had its little tiara to show, rare jewels cut by a master hand, which, at man's rude touch, or for that matter Molly's either, slid away to tears. "You don't mean to say, Molly," said Charles, later in the day, when all the dolls had been passed in review before him, and he criticised each, "that you're going to leave me all day by myself? What shall I do between luncheon and tea-time, when I have fed the guinea pigs and watered the bluebellia, as you call it? Where has that imp disappeared to now? I think," with a glance at Ruth, who was replacing the cotton wool on the dolls' faces, "I really think, though I own I fancied I had a previous engagement, that I shall be obliged to come to the school feast too." "Don't," said Ruth, looking up suddenly from her work with grey, serious eyes. "Be advised, no man who respects himself makes himself common by attending village school feasts and attempting to pour out tea, which he is never allowed to do in private life." "My good hand buns," suggested Charles. "You take a gloomy view of your fellow creatures, Miss Deyncourt. I see you underrate my powers with plates of buns." "Far from it. I only wished to keep you from quitting your proper sphere." "What, may I ask, is my proper sphere?" "Not to come to school feasts at all, or if you feel that is beyond you, only to arrive when you are too late to be of any use, to stand about with a hunting crop in your hand, for of course you will come on horseback, and then, after refreshing all of us workers by a few well-chosen remarks, to go away again at an easy canter." "I think I could do that, if it would give you pleasure, and I am most grateful to you for pointing out my proper course to me. I have observed it is the prerogative of woman in general not only to be absolutely convinced as to her own line of action, but also to be able to point out that of man to his obtuser perceptions." "I believe you are perfectly right," said Ruth, becoming serious. "If men, especially Prime Ministers, were to apply to almost any woman I know, except of course myself, for advice as to the administration of the realm or their own family affairs, I have not the slightest doubt that not one of them would be sent empty away, but would be furnished instantly with a complete guide-book as to his future movements on this side of the grave." "Oh, some people don't stop there," said Charles. "Aunt Mary, in my young days, used to think nothing of the grave if I had displeased her. She still revels in a future course of justice, and an eternal cat-o'-nine-tails beyond the tomb. Well, Molly, so here you are back again. What's the last news?" The news was the extraordinary arrival of 5 new kittens, which, according to Molly, the old stable cat had just discovered in a loft, and took the keenest personal interest in. Charles was dragged away, only half acquiescent, to help in a decision that must instantly be come to, as to which of the 2 spotted or the 3 plain ones should be kept. It was a day of delight to Molly. She had the responsibility and honour of driving Ruth and the dolls in her own donkey-cart to the scene of action, where the school-children, and some of the idlest or most good-natured of Mrs. Alwyn's friends, were even then assembling, and where Mrs. Alwyn herself was already dashing from point to point, buzzing like a large bumblebee. As the donkey-cart crawled up, a grey figure darted out of the tent, and flew to meet them from afar. Dare, who had been on the lookout for them for some time, offered to lift out Molly, helped out Ruth, held the baskets, wished to unharness the donkey, let the wheel go over his patent leather shoe, and in short made himself excessively agreeable, if not in Ruth's, at least in Molly's eyes, who straightway entered into conversation with him, and invited him to call upon herself and the guinea pigs at Atherstone at an early date. Then ensued the usual scene of festivities of this description. Tea was poured out like water, very like warm water. Buns, cakes, and bread and butter were eaten, were crumbled, were put in pockets, were stamped underfoot. Large open tarts, covered with thin sticks of pastry, called by the boys the tarts with the grubs on 'em, disappeared apace, being constantly replaced by others made in the same image, from which the protecting but adhesive newspaper had to be judiciously peeled. When the last limit of the last child had been reached, the real work of the day began, the games. Under a blazing sun, for the space of 2 hours, Sally Water or Nuts in May must be played, with an occasional change to oranges and lemons. Ruth, who had before been staying with the Alwyns at the time of their school feast, hardened her heart, and began that immoral but popular game of Sally Water. Sally, Sally Water, come sprinkle your pan, rise up a husband, a handsome young man. Rise, Sally, rise, and don't look sad, you shall have a husband, good or bad. The last line, showing how closely the state of feeling of village society, as regards the wedded state, resembles the view taken of it in the highest circles. Other games were already in full swing. Mrs. Alwyn, flushed and shrill, was organising an infant troop. A good-natured curate was laying up for himself treasure elsewhere by a present expenditure of halfpence secreted in a tub of bran. Dare, not to be behindhand, took to swinging little girls with desperate and heated good nature. His bright smile and genial brown face soon gained the confidence of the children, and then he swung them as they had never been swung before. It was positively the first time that some of the girls had ever seen their heels above their heads, and his powers of endurance were so great. First his coat and then his waistcoat were cast aside as he warmed to his work, until at last he dragged the sleeves of his shirt out of the socket and had to retire into private life behind a tree, in company with Mrs. Eccles and a needle and thread. But he reappeared again, and was soon swept into a game of cricket that was being got up among the elder boys. Bold, the schoolmaster, batted brilliantly and with considerable flourish for a few moments, only to knock his own wickets down with what seemed singular want of care, and then fielded with cat-like activity and an entire oblivion of the game, receiving of a swift ball on his own person, only to choke, coil himself up, and recover his equanimity and the ball in a moment. All things come to an end, and at last the Slumberley church clock struck 4, and Ruth could sink giddily onto a bench and push back the few remaining hairpins that were left to her, and feebly endeavour, with a pin eagerly extracted by Dane from the back of his neck, to join the gaping ruin of torn gathers in her dress, so daintily fresh 2 hours ago, so dilapidated now. "There they come," said Mrs. Alwyn indignantly, who was fanning herself with her pocket-handkerchief, which stout women ought to be forbidden by law to do. "There are Mrs. Thursby and Mabel, just like them, arriving when the games are all over. Dear me, who is that with them? Why, it is Sir Charles Danvers. I had no idea he was staying with them. Brown particularly told me they had not brought back any friend with them yesterday. Dear me, how odd. And Brown, Sir Charles Danvers is staying at Atherstone," said Ruth. "At Atherstone, is he? Well, my dear, this is the first I've heard of it, if he is. I don't see what there is to be made a secret of in that. Most naturally he should be staying there, I should have thought. And if that's one of Mabel's new gowns, all I can say is that yours is quite as nice, Ruth, though I know it is from last year, and those full fronts are as fashionable as ever." As Mr. and Mrs. Alwyn went forward to meet the Thursbys, Charles strolled up to Ruth and planted himself deliberately in front of her. "You observe that I am here," he said. "I do." "At the proper time?" "At the proper time." "And in my sphere? I've tampered with no buns, you will remark, and teapots have been far from me." "I am exceedingly rejoiced my little word in season has been of such use. The remark you made this morning I considered honest, though poor, and I laid it to heart accordingly. But," with a change of tone, "you look tired to death. You've been out in the sun too long. I'm going off now. I only came because I met the Thursbys, and they dragged me here. Come home with me through the woods. You have no idea how agreeable I am in the open air. It will be shady all the way, and not half so fatiguing as being shaken in Molly's donkey-cart." "In the donkey-cart I must return, however, if I die on the way," said Ruth, with a tired smile. I can't leave Molly. Besides, all is not over yet. The races and prizes take time. When at last they are dismissed, a slice of— No, Miss Deyncourt, no, not more food. A slice of cake will be applied externally to each of the children, which rite brings the festivities to a close. There. I see the dolls are being carried out. I must go. And a moment later Ruth and Molly and Dare, who had been hovering near, were busily unpacking and shaking out the dolls, and Charles, after a little desultory conversation with Mabel Thursby, strolled away with his hands behind his back and his nose in the air in the manner habitual to him. And so the day wore itself out at last, and after a hymn had been shrieked, the children were dismissed, and Ruth and Molly at length drove away. "Hasn't it been delicious?" said Molly, "and my doll was chosen first. Lucy Big, with the rash on her face, got it. I wish little Sarah had had it. I do love Sarah so very much, but Sarah had yours, Ruth, with the real pocket and the handkerchief in it. That would be a surprise to her when she gets home. And that new gentleman was so kind about the teapots, wasn't he? He always filled mine first. He's coming to see me very soon, and to bring a curious black dog that he has of his very own called—" "Stop, Molly," said Ruth, as the donkey's head was being sawed round towards the blazing high road. "Let us go home through the woods. I know it is longer, but I can't stand any more sun and dust to-day." "You do look tired," said Molly, "and your lips are quite white. My lips turned white once before I had the measles, and I felt very curious inside, and then spots came all over. You don't feel like spots, do you, Cousin Ruth? We'll go back by the woods, and I'll open the gates, and you shall hold the reins. I dare say Barnum will like it better." Molly had called her donkey Barnum, partly owing to a misapprehension of scripture narrative, and partly owing to the assurance of Charles, when in sudden misgiving she had consulted him on the point, that Barnum had been an ass. Barnum's reluctant underjaw was accordingly turned in the direction of the woods, and little thinking the drive might prove an eventful one, Ruth and Molly set off at that easy amble which a well-fed, pampered donkey would occasionally indulge in. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 6. After the glare and the noise, the shrill blasts of penny trumpets, and the sustained beating of penny drums, the silence of the Slumberley woods was delightful to Ruth. The comparative silence, that is to say, for where Molly was, absolute silence need never be feared. Long before the first gate had been reached, Balsam had, of course, returned to the mode of procedure which suited him and his race best, and it was only when the road inclined to be downhill that he could be urged into anything like a trot. "Never mind," said Molly consolingly to Ruth, as he finally settled into a slow lounge, gracefully waving his ears and tail at the army of flies which accompanied him. "When we get to the place where the firs are, and the road goes between the rocks, it's downhill all the way, and we'll gallop down." But it was a long way to the firs, and Ruth was in no hurry. It was an ideal afternoon, verging towards evening, an afternoon of golden lights and broken shadows, of vivid greens in shady places. It must have been on such a day as this, Ruth thought, that the Almighty walked in the Garden of Eden when the sun was low, while as yet the tree of knowledge was but in blossom, while as yet autumn and its apples were far off, long before fig leaves and millinery were thought of. On either side the bracken and the lady fern grew thick and high, almost overlapping the broad moss-grown path, across which the young rabbits popped away in their new brown coats, showing their little white linings in their lazy haste. A dog rose had hung out a whole constellation of pale stars for Molly to catch at as they passed. A family of honeysuckles clung, faint and sweet, just beyond the reach of the little hand that stretched after them in turn. They had reached the top of an ascent that would have been level to anything but the mean spirit of a donkey, when Molly gave a start. "Cousin Ruth, there's something creepy among the trees. Don't you hear it? Oh!" There was a movement in the bracken, which grew too thick and high to allow of anything being easily seen at a little distance. "If it's a lion," said Molly in a faint whisper, "and I feel in my heart it is, he must have Barnum." Barnum at this moment pricked his large ears, and Molly and Ruth both heard the snapping of a twig, and saw a figure slip behind a tree. Molly's spirits rose, and Ruth's went down in proportion. The woods were lonely, and they were nearing the most lonely part. "It's only a man," said Ruth, rather sharply. "I expect it is one of the keepers." "Oh, Ruth." "Come, Molly, we shall never get home at this rate. Whip up Barlam and let us trot down the hill." Much relieved about Barlam's immediate future, Molly incited him to a really noble trot, and did not allow him to relapse even on the flat which followed. Through the rattling and the jolting, however, Ruth could still hear a stealthy rustle in the fern and underwood. The man was following them. "He's coming after us," whispered Molly, with round, frightened eyes, "and Barlam will stop in a minute, I know. Oh, Cousin Ruth, what shall we do?" Ruth hesitated. They were nearing the steep pitch where the firs overhung the road, which was cut out between huge boulders of rock and sandstone. The ground rose rough and precipitous on their right, and fell away to their left. Just over the brow of the hill, out of sight, was, as she well knew, the second gate. The noise in the brushwood had ceased. Turning suddenly, her quick eye just caught sight of a figure disappearing behind the slope of the falling ground to the left. He was a lame man, and he was running. In a moment she saw that he was making a short cut, with the intention of waylaying them at the gate. He would get there long before they would, and even then Barlam was beginning the ascent, which really was an ascent this time, at his slowest walk. Molly's teeth were chattering in her little head. "Now, Molly," said Ruth sharply, "listen to me, and don't be a baby. He'll wait for us at the gate, so he can't see us here. Get out this moment, and we will both run up the hill to the keeper's cottage at the top of the bank. We shall get there first, because he is lame." They had passed the bracken now, and were among the moss and sandstone beneath the firs. Ruth hastily dragged Molly out of the cart without stopping Barlam, who proceeded, twirling his ears, leisurely, without them. "Oh, my poor Barlam!" sobbed Molly, with a backward glance at that unconscious favourite marching towards its doom. "There's no time to think of poor Barlam now," replied Ruth. "Run on in front of me, and don't step on anything crackly." "Never in this world," thought Ruth, "will I come alone here with Molly again. Never again will I—" But it was stiff climbing, and the remainder of the resolution was lost. They are high to the right above the white gate now. The keeper's cottage is in sight, built against a ledge of rock, up to which wide rough steps have been cut in the sandstone. Ruth looks down at the gate below. He is waiting. The dreadful man is waiting there, as she expected. And Barlam, toying with a fern, is at that moment coming round the corner. She sees that he takes in the situation instantly. There is but one way in which they can have fled, and he knows it. In a moment he comes halting and pounding up the slope. He sees their white dresses among the firs. "Run, Molly! Run, Ruth! Spare no expense! If your new black sash catches in the briars, let it catch." He did not, for he is making wonderful play with that lame leg up the hill. It's an even race. Now for the stone steps. How many more are there than there ever were before? Quick, through the wicket, and up through the little kitchen garden. Molly is at the door first, beating upon it, and calling wildly on the name of Brown. And then Ruth's heart turns sick within her. The door is locked. Through the window, which usually blossoms with geraniums, she can see the black fireplace and the bare walls. No Brown within answers to Molly's cries. Brown has been turned away for drinking. Mrs. Brown, who hung a slender wash on the hedge only last week, has departed with her lord. Brown's cottage is tenantless. The pursuer must have known it when he breasted the hill. A mixed sound as of swearing and stumbling comes from the direction of the stone steps. The pursuer is evidently intoxicated, probably lunatic. "Quick, Molly!" gasped Ruth. "Round by the back, and then cut down towards the young plantation, and make for the road again. Don't stop for me." The little yard, the pigsty, the water butt fly past. Past fly the empty kennels. Past does not fly the other gate. Locked, padlocked. It's like a bad dream. Molly, with a windmill-like exhibition of black legs, gives Ruth a lead over. "Now for it, Ruth. The bars are close together, and the gate is high. It's not a time to stick at trifles. What does it matter if you can get over best by assuming a masculine equestrian attitude for a moment on the top bar? There. And now down the hill again, away to your left. Take to your heels, and be thankful they are not high ones. Never mind if your hair is coming down. You have 1,000 good qualities, Ruth, high principles and a tender conscience, but you are not a swift runner, and you've not played Sally Water all day for nothing. Molly is far in front now. A heavy trampling is not far behind. Nay, it is closer than you thought. And your eyes are becoming misty, Ruth, and armies of drums are beating every other sound out of your ears. That shouting behind you, for instance. The intoxicated, murderous lunatic is close behind. 1 minute, 2 minutes. How many more seconds can you keep it up? Through the young plantation, down the hill, into the sandy road again, the sandy uphill road. How much longer can you keep it up? Charles strolled quietly homeward, enjoying the beauties of nature, and reflecting on the quantity of rabbit-shooting that Mr. Thursby must enjoy. He may also have mused on Lady Grace, for anything that can be known to the contrary, and have possibly made a mental note that if it had been she whom he had asked to walk home with him, instead of Ruth, he would not have been alone at that moment. Be that as it may, he leisurely pursued his path, until a fallen tree beside the bank looked so inviting that, Evelyn and Ralph having gone out to friends at a distance, Charles, who was in no hurry to return to Lady Mary, seated himself thereon, with a cigarette to bear him company. To him, with rent garments and dust upon her head, and indeed all over her, suddenly appeared Molly. Molly, white with panic, breathless, unable to articulate, pointing in the direction from which she had come. In a moment Charles was tearing down the road at full speed. A tall, swaying figure almost ran against him at the first turn, and Ruth only avoided him to collapse suddenly in the dry ditch, her face in the bank, and a yard of sash biting the dust along the road behind her. Her pursuer stopped short. Charles made a step towards him and stopped short also. The two men stood and looked at each other without speaking. When Ruth found herself in a position to make observations, she discovered that she was sitting by the roadside, with her head resting against, was it a tweed arm or the bank? She moved a little, and found that first impressions are apt to prove misleading. It was the bank. She opened her eyes to see a brown, red-lined hat on the ground beside her, half full of water, through which she could dimly discern the golden submerged name of the maker. She seemed to have been contemplating it with vague interest for about an hour, when she became aware that someone was dabbing her forehead with a wet silk handkerchief. "Better?" asked Charles's voice. "Oh!" gasped Ruth, suddenly trying to sit up, but finding the attempt resulted only in the partial movement of a finger somewhere in the distance. "Have I really? Surely I was not so abject as to faint." "Truth," said Charles, with a reassured look in his quick, anxious eyes, "obliges me to say you did." "I thought better of myself than that." "Pride goes before a fall, or a faint." "Oh dear," turning paler than ever. "Where's Molly?" "She's all right," said Charles hastily, applying the pocket handkerchief again. "Don't alarm yourself, and pray don't try to get up. You can see just as much of the view sitting down. Molly has gone for the donkey cart." "And that dreadful man?" "That dreadful man has also departed." "By the way, did you see his face? Would you know him again if the policeman succeeds in finding him?" "No, I never really looked round. I only saw, when he began to run to cut us off at the gate, that he was lame." "Ah," said Charles reflectively. Then more briskly, with a new access of dabbing, "How is the faintness going on?" "Capitally," replied Ruth, with a faint, amused smile. "But if it does not seem ungrateful, I should be very thankful if I might be spared the rest of the water in the hat, or if it might be poured over him at once, if you don't wish it to be wasted." "Oh, have I done too much? I imagined my services were invaluable. Let me help you to find your own handkerchief, if you would like a dry one for a change." "Ah, what a good shot into that labyrinth of drapery! You find it for yourself. You are certainly better." "But my self-respect," replied Ruth, drying her face, "is gone forever." "I lost mine years ago," said Charles, carefully dusting Ruth's hat, "but I got over it. I had no idea those bows were supported by a wire inside. One lives and learns." "I never did such a thing before," continued Ruth ruefully. "I've always felt a sort of contempt for girls who scream or faint just when they ought not. For my part, I'm glad to perceive you have some little feminine weakness. Your growing solicitude also as to the state of your back hair is pleasing in the extreme." I'm too confused and shaken to retaliate just now. You're quite right to make hay while the sun shines, but when I am myself again, beware." "And your gown," continued Charles. "What a yawning gulfs, what chasms appear, and what a quantity of extraneous matter you have brought away with you. Reminiscences of travel, burrs, very perfect specimens of burrs, thistledown, chips of fur, several complete spiders' webs, and your sash, which seems to have a particularly adhesive fringe, is a museum in itself. Ah, here comes that coward of little cowards, Molly, with Barnum and the donkey cart." Molly, who had left Ruth for dead, greeted her cousin with a transport of affection, and then proceeded to recount the fearful risks that Barnum had encountered by being deserted, and the stoic calm with which he had waited for them at the gate. "He's not a common donkey," she said with pride. "Get in, Ruth. Are you coming in, Uncle Charles? There's just room for you to squeeze in between Ruth and me, isn't there, Ruth?" You're not going to walk beside, are you?" But Charles was determined not to let them out of his sight again, and he walked beside them the remainder of the way to Atherstone. He remained silent and preoccupied during the evening which followed, pored over a newspaper, and went off to his room early, leaving Ralph dozing in the smoking-room. It was a fine moonlight night, still and clear. He stood at the open window looking out for a few minutes, and then began fumbling in a dilapidated old travel bag, such as only rich men use. "Not much," he said to himself, spreading out a few sovereigns and some silver on the table, "but it will do." He put the money in his pocket, took off his gold hunting watch, and then went back to the smoking-room. "I'm going out again, Ralph, as I did last night. If I come in late, you need not take me for a burglar." Ralph murmured something unintelligible, and Charles ran downstairs and let himself out of the drawing-room French window, that long French window to the ground, which Evelyn had taken a fancy to in her neighbour's drawing-room, and which she could never be made to see was not in keeping with the character of her old black-and-white house. He put the shutter back after he had passed through, and carefully drawing the window to behind him, without actually closing it, he took a turn or two upon the bowling green, and then walked off in the direction of the Slumberley Woods. After a lapse of an hour or more, he returned as quietly as he had gone, let himself in, made all secure, and stole up to his room. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 7. Vandam was considered by many people to be the most beautiful house in Buckshire. In these days of great brand-new imitation of intensely old houses, where the amount of ground covered measures the purse of the builder, it is pleasant to come upon a place like Vandam, a quiet old manor-house, neither large nor small, built of ancient bricks, blent to a dim purple and a dim red by that subtle craftsman, Time. Whoever, in the years that were no more, had chosen the place whereon to build, had chosen well. Vandam stood on the slope of a gentle hill, looking across a sweep of green valley to the rising woods beyond, which in days gone had been a Roman camp, and where the curious might still trace the wide ledges cut among the regular lines of the trees. Some careful hand had planned the hanging gardens in front of the house, which fell away to the stream below. Flights of wide stone steps led down from terrace to terrace, each built up by its south wall covered with a wealth of jasmine and ivy and climbing roses. But all was wild and deserted now. Weeds had started up between the stone slabs of the steps, and the roses blossomed out sweet and profuse, for it was the time of roses amid convolvulus and campion. The quaint old dovecot near the house had almost disappeared behind the trees that had crowded up round it, and held aloft its weathercock in silent protest at their encroachment. The stables, close at hand, with their worn-out clock and silent bell, were tenantless. The coach-houses were full of useless old chariots and carriages. Into one splendid court-coach the pigeons had found their way through an open window, and had made nests, somewhat to the detriment of the green and white satin fittings. Great cedars, bent beneath the weight of years, grew round the house. The patriarch among them had let fall one of its gnarled, supplicating arms in the winter, and there it still lay where it had fallen. Anything more out of keeping with the dignified old place than its owner could hardly be imagined, as he stood in his eternal light grey suit, with a badge of affliction lightly borne on his left arm, looking at his heritage with his cropped head a little on one side. The sun was shining, but like a smile on a serious face, Vandam caught the light on all its shuttered windows, and remained grave, looking out across its terraces to the forest. "It were but a villa on the Mediterranean, or a house in London," he said to himself, "but I have no chance." And he shrugged his shoulders and wandered back into the house again. But if the outside oppressed him, the interior was not calculated to raise his spirits. Dare had an elegant taste, which he had never hitherto been able to gratify, for blue satin furniture and gilding, for large mirrors and painted ceilings of lovers and cupids, and similar small deer. The old square hall at Vandam, with its great stained glass windows representing the various quarterings of the Dare arms, about which he knew nothing and cared less, oppressed him. So did the black polished oak floor, and the walls with their white bas-reliefs of twisting wreaths and scrolls, with busts at intervals of Cicero and Dante and other severe and melancholy personages. The rapiers upon the high white chimney-piece were more to his taste. He had taken them down the first day after his arrival, and had stamped and cut and thrust in the most approved style in the presence of Faust, the black poodle. Dare was not the kind of man to be touched by it, but to many minds there would have been something pathetic in seeing a house which had evidently been an object of the tender love and care of a bygone generation going to rack and ruin from neglect. Careful hands had embroidered, in the fine exquisite work of former days, marvellous coverlets and hangings, which still adorned the long suites of empty bedrooms. Someone had taken an elaborate pleasure in fitting up those rooms, had put potpourri in tall oriental jars in the passages, had covered the old inlaid Dutch chairs with dim needlework. The Dare who had lived at court, whose chariot was now the refuge of pigeons, whose court suits with the tissue paper still in the sleeves, yet remained in one of the old oak chests, and whose jewelled sword still hung in the hall, had filled one of the rooms with engravings of the royal family and ministers of his day. The Dare who had been an admiral had left his miniature surrounded by prints of the naval engagements he had taken part in, and on the oak staircase a tattered flag still hung, a trophy of unremembered victory. But they were past and forgotten. The hands which had arranged their memorials with such pride and love had long since gone down to idleness and forgetfulness also. Who cared for the family legends now? They too had gone down into silence. There was no one to tell Dare that the old blue enamel bowl in the hall, in which he gave Faust refreshment, had been brought back from the loot of the Winter Palace of Peking, or that the drawers of the Reisner table in the drawing-room was full of treasured medals and miniatures, and that the key thereof was rusting in a silver patch-box on the writing-table. The iron-clamped boxes in the lumber-room kept the history to themselves of all the silver plate that had lived in them once upon a time, although the few odd pieces remaining hinted at the splendour of what had been. In one corner of the dining-room the mahogany tomb still stood of a great gold racing cup, under the portrait of the horse that had won it, but the cup had followed the silver dinner service, had followed the diamonds, had followed in the wake of a handsome fortune, leaving the after-generations impoverished. If their money is taken from them, some families are left poor indeed, and to this class the Dares belonged. It is curious to notice the occasional real equality underlying the apparent inequality of different conditions of life. The unconscious poverty, and even bankruptcy, of some rich people in every kind of wealth except money, affords an interesting study, and it seems doubly hard when those who have nothing to live upon, and are beloved and respected for, except their money, have even that taken from them. As Dare wandered through the deserted rooms, the want of money of his predecessors, and consequently of himself, was borne in upon him. It fell like a shadow across his light, pleasure-loving soul. He had expected so much from this unlooked-for inheritance, and all he had found was a melancholy house with a past. He went aimlessly through the hall into the library. It was there that his uncle had lived, there that he had been found when death came to look for him, among the books which he had been unable to carry away with him at his departure. Rare old tomes and first editions, long shelves of dead authors, who, it is to be hoped, continue to write in other worlds for those who read their lives away in this. Old Mr. Dare's interests and affections had all been bound in morocco and vellum. A volume lay open on the table, where the old man had put it down beside the leather armchair where he had sat, with his back to the light, summer and winter, winter and summer, for so many years. No one had moved it since. A wavering pencil mark had scored the page here and there. Dare shut it up and replaced it among its brethren. How triste and silent the house seemed. He wondered what the old uncle had been like, and sauntered into the staircase hall, much in need of varnish, where the Dares that had gone before him lived. But these were too ancient to have his predecessor among them. He went into the long oak-panelled dining-room, where above the high carved dado were more Dares. Perhaps that man with the book was his namesake, the departed Alfred Dare. He wondered vaguely how he should look when he also took his place among his relations. Nature had favoured him with a better moustache than most men, He had a premonitory feeling that the very moustache itself, though undeniable in real life, would look out of keeping among these bluff, frank, light-haired people, of whom it seemed he who had never been near them before, was a living representative. A sudden access of pleasurable dignity came over him as he sat on the dining-table. The great mahogany dining-table which still showed vestiges of a bygone polish, and was heavily dented by long years of hammered applause. These ancestors of his, he would not disgrace them. A few minutes ago he had been wondering whether Vanden might not be let. Now, with one of the rapid transitions habitual to him, he resolved that he would live at Vanden, that in all things he would be as they had been. He would become that vague, indefinable to him, mythical personage, a country squire. Fortunately, he had a neat leg for a stocking. It was lost, so to speak, in his present mode of dress, but he felt that it would appear to advantage in the perpetual knickerbockers which he supposed it would be his lot to wear. It would also become his duty and his pleasure to marry. For those who tread in safety the slippery heights of married life, he felt a true esteem. It would be a strain, no doubt, a great effort, but at this moment he was capable of anything. The finger of duty was plain. And with that adorable Miss Ruth, with or without a fortune, alas, he trusted she had a fortune, for as he came to think thereon, he remembered that he was desperately poor. As far as he could make out from his agent, a grim, silent man who had taken an evident dislike to him from the first, there was no money anywhere. The rents would come in at Michaelmas, but the interest of heavy mortgages had to be paid, the estate had to be kept up. There was succession duty, there were debts, long outstanding debts, which came pouring in now, which Waters spread before him with an iron smile, and which poor Dare contemplated with his head on one side and solemn arched eyebrows. When Dare was not smiling, he was also preternaturally solemn. There was no happy medium in his face, or consequently in his mind, which was generally gay, but if not, was involved in a tragic gloom. "These bills, my friend," he would say at last, tapping them in deep dejection, and raising his eyebrows into his hair. "How do we pay them?" But Waters did not know. How should he, Waters, know? Waters only knew that the farmers would want a reduction in these bad times. Mr. Dare might be sure of that. And what with arrears, and one thing and another, he could not expect more than 2/3 of his rents when they did arrive. Mr. Dare might lay his account for that. The only money which Dare received to carry on with, on his succession to the great honour and dignity of proprietor of Vanden, was brought to him by the old dairywoman of the house, a faithful creature, who produced out of an old stocking the actual coins which she had received for the butter and cheese she had sold, of which she showed Dare an account, chalked up in some dead language on the dairy door. She was a little doubled-up woman who had served the family all her life. Dare's ready smile and handsome face had won her heart before he had been many days at Vanden, in spite of his foreign ways, and he found himself constantly meeting her unexpectedly round corners, where she had been lying in wait for him, each time with a secret revelation to whisper respecting what she called the goings-on. "You're not telling me, sir, but it's only right you should know it's Mrs. Smith," the housekeeper, of whom Dare stood in mortal terror. "That's them fine damask tablecloths out for the housekeeper's room. I see 'em myself, and every one going in rag and ruin in the linen closet. Or, Josies have took in another flitch this very day, sir, as Mrs. Smith sent for, and the old flitch all cut to waste. Do go to look at the flitches, sir, and the hams, and the room over the stables. And there's always butter, butter, butter in the kitchen, not a bit of dripping used. There's not a pot of dripping in the larder, or so much as a skin of lard. Where does it all go to? You ask Mrs. Smith, and how she sleeps in her bed at night, I don't know." Dare listened, nodded, made his escape, and did nothing. In the village it was as bad. Time, which had dealt so kindly with Vanden itself, had taken the straggling village in hand too. Nothing could be more picturesque than the crazy black and white houses, with lichen on their broken-in thatch, and the plaster peeling off from between the irregular beams of black wood. Nothing more picturesque, and nothing more miserable. When Time puts in his burnt umbers and brown madders with a lavish hand, and introduces his beautiful irregularities of outline and his artistic disrepair, he does not look to the drainage, and takes no thought for holes in the roof. Dare could not go out without eager women sallying out of cottages as he passed, begging him just to come in and walk upstairs. They would say no more, "But would the new squire walk upstairs?" And Dare would stumble up and see enough to promise. Alas, how much he promised in those early days! And in the gloaming, heavy, dull-eyed men met him in the lanes coming back from their work, and followed him to "Beg pardon, sir," and lay before the new squire things that would never reach him through waters. Bitter things, small injustices, too trivial to seem worthy of mention, which served to widen the gulf between class and class. They looked to Dare to help them, to make the crooked straight, to begin a new regime. They looked to the new king to administer his little realm, the new king who, alas, cared for none of these things. And Dare promised that he would do what he could, and looked anxious and interested, and held out his brown hand and raised hopes. But he had no money. No money. He spoke to Waters at first, but he soon found that it was no good. The houses were bad? Of course they were bad. Cottage property did not pay. And would Mr. Dare kindly tell him where the money for repairing them was to come from? Perhaps Mr. Dare might like to put a little of his private fortune into the cottages and the drains and the new pumps. Dare winced. His fortune had not gone the time-honoured way of the fortunes of spirited young men of narrow means with souls above a sordid economy. But still, it had gone all the same, and in a manner he did not care to think of. It was after one of these depressing interviews with Waters that Ralph and Evelyn found the new owner of Vandon, when they rode over together to call, a day or two after the school feast. Poor Dare was sitting on the low ivy-covered wall of the topmost terrace, a prey to the deepest dejection. If he had lived in Spartan days, when it was possible to conceal gnawing foxes under wearing apparel, he would have made no use of the advantages of Grecian dress for such a purpose. Captivated by Evelyn's gentleness and sympathetic manner, strangers always thought Evelyn sympathetic, and impressed by Ralph's kindly, honest face, he soon found himself telling them something of his difficulties, of the maze in which he found himself, of the snubs which Waters had administered. Ralph slapped himself with his whip, whistled, and gave other masculine signs of interest and sympathy. Evelyn looked from one to the other, amiably distressed in her well-fitting habit. After a long conversation, in which Evelyn disclosed that Ralph was possessed of the most extraordinary knowledge and experience in such matters, the two good-natured young people, seeing he was depressed and lonely, begged him to come and stay with them at Atherstone the very next day, where he might discuss his affairs with Ralph, if so disposed, and take counsel with him. Dare accepted with the most genuine pleasure, and his speaking countenance was in a moment radiant with smiles. Was not the little Molly of the school feast their child, and was not Miss Deyncourt likewise staying with them? When his visitors departed, Dare took a turn at the rapiers, then opened the piano with the internal derangement, and sang to his own accompaniment a series of little confidential French songs, which would have made the hair of his ancestors stand on end, if painted hair could do such a thing. And the new squire, as he was already called, shrugged his shoulders and lowered his voice, and spread out his expressive rapid hands, and introduced to Vandon, one after another, some of those choice little ditties, French and English, which had made him such a favourite companion in Paris, so popular in a certain society in America. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 8. Sir Charles? Miss Deyncourt. I fear, with a glance at the yellow back in his hand, I'm interrupting a studious hour, but— Not in the least, I assure you, said Charles, shutting his novel. What is regarded as study by the feminine intellect is to the masculine merely relaxation. I was unbending over a book, that was all. The process of unbending was being performed in the summer-house, whither he had retired after Evelyn and Ralph had started on their afternoon's ride to Vandon, in which he had refused to join. I thought I should find you here, continued Ruth frankly.
I've been wishing to speak to you for several days, but you are, as a rule, so surrounded and encompassed on every side by Molly that I have not yet had an opportunity." It had occurred to Charles once or twice during the last few days that Molly was occasionally rather in the way. Now he was sure of it. As Ruth appeared to hesitate, he pulled forward a rustic contorted chair for her. "No thanks," she said. "I shall not long interrupt the unbending process. I only came to ask—" "To ask," repeated Charles, who got up as she was standing, and came and stood near her. "You remember the first evening you were here?" "I do." "And what we spoke of at dinner?" "Perfectly." "I came to ask you how much you lent Raymond." Ruth's clear, earnest eyes were fixed full upon him. At this moment Charles perceived Lady Mary at a little distance, propelling herself gently over the grass in the direction of the summer-house. In another second she perceived Charles and Ruth, and had turned precipitately, and hobbled away round the corner with surprising agility. "Confound her!" inwardly ejaculated Charles. "I wish to know how much you lent him," said Ruth again, as he did not answer, happily unconscious of what had been going on behind her back. "Only what I was well able to afford." "And has he paid it back since?" "I am sure he understood I should not expect him to pay it back at once." "But he's had it 3 years." Charles did not answer. "I feel sure he is not able to pay it. Will you kindly tell me how much it was?" "No, Miss Deyncourt, I think not." "Why not?" "Because, excuse me, but I perceive that if I do, you will instantly wish to pay it." "I do wish to pay it." "I thought so." There was a short silence. "I still wish it," said Ruth at last. Charles was silent. Her pertinacity annoyed and yet piqued him. Being unmarried, he was not accustomed to opposition from a woman. He had no intention of allowing her to pay her brother's debt, and he wished she would drop the subject gracefully, now that he had made that fact evident. "Perhaps you don't know," continued Ruth, "that I am very well off." As if he did not know it, as if Lady Mary had not casually mentioned Ruth's fortune several times in his hearing. "Lady Deyncourt left me 1,200 a year, and I have a little of my own besides. You may not be aware that I have £1,462 per annum." "I am very glad to hear it." "That is a large sum, you will observe." "It is riches," assented Charles, "if your expenditure happens to be less." "It does happen to be considerably less in my case." "You are to be congratulated, yet I have always understood that society exacts great sacrifices from women in the sums they feel obliged to devote to dress." "Dress is an interesting subject, and I should be delighted to hear your views on it another time. But we are talking of something else just at this moment." "I beg your pardon," said Charles quickly, who did not quite like being brought back to the case in point. The truth was, I wished to turn your mind from what we were speaking of. I don't want you to count sovereigns into my hand. I really should dislike it very much." "You intend me to think from that remark that it was a small sum," said Ruth with unexpected shrewdness. "I now feel sure it was a large one. It ought to be paid, and there's no one to do it but me. I know that what is firmness in a man is obstinacy in a woman, so do not on your side be too firm, or, who knows, you may arouse some of that obstinacy in me to which I should like to think myself superior." "If," said Charles, with sudden eagerness, as if an idea had just struck him, "if I let you pay me this debt, will you on your side allow me to make a condition?" "I should like to know the condition first." "Of course. If I agree—" Charles' light grey eyes had become keen and intent. "If I agree to receive payment of what I lent Deyncourt 3 years ago, will you promise not to pay any other debt of his, or even to lend him money without the knowledge and approval of your relations?" Ruth considered for a few minutes. "I have so few relations," she said at length, with rather a sad smile, "and they are all prejudiced against poor Raymond. I think I am the only friend he has left in the world. I'm afraid I could not promise that." "Well," said Charles eagerly, "I won't insist on relations. I know enough of those thorns in the flesh myself. I will say instead, natural advisers. Come, Miss Deyncourt, you can't accuse me of firmness now." "My natural advisers," repeated Ruth slowly. "I feel as if I ought to have natural advisers somewhere. But who are they? Where are they? I could not ask my sister or her husband for advice. I mean, I could not take it if I did. I should think I knew better myself. Uncle John? Evelyn? Lord Polesworth? Sir Charles, I'm afraid the truth is I've never asked for advice in my life. I've always tried to do what seemed best, without troubling to know what other people thought about it. But as I am anxious to yield gracefully, will you substitute the word friends for natural advisers? I hope and think I have friends whom I could trust. Friends, then, let it be, said Charles. Now, holding out his hand, do you promise never, etc., etc., without first consulting your friends? Ruth put her hand into his. I do. That is right. How amiable we are both becoming. I suppose I must now inform you that £200 is the exact sum I lent your brother. Ruth went back to the house, and in a few minutes returned with a cheque in her hand. She held it towards Charles, who took it and put it in his pocket-book. Thank you, she said, with gratitude in her eyes and voice. We've had a pitched battle, said Charles, relapsing into his old indifferent manner. Neither of us has been actually defeated, for we never called out our reserves, which I felt would have been hardly fair on you. But we do not come forth with flying colours. I fear, from your air of elation, you actually believe you have been victorious. I agree with you that there has been no defeat, replied Ruth, but I won't keep you any longer from your studies. I'm just going out driving with Lady Mary to have tea with the Thursbys. Miss Deyncourt, don't allow a natural and most pardonable vanity to delude you to such an extent. Don't go out driving, the victim of a false impression. If you will consider one moment— Not another moment, replied Ruth. Our bugles have sung truce, and I'm not going to put on my war-paint again from any consideration. There comes the carriage, as a distant rumbling was heard. I must not keep Lady Mary waiting. And she was gone. Charles heard the carriage roll away again, and when half an hour later he sauntered back towards the house, he was surprised to see Lady Mary sitting in the drawing-room window. What? Not gone after all? He exclaimed, in a voice in which surprise was more predominant than pleasure. No, Charles, returned Lady Mary in her measured tones, looking slowly up at him over her gold-rimmed spectacles. I felt a slight return of my old enemy, and Miss Deyncourt kindly undertook to make my excuses to Mrs. Thursby. No one knew what the old enemy was, or in what manner his mysterious assaults on Lady Mary were conducted, but it was an understood thing that she had private dealings with him, in which he could make himself very disagreeable. Has Molly gone with her? No, Molly is making jam in the kitchen, I believe. Miss Deyncourt most good-naturedly offered to take her with her, but, with a shake of the head, the poor child's totally unrestrained appetites and lamentable self-will made her prefer to remain where she was. I'm afraid, said Charles meditatively, as if the idea were entirely a novel one, Molly is getting a little spoiled among us. It is natural in you, of course, but there is no excuse for me. There never is. There are, I confess, moments when I don't regard the child's immortal welfare sufficiently to make her present existence less enjoyable. What a round of gaiety Molly's life is! She flits from flower to flower, so to speak, from me to cook and the jam-pots, from the jam-pots to some fresh delight in the loft, or in your society. Life is one long feast to Molly. Whatever that old impostor, the future, may have in store for her, at any rate, she's having a good time now. There was a shade of regretful sadness in Charles's voice that ruffled his aunt. The child is being ruined, she said, with resigned bitterness. Not a bit of it. I was spoiled as a child, and look at me. You are spoiled. I don't spoil you, but other people do. Society does. And the result is that you are so hard to please that I don't believe you will ever marry. You look for a perfection in others which is not to be found in yourself. I don't fancy I should appear to advantage side by side with perfection, said Charles, in his most careless manner, and he rose and wandered away into the garden. He was irritated with Lady Mary, with her pleased looks during the last few days, with her annoying celerity that afternoon in the garden. It was all the more annoying because he was conscious that Ruth amused and interested him in no slight degree. She had the rare quality of being genuine. She stood for what she was, without effort or self-consciousness. Whether playful or serious, she was always real. Beneath her reserved and rather quiet manner there lurked a piquant unconventionality. The mixture of earnestness and humour, which were so closely interwoven in her nature that he could never tell which would come uppermost, had a strange attraction for him. He had grown accustomed to watch for and try to provoke the sudden gleam of fun in the serious eyes, which always preceded a retort given with an air of the sweetest feminine meekness, which would make Ralph rub himself all over with glee, and tell Charles, chuckling, "He'd not get much change out of Ruth." If only she had not been asked to Atherstone on purpose to meet him, if only Lady Mary had not arranged it, if only Evelyn did not know it, if only Ralph had not guessed it, if only he himself had not seen it from the first instant. Ruth and Molly were the only two unconscious persons in the house. "I wonder," said Charles to himself, "why people can't allow me to manage my own affairs. What a world it is for unmarried men with money. Why did I not marry 15 years ago, when every woman with a straight nose was an angel of light, when I felt a noble disregard for such minor details as character, mind, sympathy, if the hair and eyes were the right shade? Why did I not marry when I was out of favour with my father, when I was head over ears in debt, and when at least I could feel sure no one would marry me for my money? Molly," as that young lady came running towards him with lingering traces of jam upon her flushed countenance, "you have arrived just in time. Uncle Charles was getting so dull without you. What have you been after all this time?" "Cook and me have made 31 pots, and a little one," said Molly, inserting a very sticky hand into Charles's. "And your Mr. Brown helped. Cook told him to go along at first, which wasn't kind, was it? But he stayed all the same, and I skimmed with a big spoon, and she poured it in the pots. And they aren't covered up with paper yet, if you want to see them. And oh, Uncle Charles, what do you think? Father and Mother have come back from their ride, and that nice funny man who was at the school feast is coming here tomorrow, and I shall show him my guinea pigs. He said he wanted to see them very much." "Oh, he did he? When was that?"
"At the school feast." "Oh," with enthusiasm, "he was so nice, Uncle Charles, so attentive, and getting things when you want them, and the wheel went over his foot when he was shaking hands, and he didn't mind a bit, and he filled our teapots for us. Ruth's big one, you know, that holds such a lot."
"Oh, he filled the big teapot, did he?"
"Yes, and mine too, and then he helped us to unpack the dolls. He was so kind to me and Cousin Ruth."
"Kind to Miss Deyncourt, was he?"
"Yes, and when he went away, he ran and opened the gate for us. Oh, there comes Cousin Ruth back again in the carriage. I'll run and tell her he's coming. She will be glad."
"Aunt Mary is right," said Charles, watching his niece disappear. "Molly has formed a habit of expressing herself with unnecessary freedom. Decidedly, she is a little spoiled." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 9. Dare arrived at Atherstone the following afternoon. Evelyn and Ralph, who had enlarged on the state of morbid depression of the lonely inhabitant of Vandon, were rather taken aback by the jaunty appearance of the sufferer when he appeared, overflowing with evident satisfaction and small talk, his face wreathed with smiles. "He bears up wonderfully," said Charles aside to Ruth later in the evening, as Dare warbled a very discreet selection of his best songs after dinner. "No one knows better than myself that many a breaking heart beats beneath a smiling waistcoat, but unless we had been told beforehand, we should never have guessed it in his case." Dare, who was looking at Ruth, and saw Charles go and sit down by her, brought his song to an abrupt conclusion, and made his way to her also. "You also sing, Miss Deyncourt?" he asked. "I'm sure from your face you sing." "I do." "Thank heaven," said Charles fervently. "I did you an injustice. I thought you were going to say a little. Every singing young lady I ever met, when asked that question, invariably replies a little." "I leave my friends to say that for me," said Ruth. "Perhaps you yourself sing a little?" asked Dare, wishing Charles would leave Ruth's ball of wool alone. "No," said Charles, "I have no tricks." And he rose and went off to the newspaper table. Dare's songs were all very well, but really his voice was nothing so very wonderful, and he was not much of an acquisition in other ways. Then Dare took his opportunity. He dropped into Charles' vacant chair. He wound wool. He wished to learn to knit. His inquiring mind craved for information respecting shooting stockings. He talked of music, of songs, Italian, French, and English, of American nigger melodies. Would Miss Deyncourt sing? Might he accompany her? Ah, she preferred the simple old English ballads. He loved the simple old English ballads. And Ruth, nothing loath, sang, in her fresh, clear voice, one song after another, Dare accompanying her with rapid sympathy and ease. Charles put down his paper and moved slightly, so that he had a better view of the piano. Evelyn laid down her work and looked affectionately at Ruth. "Exquisite," said Lady Mary from time to time, and said the same of Lady Grace's wavering little soprano. "You also sing duets? You sing duets?" eagerly inquired Dare, the music school creaking with his suppressed excitement, and without waiting for an answer he began playing the opening chords of Greeting. The two voices rose and fell together, now soft, now triumphant, harmonizing as if they sung together for years. Dare's second was low, pathetic, and it blended at once with Ruth's clear young contralto. Charles wondered that the others should applaud when the duet was finished. Ruth's voice went best alone, in his opinion. "And the cold blast?" asked Dare, immediately afterwards. "The cold blast was here a moment ago," turning the leaves over rapidly. "You're not tired, Miss Deyncourt?" "Tired?" replied Ruth, her eyes sparkling. "It never tires me to sing. It rests me." "Ah, so it is with me. That is just how I feel," said Dare. "To sing or to listen to the voice of what? Confound him," wondered Charles. "Of another," said Dare. "Ah, here it is." And he pounced on another song, and lightly touched the opening chords. "Oh, wert thou in the cold blast," sang Ruth, fresh and sweet, "I'd shelter thee," Dare assured her with manly fervour. He went on to say what he would do if he were monarch of the realm, affirming that the brightest jewel of his crown would be his queen. "Anyhow, he can't pronounce Scotch," Charles thought. "Would be his queen," Dare repeated, with subdued emotion and an upward glance at Ruth, which she was too much absorbed in the song to see, but which did not escape Charles. Dare's dark, sentimental eyes spoke volumes of, not sermons, at that moment. "Oh, Uncle Charles," whispered Molly, who had been allowed to sit up about 2 hours beyond her nominal bedtime, at which hour she really felt disposed to retire. "Oh, Uncle Charles, the brightest jewel in his crown. Don't you wish you and me could sing together like that?" Charles moved impatiently and took up his paper again. The evening passed all too quickly for Dare, who loved music and the sound of his own voice, and he had almost forgotten, until Charles left him and Ralph alone together in the smoking-room, that he had come to discuss his affairs with the latter. "Dear me," said Evelyn, who had followed her cousin to her room after they had dispersed for the night, and was looking out of Ruth's window. "That must be Charles walking up and down on the lawn. Well, now, how thoughtful he is to leave Mr. Dare and Ralph together. You know, Ruth, poor Mr. Dare's affairs are in a very bad way, and he's come to talk things over with my Ralph." "I hope Ralph will make him put his cottages in order," said Ruth, with sudden interest, shaking back her hair from her shoulders. "Do you think he will?" "Whatever Ralph advises will he be sure to be right," replied Evelyn, with a soft conviction of his infallibility, which caused her to be considered by most of Ralph's masculine friends an ideal wife. It is women without reasoning powers of any kind whom the nobler sex should be careful to marry if they wish to be regarded through life in this delightful way by their wives. Men not particularly heroic in themselves, who yet are anxious to pose as heroes in their domestic circle, should remember that the smallest modicum of common sense on the part of the worshipper will inevitably mar a happiness, the very existence of which depends entirely on a blind, unreasoning devotion. In middle life the absence of reason begins perhaps to be felt, but why in youth take thought for such a far-off morrow? "I hope he will," said Ruth, half to herself. "What an opportunity that man has if he only sees it. There is so much to be done, and it is all in his hands." "Yes, it's not entailed, but I don't think there is so very much," said Evelyn. "But then, so long as people are nice, I never care whether they are rich or poor. That is the first question I ask when people come into the neighbourhood. Are they really nice? Dear me, Ruth, what beautiful hair you have, and mine coming off so. And talking of hair, did you ever see anything like Mr. Dare's? Somebody must really speak to him about it. If he would keep his hand still and not talk so quick and let his hair grow a little, I really think he would not look so like a foreigner. I don't suppose he minds looking like one." "My dear!" "His mother was a Frenchwoman, wasn't she?
I'm sure I have heard so 50 times since his uncle died." "And if she was," said Evelyn reprovingly, "is not that an extra reason for his giving up anything that will remind people of it? And we ought to try and forget it, Ruth, and behave just the same to him as if she'd been an Englishwoman." "I wonder if he's a Roman Catholic." "Ask him." "I hope he's not," continued Evelyn, taking up her candle to go. "We never had one to stay in the house before. I don't mean," catching a glimpse of Ruth's face, "that Catholics are... well, I don't mean that. But still, you know, one would not like to make great friends with a Catholic, would one, Ruth? And he's so nice and so amusing that I do hope, as he's going to be a neighbour, he is a Protestant." And after a few more remarks of about the same calibre from Evelyn, the two cousins kissed and parted for the night. "Will he do it?" said Ruth to herself when she was alone. "Has he character enough, and perseverance enough, and money enough? I wish Uncle John would talk to him." Ruth was not aware that one word from herself would have more weight with a man like Dare than any number from an angel of heaven, if that angel were of the masculine gender. If at the other side of the house Dare could have known how earnestly Ruth was thinking about him, he would not have been surprised, for he was not without experience, but he would have felt immensely flattered. Vandon lay in a distant part of Mr. Albin's parish, and a perpetual curate had charge of the district. Mr. Albin consequently seldom went there, but on the few occasions when Ruth had accompanied him in his periodical visits, she had seen enough. Who cares for a recital of what she saw? Misery and want are so common. We can see them for ourselves any day. In Ruth's heart a great indignation had kindled against old Mr. Dare of Vandon, who was inaccessible as a ghost in his own house, haunting the same rooms, but never to be found when Mr. Albin called upon him to put things before him in their true light. And when Mr. Dare descended to the Vandon vault, all Mr. Albin's interest, and consequently a good deal of Ruth's, had centred in the new heir, who was so difficult to find, and who ultimately turned up from the other end of nowhere, just when people were beginning to despair of his ever turning up at all. And now that he had come, would he make the crooked straight? Would the new broom sweep it clean? Ruth recalled the new broom's brown, handsome face, with the eager eyes and raised eyebrows, and involuntarily shook her head. It is difficult to be an impartial judge of anyone with a feeling for music and a pathetic tenor voice, but the face she called to mind did not inspire her with confidence. It was kindly, amiable, pleasant, but was it strong? In other words, was it not a trifle weak? She found herself comparing it with another, a thin, reserved face, with keen, light eyes and a firm mouth, a mouth with a cigar in it at that moment on the lawn. The comparison, however, did not help her meditations much, being decidedly prejudicial to the new broom. And the faint chime of the clock on the dressing-table breaking in on them at the same moment, she dismissed them for the night, and proceeded to busy herself putting to bed her various little articles of jewellery, before betaking herself there also. Any doubts entertained by Evelyn about Dare's religious views were completely set at rest the following morning, which happened to be a Sunday. He appeared at breakfast in a black frock-coat, the splendour of which quite threw Ralph's ancient Sunday garment into the shade. He wore also a chastened, decorous aspect, which seemed unfamiliar to his mobile face, and rather ill-suited to it. After breakfast he inquired when service would be, and expressed a wish to attend it. He brought down a high hat and an enormous prayer-book, and figured with them in the garden. "Who is going to Greenacre, and who is going to Slumberley?" called out Ralph from the smoking-room window. "Because if any of you are going to foot it to Slumberley, you'd better be starting. Which are you going to, Charles?" "I'm going where Molly goes. Which is it to be, Molly?" "Slumberley," said Molly with decision, "because it's the shortest sermon, and I want to see the little foal in Brown's Field." "Slumberley be it," said Charles. "Now, Miss Deyncourt," as Ruth appeared, "which church are you going to support? Greenacre, which is close in more senses than one, where they never open the windows, and the clergyman preaches for an hour, or Slumberley, shady, airy, cool, lying past a meadow with a foal in it? If I may offer that as any inducement, Molly and I are intended to patronize Slumberley." Ruth said she would do the same.
Now, Dare, you would be able to decide whether Greenacre, with a little fat tower, or Slumberley, with a beautiful tall steeple, suits your religious views best. I will also go to Slumberley, said Dare, without a moment's hesitation. I thought so. I suppose, to Ralph and Evelyn, you are going to Greenacre with Aunt Mary? Tell her I have gone to church, will you? It will cheer her up. Sunday is a very depressing day with her, I know. She thinks of all she has done in the week, preparatory to doing a little more on Monday. Good-bye. Now then, Molly, have you got your prayer book? Miss Deyncourt, I don't see yours anywhere. Oh, there it is. No, don't let Dare carry it for you. Give it to me. He will have enough to do, poor fellow, to travel with his own. Come, Molly. Is Vic chained up? Yes, I can hear him howling. The craving for church privileges of that dumb animal, Miss Deyncourt, is an example to us Christians. Molly, have you got your penny? Miss Deyncourt, can I accommodate you with a threepenny bit? Now, are we all ready to start? When this outburst of eloquence has subsided, said Ruth, the audience will be happy to move on. And so they started across the fields, where the grass was already springing faint and green after the haymaking. There was a fresh wandering air which fluttered the ribbons in Molly's hat as she danced on ahead, frisking in her short white skirt beside her uncle, her hand in his. Charles was the essence of wit to Molly, with his grave face that so seldom smiled, and the twinkle in the kind eyes that always went before those wonderful, delightful jokes which he alone could make. Sometimes, as she laughed, she looked back at Ruth and Dare, half a field behind, in pity at what they were missing. "Shall we wait and tell them that story, Uncle Charles?" "No, Molly. I dare say he's telling her another which is just as good." "I don't think he knows any like yours." "Some people like the old story best." "Do I know the old one, Uncle Charles?" "No, Molly." "Can you tell it?" "No, I've never been able to tell that particular story." "And do you really think he's telling it to her now?" with a backward glance. "Not at this moment. It's no good running back. He's only thinking about it now. He'd tell it to her in about a month or 6 weeks' time." "I hope I shall be there when he tells it." "I hope you may, but I don't think it is likely. And now, Molly, set your hat straight and leave off jumping. I never jump when I go to church with Aunt Mary. Quietly now, for there's the church, and Mr. Almond's looking out of the window." Dare, meanwhile, walking with Ruth, caught sight of the church and lych gate with heartfelt regret. The stretches of sunny meadowland, the faint glamour of church bells, the pale, refined face beside him, had each individually and all three together appealed to his imagination, always vivid when he himself was concerned. He suddenly felt as if a great gulf had fixed itself, without any will of his own, between his old easy-going life and the new existence that was opening out before him. He had crossed from the old to the new without any perception of such a gulf, and now, as he looked back, it seemed to yawn between him and all that hitherto he had been. He did not care to look back, so he looked forward. He felt as if he were the central figure. When was he not a central figure? In a new drama. He was fond of acting, on and off the stage, and now he seemed to be playing a new part, in which he was not yet thoroughly at ease, but which he rather suspected would become him exceedingly well. It amused him to see himself going to church, to hear himself conversing on flowers and music with a young English girl. The idea that he was rapidly falling in love was specially delightful. He called himself a vieux scélérat, and watched the progress of feelings which he felt did him credit with extreme satisfaction. He and Ruth arrived at the church porch all too soon for Dare, and though he had the pleasure of sitting on one side of her during the service, he would have preferred that Charles, of whom he felt a vague distrust, had not happened to be on the other. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 10. "My dear," said Mrs. Elwyn to her husband that morning, as they started for church across the glebe, "if any of the Aston party are in church, as they ought to be, for I hear from Mrs. Smith that they are not at all regular at Greenacre, only went once last Sunday, and then late, I shall just tell Ruth that she is to come back to me tomorrow.
A few days won't make any difference to her, and it will fit in so nicely her coming back the day you go to the palace. After all I've done for Ruth, new curtains to her room and the piano tuned and everything, I don't think she would like to stay there with friends, and me all by myself, without a creature to speak to. Ruth may only be a niece by marriage, but she will see in a moment. And in fact she did. When Mrs. Alwyn took her aside after church and explained the case in the all-pervading whisper for which she had apparently taken out a patent, Ruth could not grasp any reason why she should return to Slumberley 3 days before the time, but she saw at once that return she must if Mrs. Alwyn chose to demand it. And so she yielded with a good grace, and sent Mrs. Alwyn back smiling to the lych gate, where Mr. Alwyn and Mabel Thursby were talking with Dare and Molly, while Charles interviewed the village policeman at a little distance. "No news of the tramp?" said Charles, meeting Ruth at the gate, and they started homeward in different order to that in which they had come, in spite of the great effort at the last moment on the part of Dare, who thought the old way was better. "The policeman has seen nothing of him. He's gone off to pastures new, I expect." "I hope he has." "Mrs. Alwyn does not want you to leave Atherstone tomorrow, does she?" "I'm sorry to say she does." "But you won't go?" "I must not only go, but I must do it as soon as if I liked it." "I hope Evelyn won't allow it." "While I am living with Mrs. Alwyn, I am bound to do what she likes in small things." "Ah." "I should have thought, Sir Charles, that this particularly feminine and submissive sentiment would have met with your approval." It does, said Charles hastily. "Only, after the stubborn rigidity of your, shall I say, your week-day character, especially as regards money, this softened Sabbath mood took me by surprise for a moment." "You should see me at Slumberley," said Ruth, with a smile half sad, half humorous. "You should see me tying up Uncle John's flowers, or holding Aunt Fanny's wools. Nothing more entirely feminine and young ladylike can be imagined." "It must be a great change after living with a woman like Lady Deyncourt, to whose house I often went years ago when her son was living, to come to a place like Slumberley." "It is a great change. I am ashamed to say how much I felt it at first. I don't know how to express it, but everything down here seems so small and local and hard and fast." "I know," said Charles gently, and they walked on in silence. "And yet," he said at last, "it seems to me, and I should have thought you would have felt the same, that life is very small, very narrow and circumscribed everywhere, though perhaps more obviously so in Cranfords and Slumberleys. I've seen a good deal during the last 15 years. I've mixed with many sorts and conditions of men, but in no class or grade of society have I yet found independent men and women. The groove is as narrow in one class as in another, though in some it is better concealed. I sometimes feel as if I were walking in a ballroom full of people all dancing the lancers. There are different sets, of course, fashionable, political, artistic, but the people in them are all crossing over, all advancing and retiring with the same apparent aimlessness, or setting to partners. There is occasionally an aim in that." Charles smiled grimly. "They follow the music in that as in everything else. You go away for 10 years, and still find them on your return going through the same figures to new tunes. I wonder if there are any people anywhere in the world who stand on their own feet and think and act for themselves, who don't set their watches by other people's, who don't live and marry and die by rote, expecting to go straight up to heaven by rote afterwards." "I believe there are such people," said Ruth earnestly. "I've had glimpses of them, but the real ones look like the shadows, and the shadows like the real ones, and we miss them in the crowd." "Or one thinks one finds them, and they turn out only clever imitations after all." "These days there is a mania for shamming originality of some kind. I'm always imagining people I meet are real and not shadows, until one day I unintentionally put my hand through them and find out my mistake. I'm getting tired of being taken in." "And some day you will get tired of being cynical." "I'm very much obliged to you for your hopeful view of my future. You evidently imagine that I have gone in for the fashionable creed of the young man of the present day. I'm not young enough to take pleasure in high collars and cheap cynicism, Miss Deyncourt. Cynical people are never disappointed in others, as I so often am, because they expect the worst. In theory I respect and admire my fellow creatures, but they continually exasperate me because they won't allow me to do so in real life. I have still, I blush to own it, a lingering respect for women, though they have taken pains to show me time after time
What a fool I am for such a weakness." Charles looked intently at Ruth. Women are so terribly apt in handling any subject to make it personal. Would she fire up, or would she, like so many women, join in abuse of her own sex? She did neither. She was looking straight in front of her, absently watching the figures of Dare and Molly in the next field. Then she turned her grave, thoughtful glance towards him. "I think respect is never weakness," she said. "It is a sign of strength, even when it is misplaced. There's not much to admire in cunning people who are never taken in. The best people I have known, the people whom it did me good to be with, have been those who respected others and themselves. Do not be in too great a hurry to get rid of any little fragment that still remains. You may want it when it is gone." Charles's apathetic face had become strangely earnest. There was a keen, searching look in his tired, restless eyes. He was about to make some answer when he suddenly became aware of Dare and Molly sitting perched on a gate close at hand, waiting for them. Never had he perceived Molly's little brown face with less pleasure than at that moment. She scrambled down with a noble disregard of appearances and tried to take his hand, but it was coolly withdrawn. Charles fell behind on some pretence of fastening the gate. Molly had to content herself with Ruth's and Dare's society for the remainder of the walk. Ruth had almost forgotten, until Molly suggested at luncheon a picnic for the following day, that she was returning to Slumberley on Monday morning, and when she made the fact known, Ralph had to be hushed several times by Evelyn for muttering opinions behind the sirloin respecting Mrs. Alwyn, which Evelyn seemed to have heard before, and to consider unsuited to the ears of that lady's niece. "But if you go away, Cousin Ruth, we can't have the picnic, can we, Uncle Charles?" "Impossible, Molly. Rather bread and butter at home than a mixed biscuit in the open air without Miss Deyncourt." "Is Mrs. Alwyn suffering?" asked Lady Mary, politely, down the table. Ruth explained that she was not in ill health, but that she did wish to be left alone, and Ralph was hushed again. Lady Mary was annoyed, or, more properly speaking, she was moved in the spirit, which in a churchwoman seems to be the same thing as annoyance in the unregenerate or unorthodox mind. She regretted Ruth's departure more than anyone, except perhaps Ruth herself. She watched the girl very narrowly, and she had seen nothing to make her alter the opinion she had formed of her. Indeed, she was inclined to advance beyond it. Even she could not suspect that Ruth had played her cards well, although she would have aided and abetted her in any way in her power if Ruth had shown the slightest consciousness of holding cards at all, or been desirous of playing them. Her frank yet reserved manner, her distinguished appearance, her sense of humour, which Lady Mary did not understand, but which she perceived others did, and the quiet savoir-faire of her treatment of Dare's advances, all enhanced her greatly in the eyes of her would-be aunt. She bade her good-bye with genuine regret, the only person who bore her departure without a shade of compunction being Dare, who stood by the carriage till the last moment, assuring Ruth that he hoped to come over to the rectory very shortly, while Charles and Molly held the gate open meanwhile at the end of the short drive. "I know that Frenchman means business," said Lady Mary wrathfully to herself, as she watched the scene from the garden. Her mind, from the very severity of its tension, was liable to occasional lapses of this painful kind, from the spiritual and ecclesiastical to the mundane and transitory. "I saw it directly he came into the house, and with his opportunities, and living within a stone's throw, I should not wonder if he were to succeed. Any man would fetch a fancy price at Slumberley, and the most fastidious woman in the world ceases to be critical if she is reduced to the proper state of dullness. He is handsome, too, in his foreign way, but she does not like him now. She is inclined to like Charles, though she does not know it. There is an attraction between the two. I knew there would be, and he likes her. Oh, what fools men are! He will go away, and Dare, on the contrary, will ride over to Slumberley every day. By the time he is engaged to her, Charles will see her again, and find out that he is in love with her himself. Oh, the folly, the density of unmarried men, and indeed," with a sudden recollection of the deceased Mr. Cunningham, "of the whole race of them. But of all men I've ever known, I really think the most provoking is Charles." "Musing?" inquired her nephew, sauntering up to her. "I was thinking that we have just lost the pleasantest person of our little party," said Lady Mary, viciously seizing up her work. "I am still here," suggested Charles, by way of consolation. "I don't start for Norway in Wyndham's yacht for 3 days to come." "Do you mean to say you are going to Norway?" "I forget whether it was to be Norway, but I know I'm booked to go yachting somewhere. It's Wyndham's new toy. He paid through the parental nose for it, and he made me promise in London to go with him on his first cruise. I believe a very charming Miss Wyndham is to be of the party." "And how long, pray, are you going to yacht with Miss Wyndham?" "It is with her brother I propose to go. I thought I'd explained that before. I shall probably cruise about, let me see, for 3 weeks or so, till the grouse shooting begins. Then I am due into Scotland at the Hope Actons, and several other places." Lady Mary laid down her work and rose to her feet, her thin hand closing tightly over the silver crook of her stick. "Charles," she said, in a voice trembling with anger, looking him full in the face, "you are a fool!" And she passed him without another word, and hobbled away rapidly into the house. "Am I?" said Charles, half aloud to himself, when the last fold of her garment had been twitched out of sight through the window. "Am I? Molly," with great gravity as Molly appeared. "Yes, you may sit on my knee, but don't wriggle. Molly, what is a fool?" "I think it's Racker, only worse," said Molly. "Uncle Charles, Mr. Dare is going away too. His dog-cart has just come into the yard." "Has it? I hope he won't keep it waiting." "You're not going away, are you?" "Not for 3 days more." "Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Why, they will be gone in a moment." But to Charles they seemed 3 very long days indeed. He was annoyed with himself for having made so many engagements before he left London. At the time there did not seem anything better to be done, and he supposed he must go somewhere. But now he thought he would have liked to stay on at Atherstone, though he would not have said so to Lady Mary for worlds. He was tired of rushing up and down. He was not so fond of yachting after all, and he remembered that he had been many times to Norway. "I would get out of it if I could," he said to Lady Mary on the last morning, "and of this blue serge suit too. You should see Miss Wyndham in blue serge. But it is not a question of pleasure, but of principle. I don't like to throw over Wyndham at the last moment, after what you said when I failed the Hope Actons last year. Twins could not feel more exactly together than you and I do where a principle is involved. I see you are about to advise me to keep my engagement. Do not trouble to do so. I am going to Portsmouth by the midday train. Brown is at this moment packing my telescope and lifebelt." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 11. It was the end of August. The little lawn at Slumberley Rectory was parched and brown. The glebe beyond was brown, so was the field beyond that. The Fursty Road was ash-white between its grey hedgerows. It was hotter in the open air than in the house, but Ruth had brought her books out into the garden all the same, and had made a conscientious effort to read under the chestnut tree. For under the same roof with Mrs. Alwyn she had soon learned that application or study of any kind was an impossibility. Mrs. Alwyn had several maxims as to the conduct of herself, and consequently of everyone else, and one of those to which she most frequently gave utterance was that young people should always be cheery and sociable, and should not be left too much to themselves. When in the winter Mr. Alwyn had brought home Ruth, quite overwhelmed for the time by the shock of the first real trouble she had known, Mrs. Alwyn was kindness itself in the way of sweetbreads and warm rooms. But the only thing Ruth craved for, to be left alone, she would not allow for a moment. No, Mrs. Alwyn was cheerful, brisk, and pious at intervals. If she found her niece was sitting in her own room, she bustled upstairs, poked the fire, gave her a kiss, and finally brought her down to the drawing-room, where she told her she would be as quiet as if in her own room. She'd not be afraid her uncle would come in, and she must not allow herself to get moped. What would she, Mrs. Alwyn, have done, she would like to know, if, when she was in trouble, and she knew what trouble meant if anyone did, she had allowed herself to get moped? Ruth must try and bear up. And at Lady Deyncourt's age it was quite to be expected, and Ruth must remember she still had a sister, and that there was a happy home above. And now, if she would get that green wool out of the red plush iron,
which really was a workbox. Such a droll idea, wasn't it? Ruth should hold the wool, and they would have a cosy little chat till luncheon time. And so Mrs. Alwyn did her duty by her niece, and Ruth, in the dark days that followed her grandmother's death, took all the little kindnesses in the spirit in which they were meant, and did her duty by her aunt. But after a time Mrs. Alwyn became more exacting. Ruth was visibly recovering from what Mrs. Alwyn called her bereavement. She could smile again without an effort. She took long walks with Mr. Alwyn, and later in the spring paid a visit to her uncle, Lord Polesworth. It was after this visit that Mrs. Alwyn became more exacting. She had borne with half attention and a lack of interest in crewel work while Ruth was still fretting, as she termed it. But when a person lays aside crape and goes into half-mourning, the time had come when she may, nay, when she ought, to be chatty. This time had come with Ruth, but she was not chatty. Like Mrs. Dombey, she did not make an effort, and as the month passed on, Mrs. Alwyn began to shake her head and to fear that there was some officer or something on her mind. Mrs. Alwyn always called soldiers officers and doctors physicians. Ruth, on her side, was vaguely aware that she did not give satisfaction. The small talk, the perpetual demand on her attention, the constant interruptions, seemed to benumb what faculties she had. Her mind became like a machine out of work, rusty, creaking, difficult to set going. If she had half an hour of leisure, she could not fix her attention to anything. She, who in her grandmother's time had been so keen and alert, seemed to have drifted, in Mrs. Alwyn's society, into a torpid state, from which she made vain attempts to emerge, only to sink the deeper. When she stood once more, fresh from a fortnight of pleasant intercourse with pleasant people in the little ornate drawing-room at Slumberley, on her return from Atherstone, the remembrance of the dulled, confused state in which she had been living with her aunt returned forcibly to her mind. The various articles of furniture, the red silk handkerchiefs dabbed behind pendant plates, the musical elephants on the mantelpiece, the imitation Eastern antimacassars, the shocking fate in the way of nailed and glued pictorial ornamentation that had overtaken the back of the cottage piano, indeed all the various objects of luxury and virtue with which Mrs. Alwyn had surrounded herself, seemed to recall to Ruth, as the apparatus of the sick-room recalls the illness to the patient, the stupor into which she had fallen in their company. With her eyes fixed upon the new brass pig, that was at heart a pen-wiper, which Mrs. Alwyn had pointed out as a gift of Mabel Thursby, who always brought her back some little tasty thing from London. With her eyes on the brass pig, Ruth resolved that, come what would, she would not allow herself to sink into such a state of mental paralysis again. To read a book of any description was out of the question in the society of Mrs. Alwyn. But Ruth, with the connivance of Mr. Alwyn, devised a means of eluding her aunt. At certain hours of the day she was lost regularly, and not to be found. It was summer, and the world, or at least the neighbourhood of Slumberley Rectory, which was the same thing, was all before her where to choose. In after years she used to say that some books had always remained associated with certain places in her mind. With Emerson she learned to associate the scent of hay, the desultory remarks of hens, and the sudden choruses of ducks. Carlyle's Sartor Resartus, which she read for the first time this year, always recalled to her afterwards the leathern odour of the box-room, with an occasional soupçon of damp flapping linen in the orchard, which spot was not visible from the rectory windows. Gradually Mrs. Alwyn became aware of the fact that Ruth was never to be seen with a book in her hand, and she expressed fears that the latter was not keeping up her reading. "And if you don't like to read to yourself, my dear, you can read to me while I work. German, now. I like the sound of German very well. It brings back the time when your Uncle John and I went up the Rhine on our honeymoon. And then, for English reading, there's a very nice book Uncle John has somewhere on natural history called Animals of a Quiet Life by Mr. Hare, too. So comical, I always think. It's good for you to be reading something. It is what your poor dear granny would have wished if she'd been alive. Only it must not be poetry, Ruth, not poetry." Mrs. Alwyn did not approve of poetry. She was wont to say that for her part she liked only what was perfectly true, by which it is believed she meant prose. She had no books of her own. In times of illness she borrowed from Mrs. Thursby, but all Miss Youngs's works, and selections from the publications of the S.P.C.K. On Sundays, when she could not work, she read, half aloud of course, with sighs at intervals,
a little manual called Gold Dust, or a smaller one still called Pearls of Great Price, which she had once recommended to Charles, whom she knew slightly, and about whom she affected to know a great deal, which nothing, except pressing, would induce her to repeat, which rendered the application of the pearls to be followed by the dust most essential to his future welfare. On this particular morning in August, Ruth had slipped out as far as the chestnut tree, the lower part of which was hidden from the rectory windows by a blessed yew hedge. It was too hot to walk, it was too hot to draw, it was even too hot to read. It did not seem, however, to be too hot to ride, for presently she heard a horse's hoofs clattering across the stones of the stable yard, and she knew, from the familiarity of the sound at that hour of the day, that Dare had probably ridden over, and more probably still would stay to luncheon. The foreign gentleman, as all the village people called him, had by this time become quite an institution in the neighbourhood of Vandon. Every one liked him, and he liked every one. Like the sun, he shone upon the just and unjust. He went to every tennis party to which he was invited. He was pleased if people were at home when he called. He became in many houses a privileged person, and he never abused his privileges. Women especially liked him. He had what Mrs. Eccles defined as such a way with him, his way being to make every woman he met think that she was particularly interesting in his eyes, for the time being. Men did not, of course, care for him so much. When he stayed anywhere, it was vaguely felt by the sterner sex of the party that he stole a march upon them. While they were smoking, after their kind, in clusters on the lawn, it would suddenly be observed that he was sitting in the drawing-room, giving a lesson in netting, or trying over a new song, encircled by young ladyhood. It was felt that he took an unfair advantage. What business had he to come to tea in that absurd amber plush smoking suit, just because the elder ladies had begged to see it? It was all the more annoying because he looked so handsome in it. Like most men who are admired by women, he was not much liked by men. But the house to which he came the oftenest was Slumberley Rectory. He was faithful to his early admiration of Ruth, and the only obstacle to his making her, in his opinion, happy among women, namely her possible want of fortune, had long since been removed by the confidential remarks of Mrs. Alwyn. To his foreign habits and ideas, 1400 or 1500 a year represented a very large sum. In his eyes Ruth was an heiress, and in all good earnest he set himself to win her. Mr. Alwyn had now become the proper person to consult regarding his property, and at first, to Ruth's undisguised satisfaction, he consulted him nearly every other day, his horse at last taking the turn for Slumberley as a matter of course. Many a time, in these August days, might Mrs. Eccles and all the other inhabitants of Slumberley have seen Dare ride up the little street, taking as much active exercise as his horse, only skyward, the saddle being to him merely a point of rebound. But if the object of his frequent visits was misunderstood by Ruth at first, Dare did not allow it to remain so long. And not only Ruth herself, but Mr. and Mrs. Alwyn, and the rectory servants, and half the parish, were soon made aware of the state of his affections. What was the good of being in love, of having in view a social aim of such a praiseworthy nature, if no one were aware of the same? Dare was not the man to hide even a night-light under a bushel, how much less a burning and a shining hymeneal torch such as this. His sentiments were strictly honourable. If he raised expectations, he was also quite prepared to fulfil them. Miss Deyncourt was quite right to treat him with her adorable, placid assumption of indifference until his attentions were more avowed. In the meanwhile she was an angel, a lily, a pearl, a star, and several other things, animal, vegetable, and mineral, which his vivid imagination chose to picture her. But whatever Dare's faults may have been, and Ruth was not blind to them, he was at least head over ears in love with her, fortune or none. And as his attachment deepened, it burned up like fire all the little follies with which it had begun. A clergyman has been said to have made love to the helpmeet of his choice out of the epistle to the Galatians. Dare made his out of material hardly more promising, plans for cottages and estimates of repairs. He had quickly seen how to interest Ruth, though the reason for such an eccentric interest puzzled him. However, he turned it to his advantage. Ruth encouraged, suggested, sympathized in all the little he was already doing, and the much that he proposed to do. Of late, however, a certain not ungrounded suspicion had gradually forced itself upon her, which had led her to withdraw as much as she could from her former intercourse with Dare. But her change of manner had not quite the effect she had intended. "She thinks I'm not serious," Dare had said to himself. "She thinks that I play with her feelings. She doesn't know me. Tomorrow I ride over, I set her mind at rest. Tomorrow I propose, I make an offer, I claim that adored hand, I become engaged." Accordingly, not long after the clatter of horses' hoofs in the stable-yard, Dare himself appeared in the garden, and, perceiving Ruth, for whom he was evidently looking, informed her that he had ridden over to ask Mr. Alwyn to support him at a dinner his tenants were giving in his honour, a custom of the Vandon tenantry from time immemorial on the accession of a new landlord. He spoke absently, and Ruth, looking at him more closely as he stood before her, wondered at his altered manner. He had a rose in his buttonhole. He always had a rose in his buttonhole, but somehow this was more of a rose than usual. His moustaches were twirled up with unusual grace. "You will find Mr. Alwyn in the study," said Ruth hurriedly. His only answer was to cast aside his whip and gloves as possible impediments later on, and to settle himself, with an elegant arrangement of the choicest gaiters, on the grass at her feet. It is probably very disagreeable to repeat in any form, however discreetly worded, the old phrase, "The reason why I cannot tell, but I don't like you, Dr. Fell." But it must be especially disagreeable, if a refusal at first not taken seriously, to be obliged to repeat it still more plainly a second time. It was Ruth's fate to be obliged to do this, and to do it hurriedly, or she foresaw complications might arise. At last Dare understood, and the sudden utter blankness of his expression smote Ruth to the heart. He had loved her in his way, after all. It's a bitter thing to be refused. She felt that he had been almost brutal in her direct explicitness, called forth at the moment by an instinct that he would proceed to extreme measures unless peremptorily checked. "I'm so sorry," she said involuntarily. Poor Dare, who had recovered a certain amount of self-possession, now that he was on his feet again, took up his gloves and riding-whip in silence. All his jaunty self-assurance had left him. He seemed quite stunned. His face under his brown skin was very pale. "I'm so sorry," said Ruth again, feeling horribly guilty. "It is I who am sorry," he said humbly. "I have made a great mistake, for which I ask pardon." And, after looking at her for a moment, in blank incertitude as to whether she could really be the same person whom he had come to seek in such happy confidence half an hour before, he raised his hat, his new light grey hat, and was gone. Ruth watched him go, and when he had disappeared she sat down again mechanically in the chair from which he had risen a few moments before, and pressed her hands tightly together. She ought not to have allowed such a thing to happen, she said to herself. Somehow it had never presented itself to her in its serious aspect before. It is difficult to take a vain man seriously. Poor Mr. Dare! She had not known he was capable of caring so much about anything. He had never appeared to such advantage in her eyes as he had done when he had left her the moment before, grave and silent. She felt she had misjudged him. He was not so frivolous after all. And now that her influence was at an end, who would keep him up to the mark about the various duties which he knew now he had begun to fulfil only to please her? Oh, who would help and encourage him in that most difficult of positions, a landowner without means sufficient for doing the best by land and tenantry? She instinctively felt that he could not be relied upon for continuous exertion by himself. "I wish I could have liked him," said Ruth to herself. I wish I could." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 12. During the whole of the following week, Dare appeared no more at Slumberley. Mrs. Alwyn, whose time was much occupied as a rule in commenting on the smallest doings of her neighbours, and in wondering why they left undone certain actions which she herself would have performed in their place, Mrs. Alwyn would infallibly have remarked upon his absence many times during every hour of the day, had not her attention been distracted for the time being by a one-horse fly which he had seen go up the road on the afternoon of the day of Dare's last visit, the destination of which had filled her soul with anxious conjecture. She did not ascertain till the following day that it had been ordered for Mrs. Smith of Greenacre, though, as she told Ruth, she might have known that, as Mr. Smith was going for a holiday with Mrs. Smith and their pony lame in its feet, that they would have to have a fly, and with that hill up to Greenacre, she was surprised one horse was enough. When the question of the fly had been thus satisfactorily settled, and Mrs. Alwyn had ceased wondering whether the Smiths had gone to Tenby or to Rill — she always imagined people went to one or other of these two places — her whole attention reverted to a screen which she was making, the elegance and novelty of which supplied her with a congenial subject of conversation for many days. "There's something so new in a screen, an entire screen of Christmas cards," Mrs. Alwyn would remark. "Now, Mrs. Thursby's new screen is all pictures out of the Graphic, and those coloured Christmas numbers. She's put all her cards in a book. There's something rather passé about these albums, I think. Now, I fancy this screen will look quite out of the common, Ruth, and when it is done I shall get some of those Japanese cranes and stand them on the top. Their claws are made to twist round, you know, and I shall put some monkeys, you know, those droll chenille monkeys, Ruth, creeping up the sides to meet the cranes. I don't honestly think, my dear," with complacency, "that many people have anything like it." Ruth did not hesitate to say that she felt certain very few would. Mrs. Alwyn was delighted at the interest she took in her new work. Ruth was coming out at last, she told her husband, and she passed many happy hours entirely absorbed in the arrangement of the cards upon the panels. Ruth, thankful that her attention had providentially been distracted from the matter that filled her own thoughts in a way that surprised and annoyed her, sorted and snipped and pasted, and decided weighty questions as to whether a goitered robin on a twig should be placed next to a smiling plum pudding, dancing a polka with a turkey, or whether a congealed cross with Christian greeting in icicles on it should separate the two. To her uncle Ruth told what had happened, and as he slowly wended his way to Vandon on the day fixed for the tenants' dinner, Mr. Alwyn mused thereon, and I believe, if the truth were known, he was sorry that Dare had been refused. He was a little before his time, and he stopped on the bridge and looked at the river as it came churning and sweeping below, fretted out of its usual calm by the mill above. I think that as he leaned over the low stone parapet he made many quiet little reflections beside the involuntary one of himself in the water below. He would have liked, he was conscious that it was selfish, but yet he would have liked, to have Ruth near him always. He would have liked to see this strange son of his old friend in good hands that would lead him, as it is popularly supposed a woman's hand sometimes can, in the way of all others in which Mr. Alwyn was anxious that he should walk, a way in which he sometimes feared that Dare had not made any great progress as yet. Mr. Alwyn felt at times, when conversing with him, that Dare's life could not have been one in which the nobler feelings of his nature had been much brought into play, so crude and unformed were his ideas of principle and responsibility, so slack and easy-going his views of life. But if Mr. Alwyn felt an occasional twinge of anxiety and misgiving about his young friend, it speedily turned to self-upbraiding for indulging in a cynical, unworthy spirit, which was ever ready to seek out the evil and overlook the good, and he gradually convinced himself that only favourable circumstances were required for the blossoming forth of those noble attributes, of which the faintest indications on Dare's part were speedily magnified by the powerful lens of Mr. Alwyn's charity, to an extent which would have filled Dare with satisfaction, and would have overwhelmed a more humble nature with shame. And Ruth would not have him. Mr. Alwyn remembered a certain passage in his own youth, a long time ago, when somebody, a very foolish somebody, I think, would not have him either. And it was with that remembrance still in his mind that he met Dare, who had come as far as the lodge gates to meet him, and whose forlorn appearance touched Mr. Alwyn's heart the moment he saw him. There was not time for much conversation. To his astonishment, Mr. Alwyn found Dare actually nervous about the coming ordeal, and on the way to the Green Dragon, where the dinner was to be given, he reassured him as best he could, and suggested the kind of answer he should make when his health was drunk. When, a couple of hours later, all was satisfactorily over, when the last health had been drunk, the last song sung, and Dare was driving Mr. Alwyn home in the shabby old Vanden dog-cart. Both men were at first too much overcome by the fumes of tobacco, in which they had been hidden, to say a word to each other. At last, however, Mr. Alwyn drew a long breath, and said faintly, "I trust I may never be so hot again. Drive slowly under those trees, Dare. It is cooling to look at them after sitting behind that steaming volcano of a turkey. How is your head going on? I saw you went in for punch." "Was that punch?" said Dare. "Then I take no more punch in the future." "You spoke capitally, and brought in the right sentiment, that there is no place like home, in first-rate style. You see, you need not have been nervous." "Ah, but it was you who spoke really well," said Dare, with something of his old eager manner. "You know these people. You know their heart. You understand them. Now for me, I said what you tell me, and they were pleased, but I can never be with them like you. I understand the words they speak, but themselves I do not understand." "It will come." "No," with a rare accession of humility. "I have cared for none of these things till I came to hear them spoken of at Slumberley by you, and now at first it is smooth, because I say I will do what I can, but soon they will find out I cannot do much, and then—" He shrugged his shoulders. They drove on in silence. "But these things are nothing, nothing," burst out Dare at last in a tremulous voice, "to the one thing I think of all night, all day, how I love Miss Deyncourt, and how," with a simplicity which touched Mr. Alwyn, "she does not love me at all." There is something pathetic in seeing any cheerful, light-headed animal reduced to silence and depression. To watch a barking, worrying, jovial puppy suddenly desist from parachute expeditions on unsteady legs, and from shaking imaginary rats, and creep, tail close at home, overcome by affliction, into obscurity, is a sad sight. Mr. Alwyn felt much the same kind of pity for Dare as he glanced at him, resignedly blighted, handsomely forlorn, who but a short time ago had taken life as gaily and easily as a boy home for the holidays. "Sometimes," said Mr. Alwyn, addressing himself to the mill and the bridge and the world in general, "young people change their minds. I've known such things happen. I shall never change mine. Perhaps not, but others might." "Ah!" and Dare turned sharply towards Mr. Alwyn, scanning his face with sudden eagerness. You think possibly—" "I don't think anything at all," interposed Mr. Alwyn, rather taken aback at the evident impression his vague words had made, and anxious to qualify them. "I was only speaking generally, but there is one point, as we are on the subject, that—" "Yes, yes." "Whether you consider any decision as final or not," Mr. Alwyn addressed the clouds in the sky, "I think, if you do not wish it to be known that anything has taken place, you'd better come and see me occasionally at Slumberley. I have missed your visits for the past week. The fact is, Mrs. Alwyn has a way of interesting herself in all her friends. She has a kind heart, and, you understand, any little difference in their behaviour might be observed by her, and might possibly, Mr. Alwyn was at a loss for a word, be, in short, commented on to others. Suppose now you were to come back with me to tea to-day." And Dare went, nothing loath, and arrived at a critical moment in the manufacture of the screen, when all the thickest Christmas cards threatened to resist the influence of paste, and to curl up, to the great anxiety of Mrs. Alwyn. One of the principal reasons of Dare's popularity was the way in which he threw his whole heart into whatever he was doing for the time. Never for a long time, certainly, for he rarely bored himself or others by adherence to one set of ideas after its novelty had worn off. And now, as if nothing else existed in the world, and with a grave manner suggesting repressed suffering and manly resignation, he concentrated his whole mind on Mrs. Alwyn's recalcitrant cards, and made Ruth grateful to him by his tact in devoting himself to her aunt and the screen. "Well, I never," said Mrs. Alwyn after he was gone, "I never did see anyone like Mr. Dare. I declare he has made the church stick, Ruth, and blessings on my friend, which turned up at the corners twice when you put it on, and the big middle one of the kittens skating too. Dear me, I am pleased. I hope Mrs. Thursby won't call till it's finished. But he did not look well, Ruth, did he? Rather pale now, I thought." "He's had a tiring day," said Ruth. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 13. At Slumberley you have time to notice the change of the seasons. There's no hurry at Slumberley. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, each in their turn, take quite a year to come and go. 3 months ago it was August. Now September had arrived. It was actually the time of damsons. Those damsons which Ruth had seen dangling for at least 3 years in the cottage orchards were ripe at last. It seemed ages ago since April, when the village was a foaming mass of damson blossom, and the plum winter had set in just when spring really seemed to have arrived for good. It was a well-known thing in Slumberley, though Ruth till last April had not been aware of it, that God Almighty always sent cold weather when the Slumberley damsons were in bloom, to harden the fruit. And now the lame, the halt, and the aged of Slumberley, all with one consent, mounted on tottering ladders to pick these damsons, or that mysterious fruit closely akin to the same, called black lammas plumes. There were plum accidents, of course, in plenty. The Lord took Mrs. Eccles' own uncle from his half-filled basket to another world, for which, as a tea and coffee teetotaler, he was no doubt well prepared. The 2 receptive organisms of unsuspecting infancy suffered in their turn. In short, it was a busy season for Mr. and Mrs. Alwyn. Ruth had plenty of opportunities now for making her long-projected sketch of the ruined house of Arley, for the old woman who lived in the lodge close by, and had charge of the place, had ricked her back in a damson tree, and Ruth often went to see her. She had been Ruth's nurse in her childhood, and having originally come from Slumberley, returned there when the Deyncourt children grew up, and lived happily ever after with the very blind and entirely deaf old husband of her choice in the grey stone lodge at Arley. It was on her return from one of these almost daily visits that Mrs. Eccles pounced on Ruth as she passed her gate, and under pretence of inquiring after Mrs. Cotton, informed her that she herself was suffering in no slight degree. Ruth, who suddenly remembered that she had been remiss in dropping in on Mrs. Eccles of late, dropped in then and there to make up for past delinquencies. "Is it rheumatism again?" she asked, as Mrs. Eccles seemed inclined to run off at once into a report of the goings-on of Widow Jones's Sally. "Not that, my dear, so much as a sinking," said Mrs. Eccles, passing her hand slowly over what seemed more like a rising than a depression in her ample figure. "But there, I've not been myself since the Lord took old Samuel Price, and that's the truth." Samuel Price was the relation who had entered into rest off a ladder, and Ruth looked duly serious. "I have no doubt it upset you very much," she said. "Well, miss," returned Mrs. Eccles with dignity, "it's not as if I had me health before. I've had something wrong in the system." Ruth wondered whether she meant system. "These many years. From a girl I suffered in my inside, but lo, I was born to trouble, baptized in a bucket, and taken with colics at a week old." "And how did you say Mrs. Cotton of the lodge might be, miss, as I hear is but poorly too?" Ruth replied that she was better. "She's no size to keep her in health," said Mrs. Eccles, "and so bent as she does grow, to be sure. Hey dear, but it's a good thing to be tall. I always think little folks, they're like them little watches. There's no room for their insides. And I wonder now—" Mrs. Eccles was coming to the point that had made her entrap Ruth on her way past. "I wonder now—" Ruth did not help her. She knew too well the universal desire for knowledge of good and evil peculiar to her sex to doubt for a moment that Mrs. Eccles had begged her to step in only to obtain some piece of information about which her curiosity had been aroused. "I wonder now if Cotton at the lodge has heard anything of the poachers again this year, round Arkley way." "Not that I know of," said Ruth, surprised at the simplicity of the question. "Dear sakes, and to think of him at Vanden last night, and Mr. Dare and the keepers out all night after 'em." Ruth was interested in spite of herself. "And the doctor sent for in the middle of the night," continued Mrs. Eccles, covertly eyeing Ruth. "Poor young gentleman! For all his foreign ways, Sir Minion Vanden has set store by him." "I don't think you need to be uneasy about Mr. Dare," said Ruth coldly, conscious that Mrs. Eccles was dying to see her change colour. "If anything had happened to him, Mr. Alwyn would have heard of it, And now," rising, "I must be going. And if I were you, Mrs. Eccles, I should not listen to all the gossip of the village." "Me listen?" said Mrs. Eccles, much offended. "Me, as is too poorly so much as to put my foot out of the door? But, dear heart," with her usual quickness of vision, "if there isn't Mr. Alwyn and Dr. Brown riding up that street now in Dr. Brown's gig. Well, I never! And Mr. Alwyn is a-getting out, and a-talking as grave as can be to Dr. Brown. Poor Mr. Dare, poor dear young gentleman!" Ruth was conscious that she beat rather a hurried retreat from Mrs. Eccles' cottage, and that her voice was not quite so steady as usual when she asked the doctor if it were true that Mr. Dare had been hurt. "All the village will have it that he is killed, but he's all right, I assure you, Miss Deyncourt," said the kind old doctor, so soothingly and reassuringly that Ruth grew pink with annoyance at the tone. "Not a scratch. He was out with his keepers last night, and they had a brush with poachers, and Martin, the head keeper, was shot in the leg. Bled a good deal, so they sent for me. But no danger. I picked up your uncle here on his way to see him, and so I gave him a lift there and back. That's all, I assure you." And Dr. Brown and Mrs. Eccles, straining over her geraniums, both came to the same conclusion, namely that, as Mrs. Eccles elegantly expressed it, "Miss Ruth wanted Mr. Dare." "And you'll have her too, I'm thinking, one of these days," Mrs. Eccles would remark to the circle of her acquaintance. Indeed, the match was discussed on numerous ladders, with almost as much interest as the unfailing theme of the damsons themselves. And Dare rode over to the rectory as often as he used to do before a certain day in August, when he found Ruth under the chestnut tree, the very day before Mrs. Alwyn started on her screen, now the completed glory of the drawing-room. And was Ruth beginning to like him? As it had not occurred to her to ask herself that question, I suppose she was not. Dare had grown very quiet and silent of late, and showed a growing tendency to dark hats. His refusal had been so unexpected that the blow, when it came, fell with all the more crushing force. His self-love and self-esteem had been wounded, but so had something else. Under the velvet corduroy waistcoat, which he wore in imitation of Ralph, he had a heart. Whether it was one of the very best of its kind, or warranted to wear well, is not for us to judge. But at any rate it was large enough to take in a very real affection, and to feel a very sharp pang. Dare's manner to Ruth was now as diffident as it had formerly been assured. To some minds there is nothing more touching than a sudden access of humility on the part of a vain man. Whether Ruth's mind was one of this class or not, we do not pretend to know. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 14. It was Sunday morning at Atherstone. In the dining-room, breakfasting alone, for he had come down late, was Sir Charles Danvers. His sudden arrival on the previous Saturday was easily accounted for. When he had casually walked into the drawing-room late in the evening, he had immediately and thoroughly explained the reasons of his unexpected arrival. It seemed odd that he should have come to Atherstone, in the Midland counties, on his way between two shooting visits in the north, but so it was. It might have been thought that one of his friends would have been willing to keep him 2 days longer, or receive him 2 days earlier, but no doubt everyone knows his own affairs best, and Charles might certainly, at his age, as he was so fond of saying, be expected to know his. Anyhow, there he was, leaning against the open window, coffee-cup in hand, lazily watching the dwindling figures of Ralph and Evelyn, with Molly between them, disappearing in the direction of Greenacre Church, hard by. The morning mist still lingered on the land, and veiled the distance with a tender blue. And up across the silver fields and across the standing armies of the yellowing corn, the sound of church bells came from Slumberley, beyond the river, bringing back to Charles, as to us all, old memories, old hopes, old visions of early youth, long cherished, long forgotten. The single bell of Greenacre was giving forth a slow, persistent, cracked invitation to true believers as an appropriate prelude to Mr. Smith's eloquence, but Charles did not hear its testimony. He was listening to the Slumberley bells. Was that the first chime or the second? Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. Should he go to church? He smiled at the idea, It was a little late to think of that. Besides, he had let the others start, and he disliked that refuge of mildew and dust, Greenacre. There was Slumberley. There went the bells again. Slumberley? Absurd! Why, he should positively have to run to get there before the first lesson. That mist meant heat, or he was much mistaken. Charles contemplated the mist for a few seconds. Tang, ting, ting, tong, tung. He certainly always made a point of going to church at his own home. A good example is, after all, just as important in one place as another. Tang, tong, ten, tung, ting, went the bells. Why not run? Suggested an inner voice. Put down your cup. There, now, your hat's in the hall, with your gloves beside it. Never mind about your prayer book. Dear me, don't waste time looking for your own stick. Take any. Quick, out through the garden gate. No one can see you. The servants have all gone to church except the cook, and the kitchen looks out on the yew hedge. Over the first stile, said Charles to himself. I'm out of sight of the house now. Let us be thankful for small mercies. I shall do it yet. Oh, what a fool I am. I'm worse than Racker, as Molly said. I shall be rushing precipitately down a steep place into the sea next. Confound this gate. Why can't people leave them open? At any rate, it will remain open now. I'm not going to have my devotions curtailed by a gate. I fancied it would be hot, but anything half as hot as this. Hope I shan't meet Brown taking a morning stroll. I value Brown, but I should have to dismiss him if he saw me now. I could never meet his eye again. What on earth shall I say to Ralph and Evelyn when I get back? What a merciful providence it is that Aunt Mary's at this moment intoning a response in the highest church in Scarborough. Ting, ting, ting. Mr. Alwyn's getting on his surplice, is he? Well, and if he is, I can make a final rush through the corn, can't I? There's not a creature in sight. The bell's down. What of that? There's the voluntary. Easy over the last fields. There are houses in sight, and there may be wicked Sabbath breakers looking out of the windows. Brown's foal has grown since July. Here we are. I'm not the only Christian hurrying along the tombs. I shall get in with the wicked man, after all. Some people do not look round in church. Others do. Mrs. Alwyn always did, partly because she wished to see what was going on behind her, and partly because, in turning back again, she could take a stealthy survey of Mrs. Thursby's bonnet, in which she always felt a burning interest, which she would not for worlds have allowed that lady to suspect. If the turning round had been all, it would have mattered little, but Mrs. Alwyn suffered so intensely from keeping silence that she was obliged to relieve herself at intervals by short whispered comments to Ruth. On this particular morning it seemed as if the comments would never end. I'm so glad we asked Mr. Dare into our pew, Ruth. The Thursbys are full. That's Mrs. Thursby's sister in the red bonnet. Ruth made no reply. She was following the responses in the psalms with a marked attention, purposely marked to check conversation, and sufficient to have daunted anybody but her aunt. Mrs. Alwyn took a spasmodic interest in the psalm, but it did not last. Only 2 basses in the choir, and the new Te Deum, Ruth. How vexed Mr. Alwyn will be. No response from Ruth. Mrs. Alwyn took another turn at her prayer book, and then at the congregation. I am become as it were a monster unto... Ruth! Ruth! Ruth at last turned her head a quarter of an inch. Sir Charles Danvers is sitting in the free seats by the font. Ruth nailed her eyes to her book, and would vouchsafe no further sign of attention during the rest of the service. And Dare, on the other side, anxious to copy Ruth in everything, being equally obdurate, Mrs. Alwyn had no resource left but to follow the service half aloud to herself, at the times when the congregation was not supposed to join in, putting great emphasis on certain words which she felt applicable to herself, in a manner that effectually prevented anyone near her from attending to the service at all. It was with a sudden pang that Dare, following Ruth out into the sunshine after service, perceived for the first time Charles, standing, tall and distinguished-looking, beside the rather insignificant heir of all the Thursbys, who regarded him with the mixed admiration and gnawing envy of a very young man for a man no longer young. And then, Charles never quite knew how it happened, but with the full intention of walking back to the rectory with the Alwyns and staying to luncheon, he actually found himself in Ruth's very presence, accepting a cordial invitation to luncheon at Slumberley Hall. For the first time during the last 10 years he had done a thing he had no intention of doing. A temporary long-lost feeling of shyness had seized upon him as he saw Ruth coming out, tall and pale and graceful, from the shadow of the church porch into the blaze of the midday sunshine. He had not calculated either for that sudden disconcerting leap of the heart as her eyes met his. He had an idiotic feeling that she must be aware that he had run most of the way to church, and that he had contemplated the burnished circles of her back hair for 2 hours, without a glance at the fashionably scraped-up head-dress of Mabel Thursby, with its hogged mane of little wire curls in the nape of the neck. He felt he still looked hot and dusty, though he had imagined he was quite cool the moment before. To his own astonishment, he actually found his self-possession leaving him, and though its desertion proved only momentary, in that moment he found himself walking away with the Thursbys in the direction of the hall. He was provoked, angry with himself, with the Thursbys, and most of all with Mr. Alwyn, who had come up a second later and asked him to luncheon as a matter of course, also Dare, who accepted with evident gratitude. Charles felt that he had not gone steeple-chasing over the country only to talk to Mrs. Thursby, and to see Ruth stroll away over the fields with Dare towards the rectory. However, he made himself extremely agreeable, which was with him more a matter of habit than those who occasionally profited by it would have cared to know. He asked young Thursby his opinion on E.C. cartridges. He condoled with Mrs. Thursby on the loss of her last butler, and recounted some alarming anecdotes of his own French cook. He admired a pallid water-colour drawing of Venice in an enormous frame on an enormous easel, which he rightly supposed to be the manual labour of Mabel Thursby. When he rose to take his leave, young Thursby, intensely flattered by having been asked for that opinion on cartridges by so renowned a shot as Charles, offered to walk part of the way back with him. "I'm afraid I'm not going home yet," said Charles lightly. "Duty points in the opposite direction. I have to call at the rectory. I want Mr. Alwyn's opinion on a point of clerical etiquette, which is setting my young spiritual shepherd at Stoke Moulton against his principal sheep, namely, myself." And Charles took his departure, leaving golden opinions behind him, and a determination to invite him once more to shoot, in spite of his many courteous refusals of the last few years. Mrs. Alwyn always took a nap after luncheon in her smart Sunday gown, among the mustard-coloured cushions of her high art sofa. Mr. Alwyn also was apt at the same time to sink into a subdued, almost apologetic doze, in the old armchair which alone had resisted the march of discomfort and so-called taste which had invaded the rest of the little drawing-room of Slumberley Rectory. Ruth was sitting with her dark head leaned against the open window-frame. Dare had not stayed after luncheon, being at times nervously afraid of giving her too much of his society, and she was at liberty to read over again, if she chose, the solitary letter which the Sunday post had brought her. But she did not do so. She was thinking. And so her sister Anna was actually returning to England at last. She and her husband had taken a house in Rome, and had arranged that Ruth should join them in London in November, and go abroad with them after Christmas for the remainder of the winter. She had pleasant recollections of previous winters in Rome, or on the Riviera with her grandmother, and she was surprised that she did not feel more interested in the prospect. She supposed she would like it when the time came, but she seemed to care very little about it at the present moment. It had become very natural to live at Slumberley, and although there were drawbacks, here she glanced involuntarily at her aunt, who was making her slumbers vocal by a running commentary on them through her nose, still she would be sorry to go. Mr. Alwyn gave the ghost of a miniature snore, and opening his eyes, found Ruth bent affectionately upon him. Her mind went back to another point in Anna's letter. After dilating on the extreme admiration and regard entertained for herself by her husband, his readiness with shawls, etc., she went on to ask whether Ruth had heard any news of Raymond. Ruth sighed. Would there ever be any news of Raymond? The old nurse at Arley always asked the same question. "Any news of Master Raymond?" It was with a tired ache of the heart that Ruth heard that question, and always gave the same answer. Once she had heard from him since Lady Deyncourt's death, after she had written to tell him, as gently as she could, that she and Anna had inherited all their grandmother had to leave. A couple of months later she had received a hurried note in reply, inveighing against Lady Deyncourt's injustice, saying, as usual, that he was hard up for money, and that, when he knew where it might safely be sent, he should expect her and her sister to make up to him for his disappointment. And since then, since April, not a word. June, July, August, September. 4 months, and no sign. When he was in want of money, his letters heretofore had made but little delay, Had he fallen ill and died out there, or met his death suddenly, perhaps in some wild adventure under an assumed name? Her lips tightened, and her white brows contracted over her absent eyes. It was an old anxiety, but none the less wearing because it was old. Ruth put it wearily from her, and took up the first book which came to her hand to distract her attention. It was a manual out of which Mrs. Irwin had been reading extracts to her in the morning, while Ruth had been engaged in preparing herself to teach in the Sunday school. She wondered vaguely how pleasure could be derived, even by the most religious persons, from seeing favourite texts twined in and out among forget-me-nots, or falling aslant in old English letters off bunches of violets. But she was old enough and wise enough to know that one man's religion is another man's occasion of stumbling. Books are made to fit all minds, and small minds lose themselves in large-minded books. The thousands in which these little manuals are sold, and the confidence with which their readers recommend them to others, indicates the calibre of the average mind, and shows that they meet a want possibly not known before, but which they alone, with their little gilt edges, can adequately fill. Ruth was gazing in absent wonder at the volume which supplied all her aunt's spiritual needs, when she heard the wire of the front door-bell squeak faintly. It was a stiff-necked and obdurate bell, which for several years Mr. Irwin had determined to see about. A few moments later, James, the new and inexperienced footman, opened the door about half a foot, put in his head, murmured something inaudible, and withdrew it again. A tall figure appeared in the doorway and advanced to meet her, then stopped midway. Ruth rose hastily and stood where she had risen, her eyes glancing first at Mr. and then at Mrs. Irwin. The alien presence of a visitor had not disturbed them. Mrs. Irwin, her head well forward, and a succession of chins undulating in perfect repose upon her chest, was sleeping as a stout person only can, all over. Mr. Irwin opposite, his thin hands clasped listlessly over his knee, was as unconscious of the two pairs of eyes fixed upon him as Nelson himself, laid out in Madame Tussaud's. Charles's eyes, twinkling with suppressed amusement, met Ruth's. He shook his head energetically as she made a slight movement as if to wake them, and stepping forward pointed with his hat towards the open window which reached to the ground. Ruth understood, but she hesitated. At this moment Mrs. Irwin began a variation on the simple theme on which she had been indulging, and in so much higher a key that all hesitation vanished. She stepped hastily out through the window, and Charles followed. They stood together for a moment in the blazing sunshine, both too much amused to speak. "You are bareheaded," he said now suddenly. "Is there any," looking round, "any shade we could take refuge under?" Ruth led the way round the yew hedge to the horse-chestnut, that horse-chestnut under which Dare had once lost his self-esteem. "I am afraid," said Charles, "I arrived at an inopportune moment. As I was lunching with the Thursbys, I came up in the hope of finding Mr. Irwin, whom I wanted to consult about a small matter in my own parish." Charles was quite pleased with this sentence when he had airily given it out. It had a true ring about it, he fancied, which he remembered with gratitude was more than the door-bell had. Peace be with that door-bell, and with the engaging youth who answered it. "I wish you would let me wake Mr. Irwin," said Ruth. "He will sleep on now till the bells begin." "On no account. I should have been shocked if you had disturbed him. I assure you I can easily wait until he naturally wakes up. That is," with a glance at the book in her hand, "if I am not disturbing you, if you are not engaged in improving yourself at this moment." "No, I've improved myself for the day, thanks. I can safely afford to relax a little now." "So can I. I resemble Lady Mary in that. On Sunday mornings she reflects on her own shortcomings. On Sunday afternoons she finds an innocent relaxation in pointing out mine." "Where is Lady Mary now?" "I should say she was in her bath chair on the Scarborough sands at this moment." "I like her," said Ruth with decision. "Tastes differ. Some people feel drawn towards wet blankets, and others have a leaning towards pokers. Do you know why you like her?" "I never thought about it, but I suppose it was because she seemed to like me." "Exactly. You admired her good taste. A very natural vanity, most pardonable in the young, was gratified at seeing marks of favour so well bestowed." "I dare say you are right. At any rate, you seem so familiar with the workings of vanity in the human breast that it would be a pity to contradict you." "By the way," said Charles, speaking in the way people do who have nothing to say, and trying to hit on any subject of conversation, "have you heard any more of your tramp? There was no news of him when I left. I asked the Slumberley policeman about him again on my way to the station." "I've heard no more of him, though I keep the memory green. I've not forgotten the fright he gave me. I've always imagined I was rather a self-possessed person till that day." "I'm a coward myself when I am frightened," said Charles consolingly, "though at other times as bold as a lion." They were both sitting under the flickering shadow of the already yellowing horse-chestnut tree, the first of all the trees to set the gorgeous autumn fashions. But as yet it was paling only at the edges of its slender fans. The air was sweet and soft, with a voiceless whisper of melancholy in it, as if the summer knew, in all her smiles, her hour had well nigh come. The rectory cows, the mottled one, and the red one, and the big white one that was always milked first, came slowly past on their way to the pond, blinking their white eyelashes leisurely at Charles and Ruth. "It's almost as hot as that Sunday in July when we walked over from Atherstone. Do you remember?" said Charles suddenly. "Yes." She knew he was thinking of their last conversation, and she felt a momentary surprise that he had remembered it. "We never finished that conversation," he said, after a pause. "No, but then conversations never are finished, are they? They always seem to break off just when they are coming to the beginning. A bell rings, or there is an interruption, or one is told it's bedtime. Or fools rush in with their words where you and I should fear to tread, and spoil everything." "Yes." "And have you been holding the wool and tying up the flowers, as you so graphically described, ever since you left Atherstone in July?" "I hope I have. I've tried." "I'm sure of that," he said with sudden earnestness, then added more slowly, "I have not wound any wool. I have only enjoyed myself." "Perhaps," said Ruth, turning her clear, frank gaze upon him, "that may have been the harder work of the two. It sometimes is." His light, restless eyes, with the searching look in them which she had seen before, met hers, and then wandered away again to the level meadows and the woods and the faint sky. "I think it was," he said at last, and both were silent. He reflected that his conversations with Ruth had a way of beginning in fun, becoming more serious, and ending in silence. The bells rang out suddenly. Charles thought they were full early. "Mr. Alwyn will wake up now," said Ruth. "I will tell him you are here." But before she had time to do more than rise from her chair, Mr. Alwyn came slowly round the yew hedge and stopped suddenly in front of the chestnut tree, amazed at what he saw beneath it. His mild eyes gazed blankly at Charles through his spectacles, gathering a pained expression as they peered over the top of them, which did not lessen when they fell on Ruth. Charles explained in a few words the purport of his visit, which had already explained itself quite sufficiently to Mr. Alwyn, and mentioning that he waited in the hope of presently finding Mr. Alwyn disengaged, at this Mr. Alwyn blushed a little, asked leave to walk as far as the church with him, to consult him on a small matter, etc. It was a neat sentence, but it did not sound quite so well the third time. It had lost by the heathenish and vain repetitions to which it had been subjected. "Certainly, certainly," said Mr. Alwyn, mollified, but still discomposed. "You should have waked me, Ruth," turning reproachfully to his niece, whose conduct had never in his eyes fallen short of perfection till this moment. "Little nap after luncheon, hardly asleep, you should have waked me." "There was Aunt Fanny," said Ruth, feeling as if she committed some grave sin. "Ah," said Mr. Alwyn, as if her reason were a weighty one, his memory possibly recalling the orchestral flourish which as a rule heralded his wife's return to consciousness. "True, true, my dear. I must be going," as the chime ceased. "Are you coming to church this afternoon?" Ruth replied that she was not, and Mr. Alwyn and Charles departed together, Charles ruefully remembering that he had still to ask advice on a subject the triviality of which would hardly allow of two opinions. Ruth watched them walk away together, and then went back noiselessly into the drawing-room. Mrs. Alwyn was sitting bolt upright, her feet upon the floor, her gown upon the sofa. Her astonished eyes were fixed upon the dwindling figures of Mr. Alwyn and Charles. "Goodness, Ruth," she exclaimed, "who is that white waistcoat walking with your uncle?" Ruth explained. Dear me, and as likely as not he came to see the new screen. I know Mrs. Thursby tells everybody about it, and his own house so full of beautiful things too. Was ever anything so annoying? We should have had so much in common, for I hear his taste is quite, well, really quite out of the way. How contrary things are, Ruth. You awake and me asleep, when it might just as well have been the other way. But it is Sunday, my dear, so we must not complain. And now, as we've missed church, I will lie down again, and you shall read me that nice sermon, which I always like to hear when I can't go to church. The one in the green book about Nabob's vineyard. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 15. Great philosophers and profound metaphysicians should by rights have lived at Slumberley. Those whose lines have fallen to them 10 miles from a lemon have time to think, if so inclined. Only elementary natures complain of their surroundings, and though at first Ruth had been impatient and depressed, after a time she found that better than to live in an atmosphere of thought was to be thrown entirely on her own resources, and to do her thinking for herself. Some minds, of course, sink into inanition if an outward supply of nutriment is withheld. Others get up and begin to forage for themselves. Happy are these, when the transition period is over, when, after a time, the first and worst mistakes have been made and suffered for, and the only teaching that profits anything at all, the bitter teaching of experience, has been laid to heart. Such a nature was Ruth's, upright, self-reliant, without the impetuosity and impulsiveness that so often accompanies an independent nature, but accustomed to look at everything through her own eyes, and to think, but not till now, to act for herself. She had been brought up by her grandmother to believe that before all things noblesse oblige, to despise a dishonourable action, to have her feelings entirely under control, to be intimate with few, to be courteous to all. But to help others, to give up anything for them, to love an unfashionable or middle-class neighbour, or to feel a personal interest in religion, except as a subject of conversation, had never found a place in Lady Deyncourt's code, or, consequently, in Ruth's, though, as was natural with a generous nature, the girl did many little kindnesses to those about her, and was personally unselfish, as those who live with self-centred people are bound to be, if there is to be any semblance of peace in the house. But now new thoughts were stirring within her, were leavening her whole mind. All through these monotonous months she had watched the quiet routine of patient effort that went to make up the sum of Mr. Alwyn's life. He was a shy man. He seldom spoke of religion out of the pulpit, but all through these long months he preached it without words to Ruth, as she had never heard it preached before, by the best portion of a good man's life, his little nameless unremembered acts of kindness and of love. It was the first time that she had come into close contact with a life spent for others, and its beauty appealed to her with a new force, and gradually but surely changed the current of her thoughts, until, as we needs must love the highest when we see it, she unconsciously fell in love with self-sacrifice. The opinions of most young persons, however loudly and injudiciously proclaimed, rarely do the possessors much harm, because they are not as a rule acted upon. But with some few people a change of views means a change of life. Ruth was on the edge of a greater change than she knew. At first she had often regretted the chapter of her life that had been closed by Lady Deyncourt's death. Now she felt she could not go back to it, and find it all sufficient as of old. It would need an added element, without which she began to see that any sort or condition of life is but a stony, dusty concern after all, an element which made even Mr. Alwyn's colourless existence a contented and happy one. Ruth had been telling him one day, as they were walking together, of her sister's plans for the winter, and that she was sorry to think her time at Slumberley was drawing to a close. "I am afraid," he said, "in spite of all you say, my dear, it has been very dull for you here. No little gaieties or enjoyments, such as it is right young people should have. I wish we'd had a picnic, or a garden party, or something. Mabel Thursby cannot be happy without these things, and it is natural at your age that you should wish for them. Your aunt and I lead very quiet lives. It suits us, but it is different for young people." "Does it suit you?" asked Ruth with sudden earnestness. "Do you really like it, or do you sometimes get tired of it?" Mr. Alwyn looked a little alarmed and disconcerted. He never cared to talk about himself. "I used to get tired," he said at last, with reluctance, "when I was younger. There were times when I foolishly expected more from life than in fact I quite got, my dear. And the result was, I fear, I had a very discontented spirit, an unthankful, discontented spirit," he repeated, with sad retrospection. Something in his tone touched Ruth to the quick. "And now? I'm content now. Uncle John, tell me, how did you grow to feel content?" He saw there were tears in her eyes. "It took a long time," he said. "Anything that is worth knowing, Ruth, takes a long time to learn. I think I find in the end, my dear, that the only way was to put my whole heart into what I was doing." Mr. Alwyn's voice was simple and earnest, as if he were importing to Ruth a great discovery. "I have tried before, from time to time, of course, but never quite as hard as I might have done. That was where I failed. When I put myself on one side and really settled down to what I could for others, life became much simpler and happier." He turned his grave, patient eyes to Ruth's again. Was something troubling her? "I have often thought since then," he went on, speaking more to himself than to her, "that we should consider well what we are keeping back our strength for, if we find ourselves refusing to put the whole of it into our work. When at last one does start, one feels it is such a pity one did not do it earlier in life. When I look at all the young faces growing up around me, I often hope, Ruth, they won't waste as much time as I did." How simple it seemed while she listened to him. How easy, how natural, this life for others. She could not answer. One sentence of Mr. Alwyn's was knocking at the door of her heart for admission, was drowning with its loud beating the sound of all the rest. "We should consider well what we are keeping back our strength for, if we refuse to put the whole of it into our work." She and Mr. Alwyn walked on in silence, and after a time, always afraid of speaking much on the subject that was first in his own mind, he began to talk again on trivial matters, to tell her how he had met Dare that morning, and had promised on her behalf that she would sing at a little local concert which the Vandon schoolmaster was getting up that week, to defray the annual expense of the Vandon Cricket Club, and in which Dare was taking a vivid interest. "You won't mind singing, will you, Ruth?" asked Mr. Alwyn, wishing she would show a little more interest in Dare and his concert. Oh, no, of course not," rather hurriedly. "I should be glad to help in any way." "And I thought, my dear, as it would be getting late, we'd better accept his offer of staying the night at Vandon." Ruth assented, but so absently that Mr. Alwyn dropped the subject with a sigh, and walked on, revolving weighty matters in his mind. They left the woods now, and were crossing the field, where, 2 months ago, the school feast had been held. Mr. Alwyn made some slight allusion to it, and then coughed. Ruth's attention, which had been distracted, came back in a moment. She knew her uncle had something which he did not like, something which yet he felt it his duty to say, when he gave that particular cough. "That was when you were staying with the Danvers, wasn't it, Ruth?" in a would-be, casual, disengaged tone. "Yes, I came over from Atherstone with Molly Danvers." "I remember," said Mr. Alwyn, looking extremely uncomfortable, "and, if I am not mistaken, Sir Charles Danvers was staying there at the same time?" "Certainly he was." "Yes, and I dare say, Ruth, I'm not finding fault, far from it. I dare say he made himself very agreeable for the time being." "I don't think he made himself so. I should have said he was naturally so, without any effort, just as some people are naturally the reverse." "Indeed. Well, I've always heard he was most agreeable, but I'm afraid I think perhaps it is just as well you should know, forewarned is forearmed, you know, that in fact he says a great deal more than he means sometimes." "Does he?" "I dare say he does. He has a habit of appearing to take a great interest in people, which I'm afraid means very little. I dare say he is not fully aware of it, or I'm sure he would struggle against it, and we must not judge him. But still his manner does a great deal of harm. It is peculiarly open to misconstruction. For instance," continued Mr. Alwyn, making a rush as his courage began to fail him, "it struck me, Ruth, the other day, Sunday was it? Yes, I think it was Sunday, that really he had not much to ask me about his weekday services. I think he need not have called." "I dare say not. But now
That is just the kind of thing he does. Calls under chestnut trees and that sort of thing. And how are young people to know unless their elders tell them that it is only his way, that he has done just the same ever so often before?
And will again, said Ruth, trying to keep down a smile. Is it true, Mabel is full of it, that he is engaged, or on the point of being so, to one of Lord Hope Acton's daughters? People are always saying he is engaged to first one person and then another, said Mr. Alwyn, breathing more freely now that his duty was discharged. It often grieves me that your aunt mentions his engagement so confidently to friends, because it gives people the impression that we know, and we really don't. He's a great deal talked about because he is such a conspicuous man in the county, on account of his wealth and his place and the odd things he says and does. There is something about him that is different from other people. I'm sure I don't know why it is, but I like him very much myself. I've known him do such kind things. Dear me, what a pleasant week I had at Stoke Moreton last year. It is beautiful, Ruth, and the collection of old papers and manuscripts unique. Your aunt was in Devonshire with friends at the time. I wish he would ask me again this autumn to see those charters of Edward IV's reign that have been found in the secret drawer of an old cabinet. I hear they are quite small and have green seals. I wish I'd thought of asking him about them on Sunday. If they are really small, but it was only Archdeacon Egton who told me about them, and he never sees anything any particular size. If they should happen to be really small— Mr. Alwyn turned eagerly to the all-engrossing subject of the Stoke Moreton charters, which furnished him with conversation till they reached home. We should consider well what we are keeping back our strength for, if we refuse to put the whole of it into our work. All through the afternoon and the quiet, monotonous evening, these words followed Ruth. She read them between the lines of the book she took up. She stitched them into her sewing. They went upstairs with her at night. They followed her into her room, and would not be denied. When she had sent away her maid, she sat down by the window, and with a full harvest moon for company, faced them and asked them what they meant. But they only repeated themselves over and over again. What had they to do with her? Her mind tried to grip with them in vain. And often as she came to close quarters with them, they eluded her and disappeared, only to return with the old formula. Her thoughts drifted away at last to what Mr. Alwyn had said of Charles, and all the disagreeable things which Mabel had come up on Monday morning with a bunch of late roses on purpose to tell her respecting him. She had taken Mabel's information at its true worth, which I fear was but small. But she felt annoyed that both Mabel and Mr. Alwyn should have thought it necessary to warn her. As if, she said to herself, she had not known. Really, she had not been born and bred in Slumberley, nor had she lived there all her life. She had met men of that kind before. She always liked them. Charles especially amused her, and she could see that she amused him. And now she came to think of it, she supposed he had paid her a good deal of attention at Atherston, and perhaps he had not come over to Slumberley especially to see Mr. Alwyn. It was as natural to men like Charles to be always interested in someone, as it would be unnatural in others ever to be so, except as the result of long forethought, and with a wedding ring and a set of bridesmaids well in view. But to attach any importance to the fact that Charles liked to talk to her would have been absurd. With another man it might have meant much, but she had heard of Charles and his misdoings long before she had met him, and knew what to expect. Lord Breakwater's sister had confided to her many things respecting him, and had wept bitter tears on her shoulder when he suddenly went off to shoot grizzlies in the Rocky Mountains. "He has not sufficient vanity to know that he is exceedingly popular," said Ruth to herself. "I should think there are few men, handicapped as he is, who have been liked more entirely for themselves and less for their belongings. But all the time he probably imagines people admire his name or his place or his income, and not himself, and consequently he does not care much what he says or does. I'm certain he does not mean to do any harm. His manner never deceived me for a moment. I can't see why it should others. But from all accounts he seems to be frequently misunderstood. That is just the right word for him. He is misunderstood. At any rate, I never misunderstood him. That Sunday call might have made me suspicious of any ordinary mortal, but I knew no common rule could apply to such an exception as he is. I only wonder, when he really does find himself in earnest, how he is to convey his meaning to the future Lady Danvers. What words will be strong enough? What ink would be black enough to carry conviction to her mind? She smiled at the thought, and as she smiled, another face rose suddenly before her, Dare's, pale and serious as it had been of late, with the wistful, anxious eyes. He, at least, had meant a great deal, she thought with remorse. He had been in earnest, sufficiently in earnest to make himself very unhappy, and on her account. Ruth had known for some time that Dare loved her, but tonight that simple, unobtrusive fact suddenly took larger proportions, came boldly out of the shadows, and looked her in the face. He loved her. Well, what then? She turned giddy and leaned her head against the opened shutter. In the silence the words that had haunted her all the afternoon came back, not loud as heretofore, but in a whisper, speaking to her heart, which had begun to beat fast and loud. We should consider well what we are keeping back our strength for, if we refuse to put the whole of it into our work. What work was there for her to do? The giddiness and the whirl in her mind died down suddenly like a great gust on the surface of a lake, and left it still and clear and cold. The misery of the world and the inability to meet it had so often confused and weighed her down, that she had come back humbly of late to the only possibility with which it was in her power to deal, come back to the well-worn groove of earnest determination to do as much as in her lay close at hand, when she could find a field to labour in. And now she suddenly saw, or thought she saw, that she had found it. She had been very anxious to whether Dare would do his duty, but till this moment it had never struck her that it might be her duty to help him. She liked him, and he was poor, too poor to do much for the people who were dependent on him, the poor, struggling people of Vandon. Their sullen, miserable faces rose up before her, and their crazy houses. Fever had broken out again in the cottages by the river. He needed help and encouragement, for he had a difficult time before him. And she had these to give, and money too. Could she do better with them? She knew Mr. Alwyn wished it. And as to herself, was she never going to put self on one side? She never liked anyone very much, at least not in that way, but she liked him. The words came like a loud voice in the silence. She liked him. Well, what then? She shut her eyes, but she only shut out the moon's pale photographs of the fields and woods. She could not shut out these stern, besieging thoughts. What was she holding back for? For some possibly ideal, romantic future? For the prince of a fairy story? No. Well, then for what? The moon went behind a cloud and took all her photographs with her. The night had turned very cold. "Tomorrow," said Ruth to herself, rising slowly. "I'm too tired to think now. Tomorrow." And as she spoke, the faint chime of the clock upon her table warned her that already it was tomorrow. And soon, in a moment, as it seemed to her, before she had had time to think, it was again tomorrow, a wet, dim tomorrow, and she was at Vandon, running up the wide stone steps in the starlight under Dare's protecting umbrella, and allowing him to take her wraps from her before the hall fire. The concert had gone off well. Ruth was pleased. Mr. Alwyn was pleased. Dare was in a state of repressed excitement, now flying into the drawing-room to see if there were a good fire, as it was a chilly evening, now rushing thence to the dining-room to satisfy himself that all the immense and elaborate preparations which he had enjoined on the cook had been made. Then Ruth must be shown to her room. Who was to do it? He flew to find the housekeeper, and after repeated injunctions to the housemaid, whom he met in the passage, not to forget the hot water, took Mr. Alwyn off to his apartment. The concert had begun, as concerts always seem to do, at the exact time at which it is usual to dine, so that it was late before the principal performers and Mr. Alwyn reached Vandon. It was later still before supper came, but when it came, it was splendid. Dare looked with anxious satisfaction over a soup tureen, the various spiced and glazed forms of indigestion, sufficient for a dozen people, which covered the table. It grieved him that Ruth, confronted by a spreading ham, and Mr. Alwyn, half hidden by a boulder of turkey, should have such moderate appetites. But at least she was there, under his roof, at his table. It was not surprising that he could eat nothing himself. After supper, Mr. Alwyn, who combined the wisdom of the worldly serpent with the harmlessness of the clerical dove, fell, not too suddenly, asleep by the fire in the drawing-room, and Ruth and Dare went into the hall where the piano was. Dare opened it and struck a few minor chords. Ruth sat down in a great carved arm-chair beside the fire. The hall was only lighted by a few tall lamps high on pedestals against the walls, which threw great profiles of the various busts upon the dim bas-reliefs of twining scrollwork, and Dare, with his eyes fixed on Ruth, began to play. There is in some music a strange appeal beyond the reach of words. Those mysterious sharps and flats and major and minor chords are an alphabet that in some occult combinations forms another higher language than that of speech, a language which, as we listen, thrills us to the heart. It was an old piano, with an impediment in its speech, out of the yellow notes of which Ruth could have made nothing. But in Dare's hands it spoke for him as he never could have spoken for himself. His eyes never left her. He feared to look away, lest he should find the presence of that quiet, graceful figure by his fireside had been a dream, and that he was alone again with the dim lamps, alone with Dante and Cicero and Seneca. The firelight dwelt ruddily upon her grave, clear-cut face and level brows, and upon the folds of her white gown. It touched the slender hands clasped lightly together on her knee, and drew sudden sparks and gleams out of the diamond pin at her throat. His hands trembled on the keys, and as he looked his heart beat high and higher, loud and louder, till it drowned the rhythm of the music. And as he looked, her calm eyes met his. In another moment he was on his knees beside her, her hands caught in his trembling clasp, and his head pressed down upon them. "I know," he gasped. "It's no good. You've told me so once. You will tell me so again. I'm not good enough. I'm not worthy. But I love you. I love you." In moments of real feeling, the old words hold their own against all modern newcomers. Dare repeated them over and over again in a paroxysm of overwhelming emotion which shook him from head to foot. Something in his boyish attitude and in his entire loss of self-control touched Ruth strangely. She knew he was 5 or 6 years her senior, but at the moment she felt as if she were much older than he, and a sudden vague wish passed through her mind that he'd be nearer her in age, not quite so young. "Well?" she said gently, and he felt her cool, passive hands tremble a little in his. Something in the tone of her voice made him raise his head, and meet her eyes looking down at him, earnestly, and with a great kindness in them. A sudden, eager light leaped into his face. "Will you?" he whispered, breathlessly, his hands tightening their hold of hers. "Will you?" There was a moment's pause, in which the whole world seemed to stand quite still and wait for her answer. "Yes," she said at last, "I will." "I'm glad I did it," she said to herself half an hour later, as she leaned her tired head against the carved oak chimney-piece in her bedroom, and absently traced with her finger the Latin inscription over the fireplace. "I like him very much. I'm glad I did it." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 16. For many years nothing had given Mr. Alwyn such heartfelt pleasure as the news Ruth had to tell him as he drove her back next morning to Slumberley, behind Mrs. Alwyn's long-tailed ponies. It was a still September morning, with a faint pearl sky and half-veiled silver sun. Pale gleams of sunshine wandered across the busy harvest fields and burnished the steel of the river. Decisions of any kind rarely look their best after a sleepless night, but as Ruth saw the expression of happiness and relief that came into her uncle's face when she told him what had happened, she felt again that she was glad, very glad. "Oh, my dear, my dear!" Mr. Alwyn was driving the ponies first against the bank and then into the opposite ditch. "How glad I am! How thankful! I had almost hoped, certainly. I wish so much to think it possible, but then one can never tell. Poor Dare, poor fellow! I used to be so sorry for him. And how much he will be able to do at Vanden among the people! It will be a different place, and it is such a relief to think that the poor old house will be looked after. It went to my heart to see the way it had been neglected. I ventured this morning, as I was down early, to move some of that dear old Worcester farther back into the cabinet. They really were so near the edge. I could not bear to see them, and I found a savoury saucer, my dear, in the library that belonged to one of those beautiful cups in the drawing-room. I hope it was not very wrong, but I had to put it among its relations. It was sitting with a delft mug on it, poor thing. Dear me, I little thought then. Really, I'd never been so glad about anything before." After a little more conversation, and after Mr. Alwyn had been persuaded to give the reins to his niece, who was far more composed than himself, his mind reverted to his wife. "I think, my dear, until your engagement is more settled, till I've had a talk with Dare on the subject, which will be necessary before you write to your Uncle Francis, it would be as well not to refer to it before, in fact, not to mention it to Mrs. Alwyn. Your dear aunt's warm heart and conversational bent makes it almost impossible for her to refrain from speaking of anything that interests her, and indeed, even if she does not say anything in so many words, I have observed that opinions are sometimes formed by others as to the subject on which she is silent, by her manner when any chance allusion is made to it." Ruth heartily agreed. She had been dreading this searching catechism through which Mrs. Alwyn would certainly put her, the minute inquiries as to her dress, the hour, the place, whether it had been standing up or sitting down, all her questions, of course, interwoven with personal reminiscences of how John had done it, and her own emotion of the time. It was with no small degree of relief at the postponement of that evil hour that Ruth entered the house. As she did so, a faint sound reached her ear. It was that of a musical box. "Dear, dear," said Mr. Alwyn, as he followed her, "it is a fine day. Your aunt must be ill." For the moment Ruth did not understand the connection of ideas in his mind, until she suddenly remembered the musical box, which Mrs. Alwyn had often told her was so nice and cheery on a wet day or in times of illness. She hurriedly entered the drawing-room, followed by Mr. Alwyn, where the first object that met her view was Mrs. Alwyn extended on the sofa, arrayed in what she called her tea-gown, a loose robe of blue cretonne, with a large vine-leaf pattern twining over it, which broke out into grapes at intervals. Ruth knew the garment well. It came on only when Mrs. Alwyn was suffering. She had worn it last during a period of entire mental prostration, which had succeeded all too soon an exciting discovery of mushrooms in the glebe. Mr. Alwyn's heart and Ruth's sank as they caught sight of it again. With a dignity befitting the occasion, Mrs. Alwyn recounted in detail the various ways in which she had employed herself after their departure the previous evening, up to the exact moment when she slipped going upstairs and sprained her ankle, in a blue and green manner that had quite alarmed the doctor when he had seen it, and compared with which Mrs. Thursby's gathered finger in the spring was a mere bagatelle. "Mrs. Thursby stayed in bed when her finger was bad," said Mrs. Alwyn to Ruth, when Mr. Alwyn had condoled and had made his escape to his study. "She always gives way so, but I never was like that. I was up all the same, my dear." "I hope it does not hurt very much," said Ruth, anxious to be sympathetic, but succeeding only in being commonplace. "It's not only the pain," said Mrs. Alwyn, in the gentle, resigned voice which she always used when indisposed, the voice of one at peace with all the world, and ready to depart from a scene consequently so devoid of interest. "But to a person of my habits, Ruth, never a day without going into the larder, and always seeing after the servants as I do, first one duty, and then another, and the chickens, and all, seems a strange thing that I should be laid aside." Mrs. Alwyn paused, as if she had not for the nonce fathomed the ulterior reasons for this special move on the part of Providence, which had crippled her, while it left Ruth and Mrs. Thursby with the use of their limbs. "However," she continued, "I am not one to repine. Always cheery and busy, Ruth, that is my motto. And now, my dear, if you will wind up the musical box, and then read me a little bit out of Texts with Tender Twinings, the new floral manual which had lately superseded the Pearls. After that we will start on one of my scrapbooks, and you should tell me all about your visit to Vandon." It was not the time Ruth would have chosen for a tete-a-tete with her aunt. She was longing to be alone, to think quietly over what had happened, and it was difficult to concentrate her attention on pink and yellow calico, and cut out coloured royal families and foreign birds with a good grace. Happily Mrs. Alwyn, though always requiring attention, was quite content with the half of what she required, and with the Buffalo Girls and the Danube River tinkling on the table, conversation was somewhat superfluous. In the afternoon Dare came, but he was waylaid in the hall by Mr. Alwyn and taken into the study before he could commit himself in Mrs. Alwyn's presence. Mrs. Thursby and Mabel also called to condole, and a little later Mrs. Smith of Greenacre, who had heard the news of the accident from the doctor. Altogether it was a delightful afternoon for Mrs. Alwyn, who assumed for the time an air of superiority over Mrs. Thursby, to which that lady's well-known chronic ill health seldom allowed her to lay claim. Mrs. Alwyn and Mrs. Thursby had remained friends since they both arrived together as brides at Slumberley, in spite of a difference of opinion which had at one time strained friendly relations to a painful degree, as to the propriety of wearing the hair over the top of the ear. The hair question settled, a temporary difficulty, extending over a few years, had sprung up in its place, respecting what Mrs. Thursby called family. Mrs. Alwyn's family was not her strong point, nor was its position strengthened by her assertion, unsupported by Mrs. Markham, that she was directly descended from Queen Elizabeth. Consequently, it was trying to Mrs. Thursby, who, as everyone knows, was one of the brainless Copleys of Copley, that Mrs. Alwyn, who in the lottery of marriage had drawn an honourable, should take precedence of herself. To obviate this difficulty, Mrs. Thursby, with the ingenuity of her sex, had at one time introduced Mr. and Mrs. Alwyn as our rector and our rector's wife, thus denying them their names altogether, for fear lest a connection with Lord Polesworth should be remembered, and the fact that Mr. Alwyn was his brother, and consequently an honourable, should transpire. This peculiarity of etiquette entirely escaped Mr. Alwyn, but aroused feelings in the breast of his wife which might have brought about one of those deeply rooted feuds which so often exist between the squires and clergymen's families, if it had not been for the timely and serious illness in which Mrs. Thursby lost her health, and the principal part of the other subject of disagreement, her hair. Then Queen Elizabeth and the Honourable were alike forgotten. With her own hands Mrs. Alwyn made a certain jelly, which Mrs. Thursby praised in the highest manner, saying she only wished that it had been the habit in her family to learn to do anything so useful. Mrs. Thursby's new gowns were no longer kept a secret from Mrs. Alwyn, to be suddenly sprung upon her at a garden party, when, possibly in an old garment herself, she was least able to bear the shock. Bygones were bygones, and greatly to the relief of the two husbands, their respective wives made up their differences. "And a very pleasant afternoon it has been," said Mrs. Alwyn, when the Thursbys and Dare, who had been loath to go, had taken their departure. "Mrs. Thursby and Mabel, and Mrs. Smith, and Mr. Dare, 4 to tea. Quite a little party, wasn't it, Ruth? And so informal and nice, and the buns came in as naturally as possible, which no one heard me whisper to James for. I think those little citron buns are nicer than a great cake like Mrs. Thursby's, and hers are always so black and overbaked. That is why the cook sifts such a lot of sugar over them. I do think one should be real, and not try to cover up things. And Mr. Dare so pleasant, quite sorry to go, he seemed. I often wonder whether it were you or Mabel in the end. He ought to be making up his mind. I expect I shall have a little joke with him about it before long. And such an interest he took in the scrapbook. I asked him to come again tomorrow." "I don't expect he will be able to do so," said Mr. Alwyn. "I rather think he will have to go to town on business." Later in the evening, Mr. Alwyn told Ruth that in the course of his interview he found that Dare had the very vaguest ideas as to the necessity of settlements, had evidently never given the subject a thought, and did not even know what he actually possessed. Mr. Alwyn was secretly afraid of what Ruth's trustee, his brother Lord Polesworth, now absent shooting in the Rocky Mountains, would say if, during his absence, their niece was allowed to engage herself without suitable provision, and he begged Ruth not to do anything rash in the way of speaking of her engagement, until Dare could, with the help of his lawyer, see his way to making some arrangement. "I know he has no money," said Ruth quietly. "That is one of the reasons why I am going to marry him." Mr. Alwyn, to whom this seemed the most natural reason in the world, was not sure whether it would strike his brother with equal force. He had a suspicion that when Lord Polesworth's attention should be turned from white goats and brown bears to the fact that his niece, who had means of her own, had been allowed to engage herself to a poor man, and that Mr. Alwyn had greatly encouraged the match, unpleasant questions might be asked. "Francis will be back in November," said Mr. Alwyn. "I think, Ruth, we'd better wait till his return before we do anything definite." "Anything more definite, you mean?" said Ruth. "I have been very definite already, I think. I shall be glad to wait until he comes back, if you wish it, Uncle John. I shall try to do what you both advise. But at the same time I am of age, and if my word is worth anything, you know I have given that already." Dare felt no call to go to London by the early train on the following morning, so he found himself at liberty to spend an hour at Slumberley Rectory on his way to the station, and by the advice of Mr. Alwyn went into the garden, where the sound of the musical box reached the ear but in faint echoes, and where Ruth presently joined him. In his heart, Dare was secretly afraid of Ruth, though, as he often told himself, it was more than probable she was equally afraid of him. If that was so, she controlled her feelings wonderfully, for as she came to meet him, nothing could have been more frankly kind, more friendly, or more composed than her manner towards him. He took her outstretched hand and kissed it. It was not quite the way in which he had pictured to himself that they would meet, but if his imagination had taken somewhat bolder flight in her absence, he felt now, as she stood before him, that it had taken that flight in vain. He kept her hand and looked intently at her. She did not change colour, nor did that disappointing friendliness leave her steady eyes. "She does not love me," he said to himself. "It is strange, but she does not. But the day will come." "You are going to London, are you not?" asked Ruth, withdrawing her hand at last. And after hearing a detailed account of his difficulties and anxieties about money matters, and after taking an immense weight off his mind by telling him that they would have no influence in causing her to alter her decision, she sent him beaming and rejoicing on his way, quite a different person to the victim of anxiety and depression who had arrived at Slumberley an hour before. Mrs. Alwyn was much annoyed at Dare's entire want of heart in leaving the house without coming to see her, and during the remainder of the morning she did not cease to comment on the differences that exist between what people really are and what they seem to be, until, in her satisfaction at recounting the accident to Evelyn Danvers, a new and sympathetic listener, she fortunately forgot the slight put upon her ankle earlier in the day. The complete enjoyment of her sufferings was, however, destined to sustain a severe shock the following morning. She and Ruth were reading their letters, Mrs. Alwyn, of course, giving Ruth the benefit of the various statements respecting the weather which her correspondents had confided to her, when Mr. Alwyn came in from the study, an open letter in his hand. He was quite pink with pleasure. "He has asked me to go and see them," he said, "and they are small and have green seals, all excepting one," referring to the letter, "which has a big red seal in a tin box attached by a tape. Ruth, I am perfectly convinced beforehand that those charters are grants of land of the 14th or 15th century. Sir Charles mentions that they are in black letter, and only a few lines on each, but he says he won't describe them in full, as I must come and see them for myself. Dear me, how I shall enjoy arranging them for him, which he asked me to do. I had really become so anxious about them that a few days ago I determined to set my mind at rest, and I wrote to him to ask for particulars, and that is his answer." Mr. Alwyn put Charles' letter into her hand, and she glanced over it. "Why, Uncle John, he asks Aunt Fanny as well, and if Miss Deyncourt is still with you, pleasure, etc., and me too." "When is it for?" asked Mrs. Alwyn, suddenly sitting bolt upright. "Let me see. Black letter size about, where is it? Here, Tuesday the 25th for 3 nights. Leaving home following week for some time. Excuse short notice, etc. It's next week, Aunt Fanny." "I shall not be able to go," gasped Mrs. Alwyn, sinking back on her sofa, while something very like tears came into her eyes. "And I've never been there, Ruth. The Thursbys went once, in old Sir George's time, and Mrs. Thursby always says this is the show place in the county, and that it is such a pity I've not seen it. And last autumn when John went, I was in Devonshire, and never even heard of his going till I got home, or I'd have come back. Oh, Ruth, oh dear." Mrs. Alwyn let her letters fall into her lap, and drew forth the coloured pocket handkerchief which she wore, in imitation of Maple Thursby, stuck into the bodice of her gown, and at the ominous appearance of which Mr. Alwyn suddenly recollected a duty in the study, and retreated. With an unerring instinct, Ruth flew to the musical box and set it going, and then knelt down by the prostrate figure of her aunt, and administered what sympathy and consolation she could to the cheery accompaniment of the Buffalo Girls. "Never mind, dear Aunt Fanny. Perhaps he will ask you again when you are better. There will be other opportunities." "I always was unlucky," said Mrs. Alwyn faintly. "I had a swelled face up the Rhine on our honeymoon. Things always happen like that with me. At any rate," after a pause, "there is one thing. We ought to try and look at the bright side. It is not as though we have not been asked. We have not been overlooked." "No," said Ruth promptly, and in her own mind she registered a vow that in her future home she would never give the pain that being overlooked by the larger house can cause to the smaller house. "And I will stay with you, Aunt Fanny," she went on cheerfully. "Uncle John can go by himself, and we will do just what we like while he is away, won't we?" But of this Mrs. Alwyn demurred. She was determined that if she played the role of a martyr, she would do it well. She insisted that Ruth should accompany Mr. Alwyn. She secretly looked forward to telling Mabel that Ruth was going. She did not mind being left alone, she said. She desired, with a sigh of self-sacrifice, that Mr. Alwyn should accept for himself and his niece. She had not been brought up to consider herself, thank God. She had her faults, she knew. No one was more fully aware of them than herself. But she was not going to prevent others enjoying themselves because she herself was laid aside. "And now, my dear," she said, with a sudden return to mundane interests that succeeded rather unexpectedly to the celestial spirit of her previous remarks, "you must be thinking about your gowns. If I had been going, I should have had my ruby satin done up so beautiful by candlelight. What have you to wear? That white lace tea-gown with the silver-grey train is very nice, but you ought not to be in half-mourning now. I like to see young people in colours. And then there is that gold-and-white brocade, Ruth, that you wore at the drawing-room last year. It is a beautiful dress, but rather too quiet. Could not you brighten it up with a few cherry-coloured bows about it, or a sash? I always think a sash is so becoming. If you were to bring it down, I dare say I could suggest something. And you must be well dressed, for though he only said friends, you can never tell whom you may not meet at a place like that." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 17. The last week of September found Charles back at Stoke Moreton to receive the friends of whom Mrs. Alwyn spoke. People whose partridges he had helped to kill were now to be gathered from the east and from the west to help to kill his. From the north also guests were coming, were leaving their mountains to... but the remainder of the line is invidious. The Hope Actons had written to offer a visit at Stoke Moreton on the strength of an old promise to Charles, a promise so old that he had forgotten it until reminded that next time they were passing they would take his house on their way. They had offered their visit exactly at the same time for which he had just invited the Alwyns and Ruth. Charles felt that they were not quite the people whom he would have arranged to meet each other, but as fate had so decreed it, he acquiesced calmly enough. But when Lady Mary also wrote tenderly from Scarborough to ask if she could be of any use helping to entertain his guests, he felt it imperative to draw the line, and wrote a grateful effusion to his aunt, saying that he could not think of asking her to leave a place where he felt sure she was deriving spiritual and temporal benefit, in order to assist at so unprofitable a festivity as a shooting party. He mentioned casually that Lady Grace Lawrence, Miss Deyncourt, and Miss Wyndham were to be at the party, which details he imagined might have an interest for her amid her graver reflections. The subject of Ruth's coming certainly had a prominent place in his own graver reflections. For the last fortnight, as he went from house to house, he had been wondering how he could meet her again, and when Mr. Alwyn's letter concerning the charters was forwarded to him, a sudden inspiration made him then and there send the invitation which had arrived at Slumberley Rectory a few days before. He groaned in spirit as he wrote it, at the thought of Mrs. Alwyn disporting herself, dressed in the brightest colours, among his other guests, and it was with a feeling of thankfulness that he found Ruth and Mr. Alwyn were coming without her. He had felt very little interest so far in the party, which, with the exception of the Hope Actons, had been long arranged, but now he found himself looking forward to it with actual impatience, and he returned home a day before the time, instead of an hour or two before his guests were expected, as was his wont. The Wyndhams and Hope Actons, with Lady Grace in tow, were the first to appear upon the scene. Mr. Alwyn and Ruth arrived a few hours later, amid a dropping fire of young men and gun-cases, who kept on turning up at intervals during the afternoon, and, according to the mysterious nocturnal habits of their kind, till late into the night. If ever a man appears to advantage, it is on his native hearth, and as Charles stood on his in the long hall, where it was the habit of the house to assemble before dinner, Ruth found that her attempts at conversation were rather thrown away upon Lady Grace, with whom she had been renewing an old acquaintance, and whose interest, for the time being, entirely centred in the carved coats of arms and heraldic designs with which the towering white stone chimney-piece was covered. Lady Grace was one of those pretty, delicate creatures who remind one of a very elaborate rosebud. There was an appearance of ultra-refinement about her, a look of that refinement which is in itself a weakness, a poverty of blood, so to speak, the opposite, a more pleasing but equally unhealthy extreme of coarseness. She looked very pretty, as, having left Ruth, she stood by Charles, passing her little pink hand over the lowest carvings, dim and warm with the heat of many generations of fires, and listened with rapt attention to his answers to her questions. "And the hall is so beautiful," she said, looking round with childlike curiosity at the walls covered with weapons, with a long array of armour, and at the massive pillars of carved white stone which rose up out of the polished floor to meet the raftered ceiling. "It is so uncommon." Whatever Charles's other failings may have been, he was an admirable host. The weather was fine. What can be finer than September when she is in a good humour? The 2 first days of Ruth's visit were unalloyed enjoyment. It seemed like a sudden return to the old life with Lady Deyncourt, when the round of country visits regularly succeeded the season in London. Of Mr. Alwyn she saw little or nothing. He was buried in the newly discovered charters. Of Charles she saw a good deal, more than at the time she was quite aware of, for he seemed to see a great deal of everybody, from Lady Grace to the shy man of the party, who at Stoke Moulton first conceived the idea that he was an acquisition to society. But whether Charles made the opportunities or not which came so readily to his hand, still he found time, amid the pressure of his shooting arrangements and his duties as host, to talk to Ruth. One day there was cub-hunting in the grey of the early morning, to which she and Miss Wyndham went with Charles and others of the party who could bear to get up betimes. Losing sight of the others after a time, Ruth and Charles rode back alone together, when the sun was high, walking their tired horses along the blackberried lanes and down the long green rides cut in the yellowing bracken of the park. "And so you are going to winter in Rome?" said Charles, who had the previous day, contrary to his wont, accepted an invitation to Slumberley Hall for the middle of October. "I sometimes go to Rome for a few weeks when the shooting is over. And are you glad or sorry at the prospect of leaving your Cranford?" "Very sorry." "Why?" "I have seen an entirely new phase of life at Slumberley." "I think I can guess what you mean," said Charles gravely. "One does not often meet anyone like Mr. Alwyn." "No, I was thinking of him. Until I came to Slumberley the lines had not fallen to me in very clerical places, so my experience is limited. But he seems to me the only clergyman I have known who does not force on one a form of religion that has been dead and buried for years." "The clergy have much to answer for on that head," said Charles with bitterness. "I sometimes like and respect them as individuals, but I do not love them as a class. One ought to make allowance for the fact that they are tied and bound by the chain of their 39 articles, that at 23 they shut the doors deliberately on any new and possibly unorthodox idea, and it is consequently unreasonable to expect from them any genuine freedom or originality of thought. I can forgive them their assumption of superiority, their inability to meet honest scepticism with anything like fairness, their continual bickering among themselves, but I cannot forgive them the harm they are doing to religion, the discredit that they are bringing upon it by their bigoted views and obsolete ideas. They busy themselves doing good. That's the worst of it. They mean well, but they do not see that in the meanwhile their church is being left unto them desolate. Though perhaps after all the church having come to be what it is, that is the best thing that can happen." "There are men among the clergy who will not come under that sweeping accusation," said Ruth. "Look at some of the London churches. Are they desolate? Goodness and earnestness will be a power to the end of time, however narrow the accompanying creed may be." "That is true, but we have heads as well as hearts. Goodness and earnestness appeal to the heart alone. The intellect is left out in the cold. However good and earnest and eloquent one of these great preachers may be, the reason we go to hear him is not only because of that, but because he appears to be thinking in a straight line, because he seems to recognize the long-resisted claim of the intellect, and we hope he will have a word to say to us. He promises well, but listen to him a little longer, follow his thought, and you will begin to see that he will only look for truth within a certain area, that his steps are describing an arc, that he is tethered. Give him time enough, and you will see him tread out the complete circle in which he and his brethren are equally bound to walk." "You forget," said Ruth, "that you are regarding the church from the standpoint of the cultivated and intellectual class, for whom the Church has ceased to represent religion. But there are lots of people neither cultivated nor intellectual, women even of our own class are not so as a rule, to whom the Church, with its ritual and dogma, is a real help and comfort. If, as you say, it does not suit the more highly educated, I think you have no right to demand that it should suit what is, after all, a very small minority. It would be most unfair if it did. Charles did not answer. He had been looking at her, and thinking how few women could have disagreed with him as quietly and resolutely as this young girl riding at his side, carefully avoiding chance rabbit-holes as she spoke. There always will be, a certain number of people, not only among the clergy, she went on, who, as somebody says, put the church clock back, and are unable to see that they cannot alter the time of day for all that. Only they can and do prevent many well-intentioned people from trusting to it any longer. But there are others, here and there, whom a dogmatic form of religion has been quite unable to spoil, whose more simple turn of mind draws out of the very system that appears to you so lifeless and effete a real faith, a personal possession, which no one can take from them. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke, and Charles saw that she was thinking of Mr. Alwyn. He has got it, he said slowly, this something which we all want, and for the greater part never find. He has got it. To see and recognize it early is a great thing, he continued earnestly. To disbelieve in it in early life, and cavil at all the caricatures and imitations, and only come to find out its reality comparatively later on, is a great misfortune. A great misfortune. She felt that he was speaking of himself, and they rode on in silence, each grave with a sense of mutual understanding and companionship. They forded the stream and trotted up the little village street, the cottagers gazing admiringly after them till they disappeared within the great arched gateway. And Charles looked at his old house as they paced up the wide drive, and wondered whether it were indeed possible that the lonely years he had spent in it had come to an end at last. At last. Ruth had noticed that he had lost no opportunity of talking to her, and when she heard him conversing with Lady Grace, or plunging into fashionable slang with Miss Wyndham, found herself admiring the facility with which he adapted himself to different people. The following afternoon, as she was writing in the library, she was amused to see that he found it incumbent on him to write too, even going so far as to produce a letter from Molly, whose correspondence, he said, he invariably answered by return. "You seem very fond of giving Molly pleasure," said Ruth. "I am glad to see, Miss Deyncourt, that you are beginning to estimate me at my true worth." "You have it in your power just now to give a great pleasure," said Ruth earnestly, laying down the pen which she had taken up. "How?" "It seems so absurd when it is put into words, but by asking Mrs. Alwyn some time to stay here. She has always longed to see Stoke Moreton because Mrs. Thursby has, and real, positive, actual tears were shed that she could not come when you asked us." "Is it possible?" said Charles. "It's the first time that any letter of mine has caused emotion of that description." "You don't know how important the smallest thing appears if one lives in a little corner of the world where nothing ever happens. If Mrs. Alwyn had been able to come, her visit would have been an event which she would have remembered for years. I assure you, I myself, from having lived at Slumberley 8 months, became quite excited at the prospect of so much dissipation." And Ruth leaned back in her chair with a little laugh. Charles looked narrowly at her, and his face fell. "I'm so glad you told me," he said after a moment's pause. "People generally mention these things about 10 years afterwards, when there is probably no possibility of doing anything. Thank you." Ruth was disconcerted by the sudden gravity of his tone, and almost regretted the impulse that had made her speak. She forgot it, however, in the tableau vivant which they were preparing for the evening, in which she and Charles illustrated the symbol nun to enthusiastic applause. Ruth represented the nun engaged in conversation over the lowest imaginable convent wall, with Charles in all the glory of his cocked hat and deputy lieutenant's uniform, who, while he held the nun's hand in one of his, pointed persuasively with the other towards an elaborately caparisoned war-horse, trembling beneath the joint weight of a yeomanry saddle and a side-saddle attached behind it, which considerably overlapped the charger's impromptu fur boa tail. After the tableau there was dancing in acting costume, at which the two men, who acted the war horse between them, were the only persons to protest, Lady Grace being beautiful as an improvised Anne Boleyn, and the shy man resplendent in a fancy dress of Charles's. When the third morning came, Ruth gave a genuine sigh at the thought that it was the last day. Lady Grace, who was also leaving the following morning, may be presumed to have echoed it with far more sorrow. The Wyndhams were going that day, and disappeared down the drive, waving handkerchiefs and carriage rugs and hats on sticks out of the carriage windows, as is the custom of really amusing people when taking leave. In the afternoon, Lady Grace and Charles went off for a ride alone together, to see some ruin in which Lady Grace had manifested a sudden interest. The third horse, which had been brought round for another of the men, being sent back to the stables, his destined rider having decided, at the 11th hour, to join the rest of the party in a little desultory rabbit-shooting in the park, which he proceeded to do with much chuckling over his extraordinary penetration and tact. The elder ladies went out driving, looking, as seen from an upper window, like 4 poached eggs on a dish, and the coast being clear, Ruth, who had no love of driving, escaped with her paint-box to the garden, where she was making a sketch of Stoke Moreton. Some houses, like people, have dignity. Stoke Moreton, with ivy creeping up its mellow sandstone and peeping into its long lines of mullioned windows, stood solemn and stately amid its level gardens. The low sun, bringing out every line of carved stone frieze and quaint architrave, firing all the western windows, and touching the tall heads of the hollyhocks and sunflowers that stood in ordered regiments within their high walls of clipped box. And Ruth dabbed and looked, and dabbed again, until she suddenly found that if she put another stroke she would spoil all, and also that her hands were stiff with cold. After a few admiring glances at her work, she set off on a desultory journey round the garden to get warm, and finally, seeing an oak door in the garden wall open, wandered through it into the churchyard. The church door was open too, and Ruth, after reading some of the epitaphs on the tombstones, went in. It was a common little church enough, with a large mortuary chapel, where all the Danvers family reposed, ancient Danvers lying in armour, with their mailed hands joined beside their wives, more modern Danvers kneeling in bas-relief in coloured plaster and execrable taste in recesses. The last generations were there also, some of them anticipating the resurrection and feathered wings, but for the most part still asleep. Charles's mother was there, lying in white marble among her husband's people, with a child upon her arm which she had taken away with her. And in the midst of the chapel was the last Sir Charles Danvers, whom his brother, Sir George, the father of the present owner, had succeeded. The evening sun shone full on the kneeling soldier figure, leaning on its sword, and on the grave, clear-cut face, which had a look of Charles. The long, beautifully modelled hands, clasped over the battered steel sword-hilt, were like Charles's too. Ruth read the inscription on the low marble pedestal, relating how he had fallen in the taking of the Redan, and then looked again. And gradually a great feeling of pity rose in her heart for the family which had lived here for so many generations, and which seemed now so likely to die out. Providence does not seem to care much for old families, or to value long descent. Rather, it seems to favour the new race, the Browns and the Joneses and the Robinsons, who yesterday were not, and who today elbow the old county families from the place which has known them from time immemorial. "I suppose Molly will some day marry a Smith," said Ruth to herself, "and then it will all be over. I don't think I will come and see her here when she is married." With which reflection she returned to the house, and after disturbing Mr. Alwyn, who was deep in a catalogue of the Danvers manuscripts, in which it was his firm conviction that he should find some mention of the charters, she went into the library, and wondered which of the several thousands of books would interest her till the others came in. The library was a large room, the walls of which were lined with books from the floor to the ceiling. In order to place the higher shelves within reach, a light balcony of polished oak ran round the 4 walls, about equidistant from the floor and the ceiling. Ruth went up the tiny corkscrew staircase in the wall which led to the balcony, and setting herself comfortably in the low, wide window-seat, took out one volume after another of those that came within her reach. These shelves by the window where she was sitting had somehow a different look to the rest. Old books and new, white vellum and cardboard, were herded together without any apparent order, and with no respect of bindings. Here a splendid Morocco Novum Organum was pushed in beside a cheap and much worn edition of Marcus Aurelius. There Emerson and Plato and Shakespeare jostled each other on the same shelf, while just below Don Quixote was pressed into the uncongenial society of Carlyle on one side and Confucius on the other. As she pulled out one book after another, she noticed that the greater part of them had Charles's name in them. Ruth's curiosity was at once aroused. No doubt this was the little corner in his great house in which he chose to read, and these were his favourite books which he had arranged so close to his hand. If we can judge our fellow creatures at all, which is doubtful, it is by the books they read, and by those which, having read, they read again. She looked at the various volumes in the window-seat beside her with new interest, and opened the first one she took up. It was a collection of translations from the Persian poets, gentlemen of the name of Jemshid, Sadi, and Hafiz, of whom she had never heard. As she turned over the pages, she heard the ringing of horses' hoofs, and looking out from her point of observation, saw Charles and Lady Grace cantering up the short, wide approach, and clattering out of sight again behind the great stone archway. She turned back to her book, and was reading an ode here and there, wondering to see how the same thoughts that work within us today had lived with man so many 100 years ago, when her eye was caught by some writing on the margin of a page as she turned it over. A single sentence on the page was strongly underlined. "True self-knowledge is knowledge of God." Jemshid was a wise man, Ruth thought, if he had found out that. And then she read in Charles's clear handwriting in the margin, "With this compare, look within. Within us is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if thou will ever dig." Marcus Aurelius. At this moment Charles came into the library, and looked up to where she was sitting, half hidden from below by the thickness of the wall. "What, studying?" he called gaily. "I saw you sitting in the window as I rode up. I might have known that if you were lost sight of for half an hour, you would be found improving yourself in some exasperating way." And he ran up the little stairs and came round the balcony towards her. "My own special books, I see. Eve, as usual, surreptitiously craving for a knowledge of good and evil. What have you got hold of?" The remainder of the window-seat was full of books, so to obtain a better view of what she was reading, he knelt down by her, and looked at the open book on her knee. Ruth did not attempt to close it. She felt guilty, she hardly knew of what. After a moment's pause she said, "I plead guilty. I was curious. I saw these were your own particular shelves, but I never can resist looking at the books people read. Will you be pleased to remember in future that, in contemplating my character, Miss Deyncourt, a subject not unworthy of your attention, you are on private property? You are requested to keep on the gravel paths and to look at the grounds I am disposed to show you. If, as is very possible, admiration seizes you, you are at liberty to express it. But there must be no going round to the back premises, no prying into corners, no trespassing where I have written up, no road." Ruth smiled, and there was a gleam in her eyes which Charles well knew heralded a retort, when suddenly, through the half-open door, a silken rustle came, and Lady Hope Acton slowly entered the room, as if about to pass through it on her way to the hall. Now, kneeling is by no means an attitude to be despised. In church, or the moment of presentation to majesty, it is appropriate, even essential, but it is dependent, like most things, upon circumstances and environment. No attitude, for instance, could be more suitable and natural to anyone wishing to read the page on which a sitting fellow creature was engaged. Charles had found it so. But, as Lady Hope Acton sailed into the room, he felt that, however conducive to study, it was not the attitude in which he would at that moment have chosen to be found. Ruth felt the same. It had seemed so natural a moment before. It was so hideously suggestive now. Perhaps Lady Hope Acton would pass on through the other door, so widely, so invitingly open. Neither stirred in the hope that she might do so. But in the centre of the room she stopped and sighed, the slow, crackling sigh of a stout woman in a too well-fitting silk gown. Charles suddenly felt as if his muddy boots and cords were trying to catch her eye, as if every book on the shelves were calling to her to look up. For a second Ruth and Charles gazed down upon the top of Lady Hobacton's head, the bald place on which showed dimly through her semi-transparent cap. She moved slightly, as if to go, but no, another step was drawing near. In another moment Lady Grace came in through the opposite door, in her riding habit. Ruth felt that it was now or never for a warning cough, but as she glanced at Charles kneeling beside her, she could not give it. Surely they would pass out in another second. The thought of the two pairs of eyes which would be raised, and the expression in them, was intolerable. "Grace," said Lady Hobacton, with dreadful distinctness, advancing to meet her daughter, "has he spoken?" "No," said Lady Grace, with a little sob. "Andrew," with a sudden burst of tears, "oh, mamma, I don't think he ever will." Oh, to have coughed, to have sneezed, to have choked a moment earlier! Anything would have been better than this. "Run upstairs this moment, then, and change your habit and bathe your eyes," said Lady Hobacton sharply. "You need not come down till dinner-time. I say you are tired." And then, to the overwhelming relief of those two miserable spectators, the mother and daughter left the door. But to the momentary sensation of relief in Ruth's mind, a rush of pity succeeded for the childlike grief and tears, and with them behind it, like one hurrying wave overtopping and bearing down its predecessor, came a burning indignation against the cause of that picturesque emotion. It is indeed a lamentable peculiarity of our fallen nature that the moment of relief from the smart of anxiety is seldom marked by so complete a mental calmness and moderation as could be wished. Ruth rose slowly, with the book still in her hand, and Charles got off his knees as best he could, and stood with one hand on the railing of the balcony as if to steady himself. His usually pale face was crimson. Ruth closed the book in silence, and with a dreadful precision put it back in its accustomed place. Then she turned and faced him, with the western light full upon her stern face, and another light of contempt and indignation burning in her direct eyes. "Poor little girl," she said in a low, distinct voice. "What a triumph to have succeeded in making her unhappy! She is very young, and she did not understand the rules of the game. Poor, foolish little girl!" If he had been red before, he was pale enough now. He drew himself up and met her direct gaze without flinching. He did not speak, and she left him standing in the window, and went slowly along the balcony and down the little staircase into the room below. As she was about to leave the room, he moved forward suddenly and said, "Miss Deyncourt." Involuntarily she stopped short, in obedience to the stern authority of the tone. "You are unjust." She did not answer, and left the room. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 18. "Uncle John," said Ruth next morning, taking Mr. Owen aside after breakfast, "we are leaving by the early train, are we not?" "No, my love, it is quite impossible. I have several papers to identify and rearrange." "We have stayed a day longer than we intended as it is. Most of the others go early. Do let us go too." "It is most natural, I am sure, my dear, that you should wish to get home," said Mr. Alwyn, looking with sympathetic concern at his niece. "And why your aunt has not forwarded your letters, I can't imagine. But still, if we return by the midday train, Ruth, you will have plenty of time to answer any letters that seem to require immediate attention before the post goes, and I don't see my way to being ready earlier." Ruth had not even been thinking of Dare and his letters, but she saw that by the early train she was not destined to depart, and watched the other guests take leave with an envious sigh. She was anxious to be gone. The last evening after the episode in the library had been interminably long. Already the morning, though breakfast was hardly over, seemed to have dragged itself out to days in length. A sense of constraint between two people who understand and amuse each other is very galling. Ruth had felt it so. All the previous evening Charles had hardly spoken to her, and had talked mainly to Lady Hobacton, who was somewhat depressed, and another elder lady. A good night and a flat candlestick can be presented in a very distant manner, and as Ruth received hers from Charles that evening, and met the grave, steady glance that was directed at her, she perceived that he had not forgiven her for what she had said. She felt angry again at the idea that he should venture to treat her with a coldness which seemed to imply that she had been in the wrong. The worst of it was that she felt she was to blame, that she had no right whatever to criticize Charles and his actions. What concerns were they of hers? How much more suitable, how much more eloquent a dignified silence would have been. She could not imagine now, as she thought it over, why she had been so unreasonably annoyed at the moment as to say what she had done. Yet the reason was not far to seek, if she had only known where to lay hands on it. She was uneasy, impatient. She had longed to get out of the house. And it was still early, only 11. 11 till 12, 12 till 1, 1 till half-past. 2 whole hours and a half to be got through, before the Stoke Moreton omnibus would bear her away. She looked round for a refuge during that weary age, and found it nearer than many poor souls do in time of need, namely, at her elbow, in the shape, the welcome shape, of the shy man, almost the only remnant of the large party whose dispersion she had just been watching. Whenever Ruth thought of that shy man afterwards, which was not often, it was with the sincere hope that he had forgotten the forwardness of her behaviour on that particular morning. She wished to see the picture gallery. She would of all things like a walk afterwards. No, she had not been as far as the beech avenue, but she would like to go. Should they look at the pictures first? Now, no time like the present. How pleased he was, how proud. He felt that his shyness had gone for ever, that Miss Deyncourt would no doubt like to hear a few anecdotes of his college life, that a quiet man who does not make himself cheap to start with often wins in the end, that Miss Deyncourt had unusual appreciation not only for pictures, but for reserved and intricate characters that yet, here he ventured on a little joke, and he laughed at it himself, had their lighter side. And in the long picture gallery Ruth and he studied the old masters, as they had seldom been studied before, with an intense and ignorant interest on the one hand, and an entire absence of mind on the other. Charles, who had done a good deal of pacing up and down his room the night before, and had arrived at certain conclusions, passed through the gallery once, but did not stop. He looked grave and preoccupied, and hardly answered a question of Mr. Conway's about one of the pictures. 11:30 at last. A tall inlaid clock in the gallery mentioned the hour by one sedate stroke. The church clock told the village the time of day a second later. They had nearly finished the pictures. Never mind. She could take half an hour to put on her hat, and surely any beech avenue, even on a dull day like this, might serve to while away the remaining hour before luncheon. They had come to the last picture of the Danvers collection, and Ruth was dwelling fondly on a very well-developed cow by Queep, as if she could hardly tear herself away from it, when she heard a step coming up the staircase from the hall, and presently Charles pushed open the carved folding doors which shut off the gallery from the rest of the house, and looked in. She was conscious that he was standing in the doorway, but new beauties in the cow which had hitherto escaped her engaged her whole attention at the moment, and no one can attend to 2 things at once. Charles did not come any farther, but standing in the doorway he called to the shy man, who went to him, and the two talked together for a few moments. Ruth gazed upon the cow until it became so fixed upon the retina of her eye that when she tried to admire an old Florentine cabinet near it, she still saw its portrait, and when, in desperation, she turned away to look out of the window across the sky and sloping park, the shadow of the cow hung like a portent. A moment later Mr. Conway came hurrying back to her, much perturbed, to say he had quite forgotten till this moment, and not in the least understood, in fact, etc. Danvers' grey cob that he had thought of buying was waiting at the door for him to try, in fact had been waiting some time, no idea upon his soul. Ruth cut his apology short before he had done more than flounder well into it. "You must go and try it at once," she said with decision, and then she added, as Charles drew near, "I've changed my mind about going out. It looks as if it might turn to rain. I shall get through some arrears of letter-writing instead." Mr. Conway stammered and repeated himself, and finally rushed out of the gallery. Ruth expected that Charles would accompany him, but he remained standing near the window, apparently engaged like herself in admiring the view. "It struck me," he said slowly, with his eyes half shut, "that Conway proved rather a broken reed just now." "He did," said Ruth. She suddenly felt that she could understand what it was in Charles that exasperated Lady Mary so much. He came a step nearer, and his manner altered. "I sent him away," he said, looking gravely at her, "because I wished to speak to you." Ruth did not answer or turn her head, though she felt he was watching her. Her eyes absently followed two young fallow deer in the park, cantering away in a series of hops on their long stiff legs. "I cannot speak to you here," said Charles, after a pause. Ruth turned round. "Silence is golden sometimes. I think quite enough has been said already." "Not by me. You express yourself with considerable frankness. I wish to follow your example." "You said I was unjust at the time. Surely that was sufficient." "So insufficient that I am going to repeat it. I tell you again that you are unjust in not being willing to hear what I have to say. I have seen a good deal of harm done by misunderstandings, Miss Deyncourt. Pride is generally at the bottom of them. We are both suffering from a slight attack of that malady now, but I value your good opinion too much to hesitate, if by any little sacrifice of my own pride I can still retain it. If after your remarks yesterday I can make the effort, and it is an effort, to ask you to hear something I wish to say, you on your side ought not to refuse to listen. It is not a question of liking. You ought not to refuse." He spoke in an authoritative tone, which gave weight to his words, and in spite of herself she saw the truth of what he said. She was one of those rare women who, being convinced against their will, are not of the same opinion still. It was ignominious to have to give way, but after a moment's struggle with herself she surmounted her dislike to being overruled, together with a certain unreasoning tenacity of opinion natural to her sex, and said quietly, "What do you wish me to do?" Charles saw the momentary struggle, and honoured her for a quality which women seldom give men occasion to honour them for. "Do you dislike walking?" "No." "Then if you will come out of doors, where there is less likelihood of interruption than in the house, I will wait for you here." She went silently down the picture gallery, half astonished to find herself doing his bidding. She put on her walking things mechanically, and came back in a few minutes to find him standing where she had left him. In silence they went downstairs, and through the piazza with its flowering orange trees, out into the gardens, where on the stone balustrade the peacocks were attitudinizing and conversing in the high key in which they always proclaim a change of weather and their innate vulgarity to the world. Charles led the way towards a little rushing brook which divided the gardens from the park. "I think you must have had a very low opinion of me beforehand to say what you did yesterday," he remarked suddenly. "I was angry," said Ruth. "However true what I said may have been, I had no right to say it to a comparative stranger. That is why I repeat that it would be better not to make matters worse by mentioning the subject again. It is sure to annoy us both. Let it rest." "Not yet," said Charles dryly. "As a comparative stranger, I want to know," stopping and facing her, "exactly what you mean by saying that she, Lady Grace, did not understand the rules of the game." "I cannot put it in other words," said Ruth, her courage rising as she felt that a battle was imminent. "Perhaps I can for you. Perhaps you meant to say that you believed I was in the habit of amusing myself at other people's expense, that, I see your difficulty in finding the right words, that it was my evil sport and pastime to, shall we say, raise expectations which it was not my intention to fulfil." "It is disagreeably put," said Ruth, reddening a little, "but possibly I did mean something of that kind." "And how have you arrived at such an uncharitable opinion of a comparative stranger?" asked Charles, quietly enough, but his light eyes flashing. She did not answer. "You are not a child to echo the opinion of others," he went on. "You look as if you judged for yourself. What have I done since I met you first, 3 months ago, to justify you in holding me in contempt?" "I did not say I held you in contempt." "You must, though, if you think me capable of such meanness." Silence again. "You have pushed me into saying more than I meant," said Ruth at last. "At least you have said I mean a great deal more than I really do. To be honest, I think you have thoughtlessly given a good deal of pain. I dare say you did it unconsciously." "Thank you. You are very charitable. but I cannot shield myself under the supposition that at 38 I am a creature of impulse, unconscious of the meaning of my own actions. If that is the case, thought Ruth, your behaviour to me has been inexcusable, especially the last few days, though, fortunately for myself, I was not deceived by it. If you persist in keeping silence, said Charles, after waiting for her to speak, any possibility of conversation is at an end. I did not come out here for conversation, replied Ruth. I came, not by my own wish, to hear something you said you particularly desired to say. Do you not think the simplest thing, under the circumstances, would be to say it? He gave a short laugh and looked at her in sheer desperation. Did she know what she was pushing him into? I had forgotten, he said. It was in my mind all the time, but now you have made it easy for me indeed by coming to my assistance in this way. I will make a fresh start. He compressed his lips and seemed to pull himself together. Then he said, in a very level voice, Kindly give me your whole attention, Miss Deyncourt, so that I shall not be obliged to repeat anything. The deer are charming, I know, but you have seen deer before, and will no doubt again. I am sorry that I am obliged to speak to you about myself, but a little autobiography is unavoidable. Perhaps you know that about 3 years ago I succeeded my father. From being penniless and head over ears in debt, I became suddenly a rich man, not by my father's will, who entailed every acre of the estate here and elsewhere on Ralph, and left everything he could to him. I had thought of telling you what my best friends have never known, why I am not still crippled by debt. I had thought of telling you why, at 35, I was still unmarried, for my debts were not the reason. But I will not trouble you with that now. It is enough to say that I found myself in a position which, had I been a little younger, with rather a different past, I should have enjoyed more than I did. I was well received in English society, when after a lapse of several years and a change of fortune, I returned to it. If I had thought I was well received for myself, I should have been a fool. But I came back disillusioned. I saw the machinery. When you reflect on the vast and intricate machinery employed by mothers with grown-up daughters, you may imagine what I saw. In all honesty and sincerity, I wished to marry. But in the ease with which I saw I could do so lay my chief difficulty. I did not want a new toy, but a companion. I suppose I still clung to one last illusion, that I might meet a woman whom I could love, and who would love me, and not my name or income. I could not find her, but I still believed in her. I went everywhere in the hope of meeting her, and if others have ever been disappointed in me, they have never known how disappointed I have been in them. For 3 years I looked for her everywhere, but I could not find her, and at last I gave her up. And then I met Lady Grace Lawrence, and liked her. I had reason to believe she could be disinterested. She came of good people. All Lawrences are good. She was simple and unspoiled, and she seemed to like me. When I look back, I believe that I had decided to ask her to marry me, and that it was only by the merest chance that I left London without speaking to her. What prevented me, I hardly know, unless it was a reluctance at the last moment to cast the die. I came down to Atherstone, harassed and anxious, tired of everything and everybody. And there, said Charles with sudden passion, turning and looking full at Ruth, there I met you. The blood rushed to her face, and she hastily interposed. I don't see any necessity to bring my name in. Perhaps not, he returned, recovering himself instantly. Unfortunately, I do. You expect too much of my vanity, said Ruth, her voice trembling a little. But in this instance I don't think you can turn it to account. I beg you will leave me out of the question. I am sorry I cannot oblige you, he said grimly. You can't be left out. I only regret that you dislike being mentioned, because that is a mere nothing to what is coming. She trusted that he did not perceive that the reason she made no reply was because she suddenly felt unable to articulate. Her heart was beating wildly, as that gentle, well-conducted organ had never beaten before. What was coming? Could this stern, determined man be the same apathetic, sarcastic being whom she had hitherto known? From that time, he continued, I became surer and surer of what at first I hardly dared to hope, what it seemed presumption in me to hope, namely, that at last I had found what I had looked for in vain so long. I had to keep my engagement with the Hope Actons in Scotland, but I regretted it. I stayed as short a time as I could. I did not ask them to come here. They offered themselves. I think, if I have been to blame, it has not been in so heartless a manner as you supposed, and it appears to me Lady Hope Acton should not have come. This is my explanation. You can have the rest for yourself. Have I said enough to soften your harsh judgment of yesterday? Ruth could not speak. The trees were behaving in the most curious manner, were whirling round, were swaying up and down. The beeches close in front were dancing quadrilles, now ranged in 2 long rows, now setting to partners, now hurrying back to their places as she drew near. "Sit down," said Charles's voice gently. "You look tired." The trunk of a fallen tree suddenly appeared rising up to meet her out of a slight mist, and she sat down on it more precipitately than she could have wished. In a few seconds the trees returned to their places, and the mist, which appeared to be very local, cleared away. Charles was sitting on the trunk beside her, looking at her intently. The anger had gone out of his face, and had given place to a look of deep anxiety and suspense. "I have not finished yet," he said, and his voice had changed as much as his face. "There is still something more." "No, no," said Ruth. "At least, if there is, don't say it." "I think I would rather say it. You wish to save me pain, I see, but I am quite prepared for what you are going to say. I did not intend to speak to you on the subject for a long time to come, but yesterday's event has forced my hand. There must be no more misunderstandings between us. You intend to refuse me, I can see. All the same, I wish to tell you that I love you, and to ask you to be my wife." "I'm afraid I cannot," said Ruth, almost inaudibly. "No," said Charles, looking straight before him. "I have asked you too soon. You are quite right. I did not expect anything different. I only wished you to know. But perhaps some day—" "Don't," said Ruth, clasping her hands tightly together. "You don't know what you are saying. Nothing can make any difference, because I'm engaged." She dared not look at his face, but she saw his hand clinch. For an age neither spoke. Then he turned his head slowly and looked at her. His face was grey, even to the lips. With a strange, swift pang at the heart, she saw how her few words had changed it. "To whom?" he said at last, hardly above a whisper. "To Mr. Dare." "Not that man who has come to live at Vanden?" "Yes." Another long silence. "When was it?" 10 days ago." 10 days ago, repeated Charles mechanically, and his face worked. 10 days ago. "It is not given out yet," said Ruth, hesitating, "because Mr. Alwyn does not wish it during Lord Polesworth's absence. I never thought of any mistake being caused by not mentioning it. I would not have come here if I had had the least idea that—" "You cannot mean to say that you had never seen what I felt for you?" "Indeed, I never thought of such a thing until 2 minutes before you said it. I'm very sorry I did not, but I imagined—" "Let me hear what you imagined." "I noticed you talked to me a good deal, but I thought you did exactly the same to Lady Grace, and others." "You could not imagine that I talked to others, to any woman in the world, as I did to you?" "I supposed," said Ruth simply, "that you talked gaily to Lady Grace because it suited her, and more gravely to me because I am naturally grave. I thought at the time you were rather clever in adapting yourself to different people so easily, and I was glad that I understood your manner better than some of the others." "Better?" said Charles bitterly. "Better, when you thought that of me? No, you do not need to say anything. I was in fault, not you. I don't know what right I had to imagine you understood me. You seemed to understand me, to fancy that we had anything in common, that in time—" He broke into a low, wretched laugh. "And all the while you were engaged to another man. Good God, what a farce! What a miserable mistake from first to last!" Ruth said nothing. It was indeed a miserable mistake. He rose wearily to his feet. "I was forgetting," he said. "It is time to go home." and they went back together in silence, which was more bearable than speech just then. The peacocks were still pirouetting and minuetting on the stone balustrade as they came back to the garden. The gong began to sound as they entered the piazza. To Ruth it was a dreadful meal. She tried to listen to Mr. Conway's account of the grey cob, or to the placid conversation of Mr. Alwyn about the beloved manuscripts. Fortunately, the morning papers were full of a recent forgery in America and a murder in London, which furnished topics when these were exhausted, and Charles used them to the utmost. At last the carriage came. Mr. Alwyn and Mr. Conway simultaneously broke into incoherent ejaculations respecting the pleasure of their visit. Ruth's hand met Charles's for an embarrassed second, and a moment later they were whirling down the straight, wide approach between the columns of fantastically clipped hollies, leaving Charles standing in the doorway. He was still standing there when the carriage rolled under the arched gateway with its rampant stone lions. Ruth glanced back once as they turned into the road, at the stately old house with its pointed gables and forests of chimneys cutting the grey skyline. She saw the owner turn slowly and go up the steps, and looked hastily away again. "Poor Danvers," said Mr. Alwyn cheerfully, also looking and putting Ruth's thoughts into words. "He must be desperately lonely in that house all by himself, but I suppose he is not often there." And Mr. Alwyn, whose mind had been entirely relieved since Ruth's engagement from the dark suspicion he had once harboured respecting Charles, proceeded to dilate upon the merits of the Charters and of the owner of the Charters, until he began to think Ruth had a headache, and finding it to be the case, talked no more till they reached, at the end of their little journey, the door of Slumberley Rectory. "Is it very bad?" he asked kindly, as he helped her out of the carriage. Ruth assented, fortunately with some faint vestige of truth, for her hat hurt her forehead. "Then run up straight to your own room, and I will tell your aunt that you will come and have a chat with her later on, perhaps after tea, when the post will be gone." Mr. Alwyn spoke in the whisper of stratagem. Ruth was only too thankful to be allowed to slip on tiptoe to her own room, but she had not been there many minutes when a tap came to the door. "There, my dear," said Mr. Alwyn, putting his head in and holding some letters towards her. "Your aunt ought to have forwarded them. I brought them up here at once, and there is nearly an hour to post time, and she won't expect you to come down till then. I think the headache will be better now, eh?" He nodded kindly to her and closed the door again. Ruth sat down mechanically and began to sort the packet he had put into her hands. The first 3 letters were in the same handwriting, Dare's large, vague handwriting that ran from one end of the envelope to the other and partly hid itself under the stamp. She looked at them, but did not open them. A feeling of intense lassitude and fatigue had succeeded to the unconscious excitement of the morning. She could not read them now. They must wait with the others. Presently she could feel an interest in them, not now. She leaned her head upon her hand, and a rush of pity swept away every other feeling as she recalled that last look at Stoke Moreton, and how Charles had turned so slowly and wearily to go indoors. There was an ache at her heart as she thought of him, a sense of regret and loss. And he had loved her all the time. "If I had only known," she said to herself, pressing her hands against her forehead. "But how could I tell? How could I tell?" She raised her head with a sudden movement, and began with nervous fingers to open Dare's letters and read them carefully. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 19. In the long evening that followed Ruth's departure from Stoke Moreton, Charles was alone for once in his own home. He was leaving again early on the morrow, but for the time he was alone and heavy at heart. He sat for hours without stirring, looking into the fire. He had no power or will to control his thoughts. They wandered hither and thither and up and down, never for a moment easing the dull, miserable pain that lay beneath them all. Fool, fool that he had been! To have found her after all these years, and to have lost her without a stroke. To have let another take her, and such a man as Dare. to have such a fool's manner that he was thought to be in earnest when he was least so, that now, when his whole future hung in the balance, retribution had overtaken him, and with bitter irony had mocked at his earnestness and made it of none effect. She had thought it was his natural manner to all. His cursed folly had lost her to him. If she had known, surely it might have been different. At heart, Charles was a very humble man, though it was not to be expected many would think so. But nevertheless he had a deep, ever-deepening consciousness, common to the experience of the humblest once in a lifetime, that between him and Ruth that mysterious link of mutual understanding and sympathy existed, which cannot be accounted for, which eludes analysis, which yet makes, when the sex happens to be identical, the indissoluble friendship of a David and a Jonathan, a Carlos and a Posa, and where there is a difference of sex, brings about that rarest wonder of the world, a happy marriage. Like cleaves to like. He knew she would have loved him. She was his by right. The same law of attraction which had lifted them at once out of the dreary flats of ordinary acquaintanceship would have drawn them ever closer and closer together till they were knit in one. He knew, with a certainty that nothing could shake, that he could have made her love him, even as he loved her. Unconsciously at first, slowly perhaps, for the current of strong natures like that of deep rivers is sometimes slow. Still, the end would have been the same. And he had lost her by his own act, by his own heedless folly, her want of vanity having lent a hand the while to put her beyond his reach for ever. It was a bitter hour. And as he sat there late into the night beside the fire, that died down to dust and ashes before his absent eyes, ghosts of other heavy hours, ghosts of the past, which he had long since buried out of his sight, came back and would not be denied. To live much in the past is a want of faith in the power that gives the present. Comparatively few men walk through their lives looking backward. Women more frequently do so from a false estimate of life fostered by romantic feeling in youth, which leads them, if the life of the affections is ended, resolutely to refuse to regard existence in any other maturer aspect, and to persist in wandering aimlessly forward, with eyes turned ever on the dim, flowery paths of former days. Let the dead past bury its dead. But there comes a time when the grass has grown over those graves, when we may do well to go and look at them once more, to stand once again in that solitary burial ground, where, as an earnest man had said, are buried broken vows, worn-out hopes, joys, blind and deaf, faiths betrayed or gone astray, lost love, silent spaces where only one mourner ever comes. And in the last retrospective of us, our dead past yet speaks at times, and speaks as one having authority. Such a time had come for Charles now. From the open grave of his love for Ruth he turned to look at others by which he had stood long ago, in grief as sharp, but which yet in all its bitterness had never struck as deep as this. Memory pointed back to a time 20 years ago, when he had hurried home through a long summer night to arrive at Stoke Moreton too late, to find only the solemn shadow of the mother whom he had loved, and whom he had grieved, too late to ask for forgiveness, too late for anything but a wild passion of grief and remorse and frantic self-accusation. The scene shifted to 10 years later. It was a sultry July evening of the day on which the woman whom he had loved for years had married his brother. He was standing on the deck of the steamer which was taking him from England, looking back at the grey town dwindling against the tawny curtain of the sunset. In his brain was a wild clamour of wedding bells, and across the water, marking the pulse of the sea, came to his outward ears the slow tolling of a bell on a sunken rock near the harbour mouth. It seemed to be tolling for the death of all that remained of good in him. In losing Evelyn, whom he had loved with all the idealism and reverence of a reckless man for a good woman, he believed, in the bitterness of his spirit, that he had lost all, that he had been cut adrift from the last mooring to a better future, that nothing could hold him back now. And for a time it had been so, and he had drowned his trouble in a sea in which he well nigh drowned himself as well. Once more memory pointed across 5 dark years to an evening when he had sat as he was sitting now, alone by the wide stone hearth in the hall at Stoke Moreton, after his father's death and after the reading of the will. He was the possessor of the old home, which he had always passionately loved, from which he had been virtually banished so long. His father, who had never liked him, but who of late years had hated him as men only hate their eldest sons, had left all in his power to his second son, and entailed every acre of the Stoke Moreton and other family properties upon him and his children. Charles could touch nothing, and over him hung a millstone of debt from which there was now no escape. He sat with his head in his hands, the man whom his friends were envying on his accession to supposed wealth and position, ruined. A few days later he was summoned to London by a friend whom he had known for many years. He remembered well that last meeting with the stern old man whom he had found sitting in his arm-chair with death in his face. He had once or twice remonstrated with Charles in earlier days, and as he came into his presence now for the last time and met his severe glance, he supposed, with the callousness that comes from suffering which has reached its lowest depths, that he was about to be rebuked again. "And so," said General Marston sternly, "you have come into your kingdom, into what you deserve." "Yes," said Charles, "if it is any pleasure to you to know that what you prophesied on several occasions has come true, you can enjoy it. I am ruined." "You fool," said the sick man slowly, "to have come to 35 and have used up everything which makes life worth having. I am not speaking only of money. There is a bankruptcy in your face that money will never pay. And you had talent and a good heart and the making of a man in you once. I saw that when your father turned you adrift. I saw that when you were at your worst after your brother's marriage. Yes, you need not start. I knew your secret and kept it as well as you did yourself. I tried to stop you, but you went your own way." Charles was silent. It was true, and he knew it. "And so you thought, I suppose, that if your father had made a just will, you could have retrieved yourself?" "I know I could," said Charles firmly, "but he left the shire property to Ralph, and every shilling of his capital, and Ralph had my mother's fortune already. I have Stoke Moreton and the place in Surrey, which he could not have taken from me, but everything is entailed, down to the trees in the park. I have nominally a large income, but I am in the hands of the Jews. I can't settle with them as I expected, and they will squeeze me to the uttermost. However, as you say, I have the consolation of knowing I brought it on myself." "And if your father acted justly, as you would call it, which I knew he never would, he would have run through everything in 5 years' time." "No, I should not. I know I have been a fool, but there are two kinds of fools, the kind that sticks to folly all its life, and the kind that has its fling and has done with it. I belong to the second kind. My father had no right to take my last chance from me. If he had left it me, I should have used it." "You look tired of your fling," said the older man, "very tired. And you think money would set you right, do you?" He looked critically at the worn, desperate face opposite him. "I made my will the other day," he went on, his eyes still fixed on Charles. "I had not much to leave, and I have no near relations, so I divided it among various charitable institutions. I see no reason to alter my will. If one leaves money, however small the sum may be, one likes to think it has been left to some purpose, with some prospect of doing good. A few days ago I had a surprise. I fancy it was to be my last surprise in this world. I inherited from a distant relation, who died intestate, a large fortune. After being a poor man all my days, wealth comes to me when I am on the point of going where money won't follow. Curious, isn't it? I am going to leave this second sum in the same spirit as the first, but in rather a different manner. I like to know what I am doing, so I sent for you. I am of opinion that the best thing I can do with it is to set you on your legs again. What do you owe?" Charles turned very red and then very white. "What do you owe?" repeated the sick man testily. "I'm getting tired. How much is it?" He got out a cheque-book and began filling it in. "Have you no tongue?" he said angrily, looking up. "Tell me the exact figure. Well, keep nothing back." "I won't be given the whole," said Charles with an oath. "Give me enough to settle the Jews, and I will do the rest out of my income. I won't get off scot-free." "Well, then, have your own way as usual, and name the sum you want. There, take it," he said feebly. when Charles had mentioned with shame a certain hideous figure. "And go. I shall never know what you do with it, so you can play ducks and drakes with it if you like. But you won't like. You have burnt your fingers too severely to play with fire again. You've turned over so many new leaves that now you've come to the last in the book. I've given you another chance, Charles, but one man can't do much to help another. The only person who can really help you is yourself. Give yourself a chance, too." How memory brought back every word of that strange interview. Charles saw again the face of the dying man, heard again the stern, feeble voice. "Give yourself a chance." He had given himself a chance. Some natures, like comets, make strange orbits and return from afar. Charles had returned at last. The old man's investment had been a wise one. But as Charles looked back after 3 years, he saw that his friend had been right. His money debts had been the least part of what he owed. There were other long-standing accounts which he paid in full during these 3 years, paid in the restless weariness and disappointment that underlay his life, in the loneliness of which he lived, in his contempt for all his former pursuits, which had left him at first devoid of any pursuits at all. He had had, as was natural, very little happiness in his life, but all the bitterness of all his bitter past seemed as nothing to the agony of this moment. He had loved Evelyn with his imagination, but he loved Ruth with his whole heart and soul, and he had lost her. The night was far advanced. The dawn was already making faint bars over the tops of the shutters, was looking in at him as he sat motionless by his dim lamp and his dead fire. And in spite of the growing dawn, it was a dark hour. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Sir Charles Danvers by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 20. Dare returns to Vandon in the highest spirits, with an enormous emerald engagement ring in an inner waistcoat pocket. He put it on Ruth's third finger a few days later, under the ancient cedar on the terrace at Vandon, a spot, which he informed her, for he was not without poetic flights at times, his inner consciousness associated with all the love scenes of his ancestors that were no more. He was stricken to the heart when, after duly admiring it, Ruth gently explained to him that she could not wear his ring at present until her engagement was given out. "Let it then be given out," he said impetuously. "Why already is it not given out?" She explained again, but it was difficult to make him understand, and she felt conscious that if he would have allowed her the temporary use of one hand to release a fly, which was losing all self-control inside her veil, she might have been more lucid. As it was, she at last made him realize the fact that, until Lord Polesworth's return from America in November, no further step was to be taken. "But all is right," he urged with pride. "I've seen my lawyer. I make a settlement. I raise money on the property to make a settlement. There's nothing I will not do. I care for nothing, only to marry you." Ruth led him to talk of other things. She was very gentle with him, always attentive, always ready to be interested, but anyone less self-centred than Dare would have had a misgiving about her feeling for him. He had none. Half his life he had spent in Paris, and imbued with French ideas of betrothal and marriage, he thought her manner at once exceedingly becoming and natural. She was reserved, but reserve was charming. She did not care for him very much, perhaps, as yet, but as much as she could care for anyone. Most men think that if a woman does not attach herself to them, she is by nature cold. Dare was no exception to the rule. Though he would have preferred that there should be less constraint in their present intercourse, that she would be a little more shy and a little less calm, still he was supremely happy and proud, and only longed to proclaim the fortunate state of his affairs to the world. One thing about Ruth puzzled him very much, and with a vague misgiving she saw it did so. Her interest in the Vandon cottages, and the schools, and the new pump had been most natural up to this time. It had served to bring them together. But now the use of these things was past, and yet he observed, with incredulity at first and astonishment afterwards, that she clung to them more than ever. What mattered it for the moment whether the pump was put up or not, or whether the cottages by the river were protected from the floods. Of course in time, for he had promised, a vague something would be done. But why, in the golden season of love and plighted faith, revert to prosaic subjects such as these? Some men are quite unable to believe in any act of a woman being genuine. They always find out that it has something to do with them. If an angel came down from heaven to warn a man of this kind of wrath to come, he would think the real object of her journey was to make his acquaintance. Ruth saw the incredulity in Dare's face when she questioned him, and her heart sank within her. It sank yet lower when she told him one day, with a faint smile, that she knew he was not rich, and that she wanted him to let her help in the rebuilding of certain cottages, the plans of which he had brought over in the summer, which had not yet been begun, apparently for the want of funds. "What you cannot do alone, we can do together," she said. He agreed with effusion. He was surprised, flattered, delighted, but entirely puzzled. The cottages were begun immediately. They were near the river which divided the Slumberley and Vanden properties. Ruth often went to look at them. It did her good to see them rising, strong and firm, though hideous to behold, on higher ground than the poor dilapidated hovels at the water's edge, where fever was always breaking out, which yet made, as they supported each other in their crookedness, and leaned over their own wavering reflections, such a picturesque sketch that it seemed a shame to supplant them by some brand new red brick, such blue tiling, such dreadful little porches. Ruth drew the old condemned cottages, with the long lines of pollarded marshy meadow, and distant bridge and mill in the background, but it was a sketch she never cared to look at afterwards. She was constantly drawing now. There was a vague restlessness in her at this time that made her take refuge in the world of nature, where the mind can withdraw itself from itself for a time into a stronghold where misgiving and anxiety cannot corrupt, nor self break through and steal. In these days she shut out self steadfastly, and fixed her eyes firmly on the future, as she herself had made it with her own hands. She had grown very grave of late. Dare's high spirits had the effect of depressing her more than she would allow, even to herself. She liked him. She told herself so every day, and it was a pleasure to her to see him so happy. But when she had accepted him, he was so diffident, so quiet, so anxious, that she had not realized that he would return to his previous happy self-confidence, his volubility, his grey hats, in fact his former gay self, directly his mind was at ease and he had got what he wanted. She saw at once that the change was natural, but she found it difficult to keep pace with, and the effort to do so was a constant strain. She had yet to learn that it is hard to live for those who live for self. Between a nature which struggles, however feebly, towards a higher life, and one whose sole object is gracefully and good-naturedly, but persistently, to enjoy itself, there is a great gulf fixed, of which often neither are aware, until they attempt a close relationship with each other, when the chasm reveals itself with appalling clearness to the higher nature of the two. Ruth was glad, when a long-standing engagement to sing at a private concert in one place, and sell modern knick-knacks in Old English costume at another, took her from Slumberley for a week. She looked forward to the dreary dissipation in store for her with positive gladness. When the week had passed, and she was returning once more, she wished the stations would not fly so quickly past, that the train would not hurry itself so unnecessarily to bring her back to Slumberley. As the little local line passed Stoke Morton station, she looked out for a moment, but leaned back hurriedly as she caught a glimpse of the Danvers omnibus in the background, with its great black horses, and a footman with a bag standing on the platform. In another moment Mrs. Alwyn, followed by the footman, made a dart at Ruth's carriage, jumped in, seized the bag, repeated voluble thanks, pressed half her gaily dressed person out again through the window to ascertain that her boxes were put in the van, caught her veil in the ventilator as the train started, and finally precipitated herself into a seat on her bag as the motion destroyed her equilibrium. "Well, Aunt Fanny," said Ruth. "Why, goodness gracious, my dear, if it isn't you! And now I think of it, you were to come home to-day. Well, how oddly things fall out, to be sure, me getting into your carriage like that. And you'll never guess, Ruth, though for that matter there's nothing so very astonishing about it, as I told Mrs. Thursby, you'll never guess where I've been visiting." Ruth remembered seeing the Danvers omnibus at the station, and suddenly remembered, too, a certain request which she had once made of Charles. Where can it have been? She said, with a great show of curiosity. You will never guess, said Mrs. Alwyn in high glee. I shall have to tell you. You remember my sprained ankle? There, now I have as good as told you. But Ruth would not spoil her aunt's pleasure, and after numerous guesses, Mrs. Alwyn had the delight of taking her completely by surprise, but at last she leaned forward and said with a rustle of pride, emphasizing each word with a pat on Ruth's knee, I've been to Stoke Moreton. How delightful! Ejaculated Ruth. How astonished I am! Stoke Moreton! You may well say that, said Mrs. Alwyn, nodding to her. Mrs. Thursby would not believe it at first, and afterwards she said she was afraid there would not be any party. But there was, Ruth. There was a married couple, very nice people, of the name of Reynolds. I dare say, being London people, you may have known them. She had quite the London look about her, though not dressed low of an evening, and he was a clergyman who had overworked himself and had come down to Stoke Moreton to rest, and had soup at luncheon. And there was another person besides, a Colonel Middleton, a very clever man, who wrote a book that was printed and had been in India and was altogether most superior. We were 3 gentlemen and 2 ladies, but we had ices each night, Ruth, 2 kinds of ices. And the second night I wore my ruby satin, and the clergyman at Stoke Moreton, that nice young Mr. Brown, who comes to your uncle's chapter meetings, dined with his sister, a very pleasant person indeed, Ruth, in black. In fact, it was a very pleasant little gathering, so nice and informal, and the footman did not wait at luncheon, just put the pudding and the hot plates down to the fire. And Sir Charles so chatty and so full of his jokes, and I always like to hear him, though my sense of humour is not quite the same as his. Sir Charles has a feeling heart, Ruth. You should have heard Mr. Reynolds talk about him. But he looked very thin and pale, my dear, and he seemed to be always so tired, but still as pleasant as could be, and I told him he wanted a wife to look after him, and I advised him to have an egg beaten up in ever such a little drop of brandy at 11 o'clock, and he said he would think about it. He did indeed, Ruth. So I just went quietly to the housekeeper and asked her to see to it, and a very sensible person she was, Ruth, been in the family 20 years, and thinks all the world of Sir Charles, and showed me the damask tablecloths that were used for the prince's visit, and the white satin coverlet embroidered with gold thistles, quite an heirloom, which had been worked by the ladies of the house when James I slept there. Think of that, my dear. And so Mrs. Alwyn rambled on, recounting how Charles had shown her all the pictures himself, and the piazza where the orange and myrtle trees were, and how she and Mrs. Reynolds had gone for a drive together in a beautiful landau, etc., till they reached home. As a rule, Ruth rather shrank from travelling with Mrs. Alwyn, who always journeyed in her best clothes, because you never know whom you may not meet. To stand on a platform with her was to be made conspicuous, and Ruth generally found herself unconsciously going into half-mourning for the day, when she went anywhere by rail with her aunt. Today Mrs. Alwyn was more gaily dressed than ever, but as Ruth looked at her beaming face, she felt nothing but a strange pleasure in the fact that Charles had not forgotten the little request which later events had completely effaced from her own memory. He, it seemed, had remembered, and in spite of what had passed, had done what she asked of him. She wished that she could have told him she was grateful. Alas, there were other things that she wished she could have told him, that she was sorry that she had misjudged him, that she understood him better now. But what did it matter? What did it matter? She was going to marry Dare, and he was the person whom she must try to understand for the remainder of her natural life. She thought a little wearily that she could understand him without trying. End of chapter 20.